this damage up. I'm not quite sure how it pans out. He's got overall 8 from 2 turns with Hammer and Twilight, 4 from Jade Lightning, that'd be 12, 5 from Lava Burst, 17, 18, 9. He can deliver 19 damage, 20-21 with his 2-2 over those turns, but he's got to take care of some damage on board or Frozen just kills him.
He's actually seen a lot of spells from Frozen damage spells. He's seen both swipes. He's seen Living Roots. He's seen Moonfire. Can he put Frozen on having lethal damage from hand? And the answer from Stan is, yeah, he needs to get rid of that spell power. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 damage. I don't think it's possible.
Well, hero power won't save Frozen alone.
What's the draw? Raven Idol. If he can pick up some life gain, is there any potential outs through lethal Savage Roar?
Starfire and Dome him.
Starfall. Can he nourish?
He's got to find something to find extra life right now. And he may not know that because, honestly, it's probably just not even the best play to strictly look for extra life at this point. He's got to adapt to the circumstance. Just that given the hand of Stan Udachi, if Frozen can't get outside of range or find a taunt to get in the way, he's dead.
He's looking for Feral Rage. Finds Malagos.
If he'd have drawn Malagos at the start of that turn, that would have been enough, though.
And I think there's no way out for Frozen. Even if he hero powers Azure Drake plus Lava Burst for 6 and the Hammer of Twilight.
That's going to do it.
We'll win in the game.
And this is what the aggro decks are designed to do. Use as much mana as possible, use all of your cards, take your opponent to exactly 0. Frozen trying his best, but wasn't there today. Stan Udachi is going to take a 2-1 lead. So many players in the tournament shied away from Shaman. Many of them went towards the mid-range builds. He showed up here and said, you know what? I need to kill him as quickly as possible. Post turn 10 gets the job done.
And it wasn't that quick, but he got the job done. Second Lava Burst for good measure. And Stan Udachi takes a 2-1 lead in the series with a win with the aggro Shaman.
Yep, and now the Druid for Frozen is 0-2 in this series so far. We saw him do work with it in his first set, but even there, struggled in some of the games. This seems to be a weaker link of his lineup thus far.
He does have some good matchups lined up in the rest of the series, though, with Reno decks being the 2 remaining for Stan. So that's one of the decks that, or one of the archetypes, I guess, that Frozen Druid does incredibly against. Just because they give him a lot of time, he's looking towards a 1-turn kill. All those things lead up to Frozen being favored in the upcoming matches. And we saw Frozen early on in the day against B787. He fell down pretty early in the series, and it was looking pretty shaky, and he was able to bring it back. There's no Reno Priest from Stan Udachi like B787 had. But definitely, I say that Frozen is not by any means out of this series.
Oh, of course not. And I talked to him a little bit about his lineup prior to coming into this when we were at Trinity. And one of the things he mentioned was he thought players are going to be showing up with Reno Warlock in droves. And there, you can see Pavel.
Yeah, he's waiting. World champion Pavel waiting for his matches tomorrow. And there's Doc Pone as well, one of the newcomers to the America scene from Montreal in Canada. He's prepping. He's ready.
Yeah, he'll be ready tomorrow as well. C&D groups on deck tomorrow. Man, I can't wait to see those games.
Yeah, but right now we have a quarterfinal spot on the line. Whoever wins this match, this is the winner match for Group A, will get that spot in the quarterfinals, which moves them 1 match away from making it to the World Championship. And a lot of players have set their eyes on that goal specifically.
Yeah, Frozen, one of them.
He's looking for that breakout performance. Frozen
for titles.
Yeah,
for glory.
Well, it's going to be Rogue versus Warlock. The Reno Warlock from Stan Udachi.
Yeah, and this matchup a little bit weird for Stan, where he really wants to get something like Mountain Giant or Twilight Drake on the board really quickly and start hammering away, but It's tough to play those cards. Oftentimes he's going to have to pay attention to the early game, and then oftentimes he's going to have to pay attention to a Tomb Pillager or a Questing Adventurer. If something like that hits the board and Frozen has one big piece of disruption, that can be enough to single-handedly dismantle Shitanu Dachi's attack and launch the counter assault of his own. Here, Shitanu Dachi's got Shadow Bolt. That's super important to take care of Tomb Pillager. He's got Mountain Giant. Curious when it's going to hit. And this is the kind of play that Frozen can make and really throw off Shitanu Dachi's turn.
He loves this play, man. He'll throw out a turn 3 questing like the majority of the time. We saw him do it earlier on in his series against V787. And against Reno decks, the thing that he's looking for is disruption. And now Shitanu Dachi's Mountain Giant is delayed a turn. This gives Frozen more opportunities, more mana to work with to be able to deal with that Mountain Giant.
Oh my. That's a really interesting draw.
So we've got 7 mana to work with. He does have the potential to Blood Mage, Eviscerate, Fan of Knives, and a Dagger hit to kill off this Mountain Giant and preserve his Tomb Pillager.
Yep.
But he's going to save that Eviscerate, realize that's a lot of resources to use to deal with it. Not worth trying to hold on to this Tomb Pillager body.
I mean, look at what just happened there. Frozen decided that he'd rather use his own face and take 8 damage to hang on to Eviscerate than he would just eviscerate the Giant. It unlocks 2 things. Number 1, he gets to draw cards with the Fan of Knives. Number 2, he can use that 4 damage directly at Shitanu Dachi later on. Frozen doesn't care about his own health total as much. There's a small window of opportunity where Shitanu Dachi can either become the aggressor or use his own burst damage to take Frozen out. He's turning that excess health into a resource in this manner and saying, sure, I'll take 8. It means I get to deal you 4 pretty soon.
Or later on. Either way,
Yeah.
4 damage is coming, Stan. Look out. You know what, Admirable? Potentially 5.
Yeah. Thanks, Azure Drake.
Shitanu Dachi going with the Doomsayer here just to interrupt the turn
Yeah,
from Frozen.
He's not falling for it.
Yeah.
Like, well, I could just pass, or I could draw a lot of cards, return your Doomsayer to your hand, and hide my Auctioneer from the spells you can play.
Seems pretty good to me.
You can also now kill the Earthring Farseer if you'd like. This is just insane. I'm not going to lie, Tej. This is a pretty good deal.
Some may call it the best deals anywhere. And Stan does not really have great ways to deal with a stealth Auctioneer. Doesn't have mana to play a 5-cost potion this turn to try and deal with it, but those 5 cost. What? I didn't even see the options, man.
That's all you need to see.
All right, deal 4 damage, gain 7 armor. That's why he picked it so fast. Admiral, that's the juice. Unfortunately, 4 damage usually isn't enough to deal with a questing adventurer.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of trouble here. The second conceal, you know, it's always something you got to worry about, but
yeah,
so he is killing the board here, right?
Yeah, he's killing the board, and he's trying to set up a board that's very twisting netherable.
And then just reset up a board.
And then just reset up a board the following turn.
I don't know. I think I would have liked to see him backstab there.
If he backstabbed, it would have made his... Frozen winced when that Kazakus potion hit his board. He felt physical pain.
It's pretty bad for him.
Yeah, he was hoping that he was going to draw out a nether there. But it didn't happen. I mean, he's still got a ton of cards, a ton of minions left.
Well, the problem is...
And a lot of damage.
Don's got a ton of life. He's at 32 right now after everything we've seen. Frozen's at 16. Like, Shitanu Dachi's getting pretty close to killing him. He's got Leroy and Power Overwhelming. That's 10 alone. He's got 3 more from Hellfire, 3 more from Abyssal Enforcer. If he can just not die
Wait, he can...
and live for a turn, he just wins.
Yeah, he can set up that 2-turn lethal just by Abyssal Enforcer. I don't think he's going to die.
I don't think he's going to die either. I think he wins.
Yeah, Abyssal Enforcer just brings Frozen down to 13. Hellfire, Leroy, Power Overwhelming would be a kill next turn.
Now, the problem is he can't kill this Azure Drake, so does he ever die from 29 here because he left his Azure Drake alone?
No.
Well, we're going to find out because he's got lethal next turn.
There's nothing. Frozen doesn't have a way to... He doesn't have a Gadget Auctioneer on board, so he doesn't have a way to generate cards from the burn spells that he's playing. And Frozen understands that 13 is in the range of Stan Udachi, especially with how many cards he's drawn, despite not having played Emperor Thorsan. But at this stage, that can't even, cross your mind. Your goal is to set up lethal as quick as you possibly can, regardless of what your opponent's doing. He knows that he probably has to deal with this Abyssal Enforcer in some capacity, because 7 is much more in the range.
Not backstabbing on that one turn meant the Kazakus potion was just nuts. He could have used backstab and kept that questing adventurer outside of the range of 4 damage Kazakus potion. That didn't happen, and then he didn't have follow-up damage. Now it's led to this position, and that 8 life that Frozen paid, well, now it's paying Stan Udachi dividends.
That's what happens when you don't respect the juice.
My thoughts exactly.
Frozen's going to learn a valuable lesson in this match as Stan Udachi's going to go through the motions. Dirty Rat, who cares? Because we got chicken.
That's right, brother. 13 to face, 3-1 lead for Stan Udachi. 1 game away from top 8.
Now, Stan Udachi's last deck is that mage. It's the Reno Mage. Not a lot of players decided to bring Reno Mage to this tournament. Only 5 out of the 16, 31% of the field brought the deck. Stan Udachi, it's one of his favorite decks. He loves it because even if it may still be a meta deck, it's one of the meta decks that you can be the most creative with. It's one of the decks where the tech choices that you decide on differ sometimes pretty wildly from player to player. And Stan can really show his creativity and his deck building skills to match each individual meta with this deck.
Yeah, to me, there's something really important here to look at too, and it's that very clearly Frozen's lineup is meant to be strong versus a deck like Reno Mage. It's crazy to think about how strong it is.
Yeah, and here you can see the beautiful Bahamas. We're here at the Malia Nassau Beach Resort in the Bahamas. A lot of these players getting some sun. You can see some of them are a bit red from spending a little bit too much time out there, but I've been enjoying it, and I know you have too, Admirable. You can even see the Bahamas through the window behind the players.
That's right.
We're that close to the beach. There it is. It's right outside. We're pretty high up, as you can tell.
39th floor, Hearthstone. It's not quite that high up.
Yep. Yeah, but one thing is to note is we can take a look from game number 3. This was the play you were talking about, Admirable.
So he draws this card, he picks up backstab, and then he just instantly acts. If he backstabs this Kazakus here, that questing goes to 5-5. Then there's no option for it to die unless Stan Udachi wants to use extra cards. So Kazakus potion would hit, and then he'd have to expend Shadow Bolt.
Look at this wince from Frozen. Ooh!
That's big.
Is that a oh man, I didn't think of that wince? Or is that a I knew that was coming wince, and I should have played around it wince?
I think at the end of the day, perhaps inconsequential. Shadow Bolt in Stan Udachi's hand helps take care of the pressure. However, that makes him expend another card. It makes him have it. It's a percentage play that you have to look at. That's the way all of these guys approach the game. It's not about this time. It's about what happens usually. There's no answer. He's got it.
All right, well, let's get into it. Match point for Stan Udachi. Is he going to be the first player to move on to the quarterfinals? Game number 5 is Reno Mage versus Rogue. Frozen's got the decks to beat this Reno Mage. All of his remaining decks have even or better matchups against this deck. Can he pull another comeback out of his bag of tricks?
I definitely think he can. This is a fairly strong matchup for him to start, but Stanu Dachi's already picked up a lot of key cards for this matchup. The two that stick out to me like a sore thumb are Polymorph and Kazakus. As Frozen wants to get Tomb Pillager, Azure Drake, those sorts of minions online to start delivering damage, Stanu Dachi's goal is simply to shut that down, be at a stable life total, land a Burgly Bully to disrupt some more, and then use all that endgame mana to just power out big burn spells, big threats, big board clears. Archmage Antonidas a big way to pick up value and continue to make that happen, and Kazakus, of course, producing potentially an AoE spell. For Frozen, it's simply about getting one of these minions to stick to the board and deliver damage turn after turn. High pressure situations with all-in Auctioneers or with Questing Adventurers can keep Stanu Dachi on the back foot, but it's tough. It's very dependent on the pan out early on.
If you're going to have a Reno deck, a Reno Mage deck, to go up against Rogue, Stanu Dachi's, I think, is one of the best. It's kind of a no-nonsense list. It is a burn version. It runs a little bit more cycle. Novice Engineer, Loot Hoarder, plus the Pyroblast. So you have a lot of options later on in the game to draw a lot through your deck, Alexstrasza, and follow that up with Inkmaster Salia, Pyroblast, Frostbolt, Ice Lance. It may seem like a lot, but those possibilities are realistic. It's one of the reasons why that combo was put into this type of Reno Mage deck, was to capitalize on some of these closer, I'll call it a control matchup. We know Rogue is a control, but it can be a win condition against the Rogue.
I can't believe how fast these guys have been playing. It's just nuts.
Frozen just throwing out Lyra. That's how much he respects the Burgly Bully. He realizes, I need to give up one of my win conditions to deal with a card that could possibly lose me the game. If he gives Stein enough coins, that could give him the tempo that he needs, that could give him the burn that he needs from Archmage Antonidas. It's a very threatening card. A great choice by Stanu Dachi, especially in this meta. It's a little bit slower, and he gets rewarded for it.
Wow. And the Doomsayer gets picked up here alongside the Ice Lance that Stanu Dachi had in hand. The pace is just blistering. I can't believe that they're playing this fast.
One thing that Stanu Dachi did mention to us is sometimes when he plays fast, it forces his opponent to subconsciously match that pace. If Stanu Dachi is used to playing fast, and just by playing fast sort of encourages his opponent, even unintentionally, to start playing fast as well, he has the advantage in that type of matchup because he's the one that does it all the time, and his opponent may not be used to that pace of play.
Well, Frozen making some pretty good use out of Phantom Knives and this extra Deadly Poison here. But that's right into a tempo play from Stein himself. And what a tempo play. That is a sick drop off the Firelance
White
portal.
Eyes.
5/5 taunt, Death Rattle at a 10/10 taunt to your deck.
For 5 mana.
Yeah.
White Eyes does not see much play in Shaman decks, but when you get it accidentally, it's pretty good. And he's just going to keep playing. He's like, I want a 10/10 in my deck.
Yeah, me too. That sounds sweet.
And Frozen, he's looking a little bit more nervous now that this game, the series looks like it's starting to slip away. Stanu Dachi can smell the quarterfinals. It looks like he has a lead in the series if he can find a way to deal with this board. And if he wins this game, he wins the match and moves on as the first player through to the quarterfinals.
It's a pretty big board he's facing down, though.
Storm Guardian?
But boy, does he have the stuff to deal with it.
That Kazakus potion.
Stanu Dachi can just take his time. Oftentimes in this matchup, Frozen can keep a lot of heat on Stanu Dachi, and that back foot puts him in awkward positions. There's been no Auctioneer. There was no early Edwin. There was no opportunity to conceal. There was no Questing Adventurer. It was just big minions and answers from Stan.
Frozen's hand. Oh, man.
He can't touch the brand.
He needs a Gadgetzan Auctioneer stat. Stanu Dachi, he's actually been spending a lot of time with Pavel over the past couple of days. Has it rubbed off on him?
Oh, my.
That's a Pyroblast. Ice
Yeah.
Lance, maybe not so much.
Still pretty good.
I'd say so.
At this stage, if he just stops what Frozen's doing, he's got it. And he has more than enough tools to stop what Frozen's doing at this point.
Yeah, one of the ways you can beat Rogue in this matchup is just by killing all their stuff.
Yeah.
Force them to have minion after minion after minion. Reno Mage is one of the best decks at just removing minions.
At this point, Stan is considering trading in this brand because he has nothing left.
He's going to go.
Works with.
Oh, come on. Hit him in the face. Damage doesn't matter. I mean, he's got a Pyroblast in his hand. He's got a Pyroblast in his deck.
I like it. Yeah, why not?
Put him to 20 with 2 Pyroblasts. You just mathematically win. That's a Barnes. Barnes needs a Gadget and Auctioneer.
Not quite.
Blood Mage Thalnos is not the worst because Blood Mage Thalnos will still allow him to draw a little bit deeper in his deck. But boy, is he behind. And Stan is being so patient with this Kazakus potion.
This lead is not going anywhere really either. This is bad news. When your opponent just 10 mana Pyroblast you and then attacks you for 2 with their brand, 7 damage closes the game. How does Frozen win from here?
Yeah, Stan actually also has an Ice Block up, so if he picks up a spell that he can use with Archmage Antonidas, he all but locks up the game.
Well, the trick is he does have to pick up a spell to use with Antonidas.
But he's got multiple turns.
This is a big all-in from Frozen. Stan, he's at the mercy of his own draws right now. So many cards in his deck will help him get the win in 2 turns.
Frozen's popping the block next turn. What's the draw going to be? Pyroblast off the top, and that's Stan Udachi, the first player to move on to the quarterfinals. He is 1 match win away from making it to the World Championship. A blistering pace throughout that game and throughout that series. And at the end of it all, Stan Udachi stands as the winner.
I don't think I've seen a match played quite this fast in a very long time.
It's been a while.
There's a lot at stake this weekend.
Yeah.
Opportunities for the World Championship. $250,000 are at stake. Glory is at stake here. That's the pace they're playing at.
Yeah,
unreal.
Wins Group A, a tough group from him with Frozen in that group. X-Hope, one of the top players from China. B787 with that control lineup, sort of a wild card. But Stan Udachi is on top of it all. Frozen's going to have to fight his way through the decider match in this Group A. But let's go ahead and send it over to Rachel for some words with our winner.
Thank you so much, guys. Stan Udachi, you are in the quarterfinals. You are our first player to make it there, and that's got to be a huge relief, right?
Да, это отличная просто победа, но нужно еще одну, чтобы пройти на BlizzCon. Это то, зачем я сюда приехал, соответственно. Еще рано радоваться, но уже неплохо.
Yes, that was a great victory. That's one more step closer to getting to BlizzCon. It's a little early to celebrate fully, but I'm really glad it happened.
One step closer to BlizzCon, but I did want to ask you, you have a day off now. Do you spend it preparing? Do you spend it relaxing? How are you going to combine the two now that you're here in the Bahamas in such a lovely location, but with so much on the line?
Конечно же, надо подготовиться будет к следующему оппоненту, потому что я готовился наиболее к своей группе и не то чтобы к остальным группам сильно подготовлен, поэтому этот день я потрачу для того, чтобы подготовиться, собственно, к моему будущему противнику, и после этого уже буду отдыхать.
Yes, of course, I'll need to prepare. I was mostly preparing for opponents in my own group, so now I'm out of it. I'll need to study the opponents, my next opponents, and be prepared for it.
All right, well, hopefully you can do that on the beach. You can find yourself a nice spot to relax. But in the meantime, I'm going to give it back to the casters. Guys, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he really does need to do some prep. We are one step closer to having an all-Europe sweep. Nyriea's already waiting in the winner's match for Group B as well. Keep in mind, everybody, that the way the groups work, it's possible to have 4 players from a single region go through to the World Championship. There's so much bragging rights on the line for each individual region.
And that's the beauty of the international play that we have now here at the Winter Championship. We used to have to wait all year long in order to get it in Blizzard play, but now every single season we're going to be seeing it, and so far Europe is looking mighty good.
And we're a little past the halfway point, but with Shtanudachi's win, he becomes the first player to move on to the quarterfinals. Here's a little bit of a recap of that match. We know it was fast, but at the end of it all, Frozen is going to be the one fighting its way back through the match. We have plenty more Hearthstone coming at you. Don't go anywhere.
From the Bahamas, it's the 2017 Hearthstone Winter Championship. Once again, let's welcome our worthy hosts.
Welcome everybody back to the tavern. I hope you guys have enjoyed the halfway point so far. We're a little bit into the elimination and the advancement stages. I'm Frode and I'm joined by Brian Kibler, and we're about to introduce to you guys the next match, which is the first player that's going to be sent home from the Bahamas.
Yeah, I mean, of all places to get knocked out of a tournament, you don't want it to happen anywhere, but we just saw, the sand, the beaches. You got some stuff you can keep yourself busy with the next few days.
A nice consolation prize. It's X-Hope from China up against B787 from Japan. Here's take a look at their deck lists, and we do have the bans in. It seems like we won't have the old Freeze Mage versus Control Warrior. It's interesting. B787, the only person to bring Control Warrior, and he might not even get a chance to play it all tournament if he drops here.
And he was saying that it's his favorite deck. He was inspired by Matson, a fellow Japanese player who qualified for the Winter Championship last year, and Control Warrior was his favorite deck, and that kind of bled through to his protege here.
Maybe not too much to be concerned about, though, because B787 said all he wanted to target was decks like Pirate Warrior. So we do know that's a possibility for him to sweep it. Or will Reno Priest be once again a weak spot here, Brian? It performed very poorly in the first series.
Yeah, we really wasn't impressed by how the Reno Priest deck played out in the previous series. Not only did it lose, but there were a lot of games where it just didn't even feel like it was in the game. He felt like he just kept drawing the wrong cards at the wrong time, but that's going to happen when you have so many situational cards in your deck.
Yeah, triple Reno strategy, certainly bold, but we'll see what ends up happening. Let's go ahead and meet our players. Our first, hailing from China, please welcome to the stage, X-Hope. And his opponents representing Japan and all Reno players out there, please give a warm welcome to B787.
It's go time! B787 versus X-Hope.
X-Hope, I honestly don't know him as a player that much.
I actually thought I would win my match, so I only looked at Frozen's decks. So now I'll have to quickly go back and check B787's lineups.
There's a lineup to beat with my decks. It's his lineup, so hopefully I win.
I'm really confident in myself, and I hope things go my way.
I hope I just calm down and play well. Yeah.
B787 versus X-Hope. Let's see what you got!
B787 from Japan versus X-Hope from China. This is a huge match for both of these players. The loser is eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah, and finally, with the stakes at an all-time high, we might see B787's unique strategy coming to fruition. You saw in his own words there. He said, "This is the lineup for my decks to come up against." I'm expecting possibly even to see him leaving the Pirate Warrior up. When you're bringing as much Reno and as much heavy control as he is bringing to this tournament, Pirate Warrior is potentially a deck that you want to target. So I'm sure people at home have enjoyed the little refreshing change from Pirates running wild, but we might see it once or twice during the series, but we will await the bans.
Yeah, we'll definitely check that out. And I'm really looking forward to this. I mean, we've spoke about all the players a lot over the past few days, but I am very excited for B787 and to see his decks. There's a lot of cool decks in there. There was just a very quick early technical issue there. We're just going to restart the game and it should be fine. So we are going to be moving into the game very, very shortly. And I can't wait to see this lineup. B787 has just got a very cool lineup. I'm interested about the Priest list.
Yep.
It seems like it can, have some very hard-hitting combinations of cards, but, very small chance to draw those combos. But instead, it's going to be the Mage and the Rogue kicking off this series.
Yeah, and X-Hope's Miracle Rogue is a little bit unique in the fact that he has omitted the patches package from his list entirely. He's using a bit of extra mid-game power in terms of barns to be able to pull out those questings, auctioneers, tomb pillagers even picking up some value, and a polymorph is a reasonable hard removal option there for a rogue deck that sometimes struggles to deal with large minions on the board if they don't have a sap available.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be flexible later on, but at the moment X-Hope has not drawn much really to start with this pressure, to be honest. He can clear off this Mistress, nothing too crazy. Gets the health back, of course, with the trade with the weapon, so nothing to worry about, but I feel like as the Rogue here, you really want to start getting to those Tomb Pillagers very, very quickly.
Yeah, Tomb Pillager against pretty much any control deck, which, hey, B787, his whole lineup is control decks. So in this entire series, Tomb Pillagers are going to be a crucial card for X-Hope because they're just such a powerful mid-game minion. They demand strong removal options from your opponent, which then, even if the removal takes place, you still get the coin in return, and it siphons strong removal away from your Edwin, your Auctioneer, your Questing Adventurers, the real killer threats in the deck. So that's why Tomb Pillager is such a crucial card to pick up when you're trying to build mid-game board development against these control decks.
Yeah, and speaking of coins, we could have seen the Doomsayer that turn if X-Hope was on the coin, because there's a chance to coin out, Tomb Pillager and really start to ramp up the pressure. But because B7 knew that wasn't available, he can hold on to this Doomsayer and maybe even play this turn to deny the potential 4-drop. We can see, of course, that the only 4-mana card in hand is a Polymorph, and probably not worth doing on a Doomsayer empty board.
Doesn't seem too strong, no, but this matchup quite often is decided by the power of your Kazakus potion, so B7 having access to that early on is a very big deal. 4 damage AoE is massive just because of the amount of rogue minions that it lines up against so well, and polymorph effects are worth their weight in gold because our soon-to-be dearly departed card Conceal is the absolute backbreaker in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm okay with that card, taking a bit of a vacation for itself. Just like we have for this, and it's definitely one of these scary cards to come up against in this rogue deck, and the Doomsayer does come down from B787 just to deny the potential of the 4-drop, as we mentioned a little bit earlier. But Exo can just continue to take this slow. He's probably kind of okay that the Doomsayer is down now and there's not a lot to play for, because it means it's just gone. He doesn't have to worry about it, unless it comes from a Resurrect from a Kazakus potion.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the considerations anytime you play Doomsayer. B7 was deep in the tank that turn, really thinking through his options. Coin 4-drop, either of the 4-drops in his hand was available to him. He chose to go with that Doomsayer. The reasoning behind that, as you said, blocking that 4-mana turn, which we've already explained is such a big deal for X-Hope. And B7 was using it to just tempo and set up this Kazakus potion. Does get the 4 damage AoE effect, which is massive.
Yeah, and this second choice as well is going to be interesting to see what B7 actually went for. And it was the deal 5 damage. Yeah, I was just going to say, because cards like Questing, Big Van Cleef, you can really help the 4 damage from the AoE, plus the 5. You can pretty much just remove anything on the turn it's played, right?
Yeah, it's also one of the big frustrations of playing against Kazakus because, your opponent getting one particular effect off a 5 or 10 mana is, above 50%. So, you can reasonably play around these eventualities. It's a serious thing that you can consider. When it comes down to a specific dual combination, obviously that percentage nearly halves. So you're coming down to the position where you never play around a specific 2-card combination. So a big board with one big Edwin, one big Questing, and then another wide board alongside it, that's something that you'll generate and feel safe, and that particular Kazakus combination can be backbreaking against that.
Yeah, and X-Hope does finally draw into the Tomb Pillagers, so, this might not be a Gadgetzan turn. He could go for Gadgetzan Prep, Conceal, see what happens. Does have a coin as well in hand, but he's just going to go for the Tomb Pillager this turn, take it a little bit slower. And, this is reasonable, but B787 is actually, fairly ahead, and look at all this AoE he has. Now he has the Twilight Flamecaller as well.
Yeah, Flamecaller, one of the unique tech choices in his deck. He is tilting his decks with a control strategy and giving extra nods to defeating aggressive decks as well. And the 4/6 body, Streetwise Investigator, I believe, is the name. 4/6, great stat line to pick up off Firelands Portal. We saw the white eyes in the previous series. It's not quite in that school of outcomes from Portal, but you will take a 4/6 every time.
And most importantly, he looks pretty cool. As far as I'm concerned, I think he's a really cool artwork on that card.
Style over substance, as always, Raven.
Yeah, it's going to say, pretty much sums it up, doesn't it? Gadget's End is going to come down this turn, though, and here the cycle begins. We've seen a lot of these style of turns already in this tournament with these big rogue plays, and we're going to see it right now with both preparations in hand and the coin. It's going to open up a lot of options for X-Hope here.
Yeah, and it's curious. You're kind of seeing the big difference between, for example, Shtanudachi's deck in the previous game and B7's in this series. A fairly well-known, exhibition match was played between Fino and Rage in this matchup because there was a lot of disagreement as to who won. The Reno Mage was very, very dominant, but it was a super cycle-heavy, burn-heavy deck that was getting the job done, similar to what Shtan was playing. B7's much slower, much more minion-based, much more value-based, much more anti-aggro, and that's the kind of Reno Mage deck that Rogue can exploit because they get so much more time to do disgusting things like this.
I hope a spell was... Yeah, there we go. It's always a little bit scary on moments like that. You see the rope end, it's like, has he locked in all the turns? And he has, though, so X-Hope is fine with this stealth. But there's a Kazakus potion that isn't going to be able to quite get rid of the Quested Adventurer. The number 5 on that minion is very, very important as it cannot be targeted for the extra damage we talked about earlier on the potion to get rid of it either.
Yeah, but wait just a minute here because, again, even though this isn't the burn-heavy deck from B7, he is pushing serious amounts of damage here. That deal 5 on the Kazakus potion that we talked about being able to help kill an Edwin or a questing, that can hit face. That puts X-Hope at effective 9. The Forgotten Torch in hand puts him at effective 6. A couple of pings can go alongside that. He's just one more burn spell pickup away from ending this game.
Yeah. Never forget about just going face, because a lot of the times, that's when you win. And it looks like that's going to be the play. 5 damage to face, does clear off the Gadget's End, so Quest Adventure is a threat, but being on 29 health, something crazy would have to happen to flip this game super hard, this turn at least for X-Hope.
Yeah, Coldblood and Eviscerate are available here. He has Swashbuckler to lead the turn out, double Coldblood in fact, so with just those 4 cards being played, that's 5, 10, 15, 21 damage plus 22 from the dagger. So we'd need additional sources of damage or 7 additional cards, which seems unlikely to happen. So if the Swash picked up significant burn in that spot, there could have actually still been a potential lethal this turn.
Which is just silly.
It is.
Okay, so we are going to see the Cold Bloods being used. I imagine X-Hope is going to clear off this 4-2. Sitting around on A health, you can't really trust anything to go right if you leave this guy up. So unfortunately, he is going to go away as he's removed by the Eviscerate. Here comes Van Cleef, though. And this is a huge threatening board. Look at that Quest Adventure. Casual hit for 18 and a 10-10 on the board as well.
Yep. Unfortunately for X-Hope, Blizzard does not care too much about the size of the minions. It will buy him a turn here. Both Cold Bloods used alongside that Eviscerate, so even if there was the Leroy in hand for X-Hope, B7 would probably feel relatively comfortable surviving this turn. But he does have to think about setting himself up a win condition of his own. Blizzard ping face would push X-Hope down to 7. Blood Mage, Forgotten Torch, ping the turn after is only 5, so he is short right now. He needs to figure out how he's going to get through the rest of his deck and pick up another burn
I was
spell.
actually thinking Blood Mage Blizzard because
love
one, if it stays alive, hey, spell damage is pretty good when you're trying to kill your opponent. If it gets removed, well, you're drawing a card, which means you're drawing towards more burn to end this game very quickly. Rogue, not a class known for its healing at the moment, at least.
Yeah, not so much, but X-Hope is just short of that damage right now. This questing is going to be an ever-growing threat, though, if he keeps loading up on minions, and B7 does look like he is on a draw to save this game. He does have some rebuys in his deck, like Ice Block, for example, can allow him to see another turn, and as you mentioned, the game plan against Rogue is very, very linear when it comes to setting up lethals for yourself. No taunts come down, no heals come down. The number you see is what you have to deal with, so the game plan is crystallized in perfect clarity for B787 this game.
Exactly, and that game plan is not really dealing with these minions that are on the board at this point, as they are kind of crazy, especially with the conceal draw means you can't directly interact with them anyway if X-Hope goes for it, as opposed to the Tomb Pillager. Do you think there could even be a polymorph? Yeah, I was going to say, just remove the additional card draw.
I love it.
You need one less out for your opponent, and that is actually huge when you're pretty much setting lethal up that turn.
Yeah, I love it. That's a really, really heads-up play from X-Hope, recognizing exactly what B7 is trying to set up here. Polymorph is a dead draw. Is there any way that he can use that to take enough damage off the board? I'm not seeing it.
No, he can't polymorph and kill off the quest. Well, he can't polymorph and kill off whatever he doesn't polymorph, right? One of the big guys, Van Cleef, for the quest in, as the health is just a little bit too much. There's the Torch and the Arcane Blast, but it's not adding up to the right amount of damage.
Yeah, Polymorph on 1 and Torch Ping would be his maximum removal afterwards, which would deal 5, which isn't enough to answer either of the big threats, only enough to deal with the Drake. So B7 valiantly tried to set himself up a win in a fashion that this deck really isn't built to do. If this was Shtanudachi's build in this particular matchup, even if he didn't hit the increased amount of burn he did have in his deck, there's Novice Engineers, there's additional cycle cards that can pull him through and help him get there faster. He would have naturally drawn more cards by this point in the game. As you can see, only 13 cards drawn that entire game from B787. And I respect the line that he took trying to set up that win condition, recognizing that he can't stay in the long game against X-Hope's Rogue, but just falling short at the last there. That polymorph on the Blood Mage, we'll never know, but that could have been game-defining, series-defining, championship-defining for X-Hope.
It really could. As we mentioned, this is an elimination match. The loser is out. The winner lives to fight another day at this point. I was just going to say as well, the difference, that an Ice Block would have made buys you one more turn to potentially draw that damage and squeeze in a few more pings. If Ice Block was live, the actual previous turns may have looked differently because you have that additional turn. So kind of crazy. It looked like B7 was in such great control of that game, but then, Rogue did its thing basically for X-Hope, and it worked out in the end for him.
Yep. And interesting there, now having seen the bans, that B7 did ban out the Pirate Warrior in the end. So he's still not looking to go up against this deck, even with all the Reno, the Control Warrior, everything that he's packing. I really sit back and wonder what this Reno Priest is doing in his lineup, like what matchups he really thinks that's coming up against. We asked him this question personally, and he just said, hey, I wanted to bring a 5th Control deck. There aren't that many options. I only play Control. I'd rather play Control and lose than bring an aggro deck and win. Some of you guys might respect the hell out of him for that, but it could end up being his downfall because I just don't see where this Reno Priest is picking up favorable matchups.
Yeah, and while we were wondering about the decks, you may be wondering a little bit more about these players, so we can check them out here with a couple of well-mets.
Well met.
My name is X-Hope, and I'm from China. My last name is X-I-N-G, so I chose X, the first letter of my last name, as the first letter of my battle tag. And for the hope as the end of my battle tag, one day I was watching a stream of a Chinese tournament, and I thought I could play better than them. So I thought I should join Hearthstone as a pro gamer, and I'll probably be the hope of Chinese Hearthstone. The best thing about playing in the Hearthstone Championship Tour is that this is my first time playing in a big tournament outside of China. The Bahamas is a really good place. It has great weather and a beautiful ocean. I'm really excited to be here.
Well met.
My name is B787. I'm from Japan, and I am 19 years old. I play Hearthstone about 5-6 hours a day. My favorite snack when playing is Kit Kats. Favorite food is steak, meat in general, yeah. The best thing about playing in the HCT is the fact that I get to come to Bahamas.
Both players excited to be here, but now the tension's going to be kicking in as this is the elimination match. B787 is down 1 game to X-Hope, taking the win last game with his Rogue.
Yeah, just looking at those media pieces, B7, I love how every answer he gave still seemed to be in the form of a question. It's like, what's my favorite snack? Kit Kats?
Yeah, I think.
I have a question for you, B7. Reno Priest?
Oh, wow. I'm sure you'll answer after this match. What is your favorite snack?
Excellent question. Do I have to answer in the form of a question in standard B7?
Yeah, and I'll tell you if it's allowed or not.
No, I'll get back to you later.
Oh, okay, great. So these players are just getting ready to go into their game, and I think the big question is the Reno Priest and how it's going to perform, as it didn't quite do the job in B787's previous match. We can just check out the groups and how they have formed up as well. So far, we can see Group A. And yeah, you know, we saw Stanudashi win earlier. Frozen is now knocked into the lower bracket, and he will be facing the winner of this match that is being played out right now. So definitely plenty more exciting Hearthstone matches coming up today.
Yeah, Stanudashi already booked his spot in the knockout stage, 1 game away now from qualifying for the World Championship, and perhaps most importantly, he has a couple of days off from this point just to be able to chill on the beach, enjoy the sun, take in the beautiful Bahama setting that we are in. But these two guys still have it all to play for, and you can see that crystallized on B7's face far better than any words I could throw at you. That is what it all means right now.
Yeah, 100%. Even for these players that we've seen, it's the kind of first outing into a major tournament. There is the approach where they're like, oh, you know, this is just a fantastic opportunity. You know, it's great to come to a huge tournament like this and play. But when the stakes are, you know, this high, it becomes very, very serious. These players are playing to win and playing to qualify. As we move into game 2 now, B787 on his Mage and X-Hope on his Shaman.
Yes, indeed. B7 going back into the tank with this Reno Mage. X-Hope with this Jade-based build of mid-range Shaman. Most people now switching to the mid-range build. A couple of holdouts running the Hammer of Twilight aggro version, but still within the mid-range archetype. So many different ways you can put it together. Bloodlust, Alakir, Jade package, sprinkling of Jades alongside the standard Thunderbluff mid-range from back in the day. X-Hope, though, going with a very, very robust Jade package and making room for all these Jade cards by sacrificing AoE. Only 1 Lightning Storm, only 1 Maelstrom Portal.
Yeah, and I think the important cards for X-Hope here will be the Bloodlust for a start, and then also getting a Bran combo off with at least one of the Jade cards, because that's how you really accelerate the Jades in this matchup, and in any matchup in general. But if you go too slow against the Reno Mage, they're going to be able to piece together the tools to either freeze you out long enough to kill you, or, you know, just kill you before you can even build a board up that's threatening anyway.
This is a great start for X-Hope, picking up double value from the Manatide Totem here. But yeah, I love the point about Bran. I think that's a huge deal in any control matchup. How you play Bran is actually kind of a high skill cap thing in these kind of matchups, because you can choose to play Bran on a turn where you want to force your opponent to AoE. You play Bran, you make a big board with it, and you say, okay, sir, this turn you may AoE. I am fine with that. Alternatively, if you're doing fine generating a board otherwise, you can just hold on to Bran and Jade Claws and Jade Spirit in your hand, for example, force the board into a manageable size, and then force your opponent to AoE that, use the Bran as your reload afterwards to crush them when the AoE options have gone.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options to win this matchup, and, you know, B787's options aren't too fantastic here. It's actually prioritizing killing this Manatide Totem over getting the Refreshment Vendor down.
Yeah, dramatically different emotions being portrayed on B7's face in every single game, and this is a theme of what we saw from him in the APAC playoff as well. His stress levels seem to vary so wildly from one game to the other. One game, he just looked perfectly comfortable. He was, you know, mugging to the camera with his shades on. Other games, he was head in his hands, very emotive, very expressive. And you're seeing that now, not just from game to game, but from moment to moment. He looks dramatically different, really does wear his heart on his sleeve in terms of how his emotions are affecting him.
Yeah, and I think this this play with the Doomsday actually gives a big nod to X-Hope as to what kind of hand B787 has. He doesn't have anything really that proactive. He's just got to try and hold out and wait and try and deny some of this early Jade build-up, potentially.
No great proactive options for X-Hope just yet in the early turns, but that downside has been offset by the upside that he got such a great Manatide Totem early on, picking up all these additional resources that are now filling his hand. Now he can start to explode onto the board over the next couple of turns, but that is a smart Doomsayer from B787. Recognizing when you need to tempo Doomsayer is a key skill for any Doomsayer deck, because some decks, if you just wait and wait and wait, go for the Frost Nova Doomsayer, Blizzard Doomsayer kind of thing for the full lockout, so many decks have tools to be able to deal with that, with hexes, mulches, all these kind of things you can come up against. So Interesting little exchange. B7 tempos out the Doomsayer. X-Hope says, you know what? It is worth me sacrificing one card in my hand to make essentially every minion I play for the rest of the game +1/+1 bigger.
Yeah, and there's the brand, so that is available as and when required. There was an option to just hero power that turn. It's like, you know, the go-to option. Oh, Doomsayer, okay, I'll just press hero power. Because it does, as we can see now, reduce the thing from below. So you're getting some kind of like half value from a bit of a rough Doomsayer turn. But X-Hope, yeah, just choosing to say, okay, I have 2 Jade Lightnings. Worst case, I can use them to remove minions.
Right.
And if the Jades are, like you said, 1 bigger, then I can remove a minion and effectively play a minion, so then sort of swap that tempo very, very quickly.
Yeah, I think the consideration for X-Hope that turn when he was planning out is the totem wouldn't have actually given him any more mana efficiency this turn. He was able to totem plus thing this turn anyway at the cost of 3. If it was 1 cheaper and it was 2, that only leaves 1 mana left available to him. That doesn't give him any extra board development options. So the idea was either, you know, reduce my thing from below or increase my Jade count. One of those didn't really matter in the situation if he was planning to play thing anyway. So he went with increasing the Jade count, and I totally agree with that decision.
Yeah, and it's only a matter of time until Jade Claws is drawn, and then Bran, as we discussed in the earlier series, it just gets incredible. Oh, 5 mana, 2/4 that effectively has Taunt, a weapon, and 2 Jades onto the board. Absolutely insane. B787 does have the Frost Nova, though, and Frost Nova timing in this matchup is key. You need, the second you either do it too early or wait too long, you lose. You need to buy the perfect turn and then to set up the damage to finish the game, or otherwise, it just doesn't matter when you Frost Nova at that point.
Yeah, the longer you wait, the more damage your Frost Nova prevents, essentially. Especially against such a linear scaling deck as Jade Druid. Yeah, the board just naturally gets bigger as the game proceeds. As you said, wait 1 turn too long, Bloodlust, boom, and that is the end of the game on the spot.
I'd love it if that was the Bloodlust noise. Boom. It's just like all the extra damage. Finished. Okay, so Thing from Below, it's on 1 health. The Water Elemental also on 1 health. It's the battle of the 1 health minions.
It is. Jade Lightning Flame Tongue is something that immediately leaps out at me here, or Jade Lightning Maelstrom Portal actually looks even more promising. That sets up the Flame Tongue for you to be even stronger on the following turn, and it uses a bad card from your hand in the Maelstrom Portal, not famously particularly strong in this matchup, while preserving a good one in the Flame Tongue totem. But he does actually choose to go with the Flame Tongue line. That's very, very surprising to me.
Yes, especially just because the spell damage totem is just great. Yeah, it's just a great card.
Second Jade Lightning in his hand, Storm in his hand.
Yeah, it allowed him to get the really clean Jade Lightning there, and that's the that's one of the powers of Shaman in general, is that just that spell damage totem is absolutely huge in a lot of circumstances. This does develop the Flame Tongue, but in a deck where you're expecting to fill the board, you can get like tons of value from Flame Tongue later on.
Yeah, and also, how much value is this Flame Tongue really? Because this entire left side right now is exposed to just a ping. That would isolate the left-hand side of the Flame Tongue totem and reduce some of its value, even if he couldn't deal with it. It also opens up very, very effective turns like Forgotten Torch ping or Frostbolt ping, which takes so much of the power off the board. I feel like I would have liked to see the Maelstrom in that position.
I think the plan for Exo might be, obviously depending on what P7 plays, he can just go straight into Jade Chieftain on the left, which then summons 2 minions to the left of the Flame Tongue, and the first minion on it is Taunt.
Yep.
So then, you know, the Taunt normally has to be traded up first, and you can get double buffs that way. So I guess there is a plan if you imagine your opponent to just ping and then, you know, move on with a, a sort of lesser impactful turn.
Yeah, but there is the Frostbolt ping turn that I was talking about, leaving just that 2/2 on the board, turning down the option to Forbidden Flame that thing down, because Forbidden Flame is capable of taking out a much more high priority minion later in the game. If there's a huge Jade in play that he needs to deal with, Forbidden Flame outside of Polymorph is one of his only effective ways to do that. Polymorph has now been picked up.
Yeah, and one of the key cards in any, when you're playing Jades against a Reno deck, more common than not, is the Dirty Rat as well. If that's combined with Bran, or you just get Dirty Rat onto the second Jade Chieftain, for example, then you actually losing the ability to proc that 1 additional Jade can actually be a huge deal, especially in Shaman, because in Druids you can kind of go infinite if you use the Jade Idols, so it's not the end of the world. In Shaman, you can't. Like, you pretty much have a set amount of Jades you can summon outside Bran living forever. You know what I mean? And even
That
that's
set
still
amount is quite high, though. You can still make some big old Jades when you get there.
But yeah, well, the whole idea is getting there, though, right? Because if you only have one Jade guy in your hand at that time and it gets pulled, then you have to wait to draw the next Jade minion, then you've got to play it and then build it up that way. So, you know, even just pulling out one can be impactful. But speaking of Jade minions, Aya's a pretty good one.
Aya is pretty solid, yeah. Looks like X-Hope now is going to rely on that Maelstrom Portal just to pick up a favorable trade. That is the absolute nuts off of Portal. The 2/4 injured Valdir entering play without activating its self-damaging battle cry. 2/4 off a 2-damage consecration is essentially what just happened that turn.
Pretty good card. I would play that card. Also, there was the Healing Stream Tome as well, just to back up in case the injured Valdir felt like damaging itself. It would be like, oh, the Tome's got you covered. It's fine. But yeah, this is absolutely huge. Flame Strike coming down now. Gonna help clear off. Yeah, gonna help clear off most of the board, but not all of the board. And look at this follow-up. Bran into Aya is live, and X-Hope doesn't look like he has to think about that long.
Right. And here's the problem with this this anti-aggro or value-based version of Reno deck, or however you want to refer to it. When you come up against decks like this, the inevitability is so far on the side of your opponent that you can really struggle to set up a win condition. B7 is going to try his level best right now with Antonidas Frost Nova, can cash in Forbidden Flame here for another fireball, but chooses not to. But this very likely to get shut down from B7's perspective by a Hex from X-Hope. We, of course, see it's there. Just to finish my earlier point, he doesn't have that burn win condition that, say, Shtanudachi does with his Cycle Burn Reno Mage. So when you come up against a Jade deck like this, you just have to get so creative in terms of finding yourself a win condition, because the inevitability of the Jades just marching on and on is always there from your Jade Shaman opponent.
Yeah, and you see Antonidas into Nova on a board, and there's plenty of cards in B787's hand, and when you still wonder how he's going to win the game, that's when you know he's in a rough spot at this point. And there's still Jade Lightning available as well. We did, of course, see the Hex onto the Antonidas. Very clean. You don't really want to roll the dice with the Devolve on a 7-drop minion. You might want to just take the safer route with Hex.
Go ahead and drop that Trog as well. Already has seen the Flame Strike come out and saw the Frost Nova on the previous turn. So AoE options are starting to run sparse now for B7. Blizzard is available from X-Hope's side. That would be the one consideration that he was making. We see with our Cast Division, Blizzard is available and can lock out this board, but the Bran is still a threat that needs dealing with.
Yeah, and one of the problems is if Blizzard comes down, great, there's one turn. But what do you do after that, right? Like, look at the hand. The hand is, you know, weapon removal, Reno, and, you know, yeah, Reno goes up to 30. It doesn't matter when your Jades start hitting for 7, 8, 9 a bit later on into the game as well.
And here's
kind of crazy position.
Here's something we talked about in X-Hope's previous series quite extensively as well. B7 every single turn now is going to be considering the threat of Bloodlust. We see it's not in hand from X-Hope. B7 knows it is in the deck, and I talked about kind of the mentality you need to be in, which is, can I beat Bloodlust not just this turn, but the next turn and the turn after as well? If the answer to that is no, you do often just have to shut your eyes and hope it's in the last 2 or 3 cards of your opponent's deck, and they just don't get there.
Hey, Sol.
Hey.
Bran's still alive, and there's Jade Spirit.
Agree. That is a factual observation.
Value.
I think we just jammed it. 6-6 and 7-7, I think, if I've kept count. Yeah, 6-6 is on the card, so 13-13 worth of stats just from the Jades, an extra 2-3 from the minion, and this board is getting ridiculously out of control right now.
Getting the Bran off once, as we mentioned, is good, right? You know, that's the aim. Getting it off twice is ridiculous. There's not been any Jade Claws yet, right?
Nope.
So there's 2 more Jades on top of this, and there's still a Chieftain as well, at least from what I recall, still in the deck. So it's kind of crazy. X-Hope pretty much just has inevitability here, and B787 is going to have to try and piece together some way to kill X-Hope before this happens. And if we rewind to the Antonidas turn and the Forbidden Flame, it would have been 0 mana, so it would have done 0 damage. But put a fireball in your hand. Suddenly, Alex Straza, natural fire, Antonidas fireball, plus another Antonidas fireball, you can at least piece together some kind of damage and a rough semblance of a plan. Because I generally don't know what B787 is even thinking at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the question, if you're living in that world, the question is when you find the free turn to develop your ice block to be able to get the free turn to be able to do that, because he's had to utilize all of his mana on each turn just to answer the board to prevent lethal every single turn. So it would have been extremely difficult to try and make that kind of answer happen. And hey, we talked about J-Claws, we talked about Bran. The happy couple are back together yet again.
Hey, Sol.
Hey.
Bran's still on the board.
Correct.
Oh, my lord.
Interestingly...
I mean, Exo's just thinking, like, well, what do I even play now? The board's getting pretty full with these guys. Like, where do I squeeze this in? For anyone that doesn't know,
I was just going to say,
if the board is full and Exo plays the Jade Claws, the Jade count still increases, even though the minion does not appear on the board. So even if there's no trades he could do to lose the minions, you still do get the +1 counter on the Jades.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen right now because if he wants to develop a board, he does have that Reno to trade smaller minions out to make room for the Jade Lightning and the Jade Claws if he wants to go that way, but he is just going to go right ahead and find the lethal here. Took his time to count Jade Claws and Jade Lightning, punishing for exactly 30. He actually attacked preemptively with the
I was going to say...
could have devolved his way through that taunt if he wanted to.
Could have overkilled for one.
X-Hope is going to go out to a 2-0 lead, and B7's lineup yet again is looking like it might be letting him down. Reno Mage, very popular archetype, but my question is about the particular build that he's put together, how appropriate that was for the tournament meta that he's been facing. All these anti-aggro tech inclusions, like Twilight Flamecaller, for example, in a series where he's banning Pirate Warrior. It feels like you can find yourself a bigger win condition against other control decks than what B7 has. Oh, okay. I swear to you. I swear to you.
For those who didn't see, I just pointed to the bans for Sol's benefit.
The last time that graphic was shown, there was a Pirate Warrior ban.
Don't try and dig yourself out of this one,
I was
Sol.
confused as well, but I'm just going with what I was told. But yeah, that suddenly makes a lot more sense. I take back a ton of the criticism that I've been throwing at B7. That strategy makes a lot more sense. If you're leaving Pirate Warrior up, of course, Twilight Flamecaller are a perfectly good card.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a more risky strategy in best of 7, but a general conquest strategy is to say, okay, this one deck of yours will not get a win. And you just say, well, I might get some wins against the other ones, but if I'm unfavored, okay, I'll take the losses, and then just get win after win after win. And I think that's what B787 has to do when he eventually hits this Pirate Warrior, if that's the case.
Yep, absolutely. And now X-Hope is going to be queuing up his Freeze Mage up against the Reno Mage, which most people would tend to say is a very, very difficult matchup for the Freeze Mage, but it is in fact winnable if you get through the right path in the game. Reno decks, since their inception, early on people thought Reno Lock was favored against Freeze Mage. That was put to the sword very, very quickly as people figured out the correct route through the game. Reno Mage has all the tools to get through this, don't get me wrong. Ice Block is there, Reno is there, Dirty Rat is there to pull out a big threat from the opponent. But if the Freeze Mage, lines up all his card draw up nicely, is able to pressure the first block without committing significant resources, and builds up a big, big damage combo with the Evolved Kobold and Forgotten Torches, Roaring Torches, cheap burn in hand, together discounted by Emperor, it can definitely get the job done.
Yeah, the Forgotten Kobold, the name you use when you forgot the Kobold's name.
Correct, yeah. Forgotten Kobold and Evolved Torch are the names of those cards, right?
Yeah, 100% correct. The 2 ice blocks in X-Hope's hand, he probably wishes with any other 2 cards in the deck at this point because he knows what this Reno Mage is from B787. He's not expecting too much really early pressure. So, having one, okay, I can just activate ice block. Having the second one's just like, I wish that was card draw.
Yep, Blood Mage Blast, efficient answer to the Acolyte there, getting a nice turn from B7, but X-Hope now, with that Blood Mage gone already, his hand has immediately run dry of card draw. This is not the kind of hand you want to be looking at in this situation.
Yeah, and, as we can see in this series, B7 is 0-2 down in this elimination match. And the mindset that comes into this situation is different for every single player. But we can hear from B787 on what he thinks when he falls behind in a series.
Falling behind doesn't mean I've lost, so just try to calm down and sort of just keep playing the best that I can during the tournament.
It's definitely a big ask when you're feeling the pressure of this elimination match. And, you know, B787 is going to have to, you know, really, as he said, just calm down and focus to try and get this one. And he's still got a hill to climb if he wins this game.
He does, but with the correct information now available to him, he's still in a reasonable spot because, you know, his lineup, his super heavy control lineup with all the Reno, all the Control Warrior stuff available to him, does have a chance of just clean sweeping Pirate Warrior. It's an extremely risky strategy, and I feel like I've been casting tournaments now for 2 years saying that when you come into a tournament trying to counter the best deck in the meta, the reason that deck is the best deck in the meta is that it cannot be countered consistently by a full lineup with a high percentage, and I think that is very much the case for Pirate Warrior. But if any lineup can do it, it is B7's, and we heard that in his own words earlier. He feels like X-Hope's lineup is the lineup he is looking to come up against.
Yeah, when we see X-Hope drop the Emperor on 6, and it, you know, doesn't happen too often this, but he's actually hit a hell of a lot of burn damage with the Emperor already, which probably, you know, helped with the play that turn. Novice Engineer obviously probably would have preferred to get the card draw from that before the Emperor, but still hitting the Ice Lance and double Frostbolt and the Torch. That's so cheap to fit in with that Forgotten Kobold, as you like to call it, Sol.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, if he was to draw Kobold here, the majority of his hand can be played alongside it. If he cycles the Forgotten Torch away before then, which I would expect him to do, he has enough mana to fit in exactly a Fireball or a Roaring Torch on top of Frostbolt, and Ice Lance. The 2 Frostbolts and Ice Lance, 10 damage natively, plus another 6, that's 16, and there would be 8 from a Fireball on top of the Evolved Kobold as well, making 24 damage in total. That is the kind of huge burst that I was talking about, but he hasn't quite got there in terms of phase 1 yet, which is try and pressure the Reno, pressure the first Ice Block if it was in play, without committing huge resources.
Yeah, well, one of the tricks as well is just like, just you know, poke them down to 24-ish,
right, yeah,
and then
exactly.
just hold and then burst them, because it can happen when there's opening hands like this and you get the Emperor off. There's so much burn available, but still needs a bit more mana and still needs to find the Evolved Kobold.
Yeah, Novice Engineer being played out here. I think X-Hope would have liked to find a way to deal with this Emperor, but honestly, fireballing it is actually perfectly reasonable in this spot. More and more as time has gone on, we see Fireball being used as removal in Freeze Mage games, primarily because at 4 mana, it seems like a fairly cheap burn spell, an efficient burn spell, but it's actually quite difficult to combine with Evolved Kobold. So normally the Roaring Torch is more effective, the Frostbolts and Ice Lances are more effective with those big burn combos, so Fireball is actually fairly free, much like Forgotten Torch, to be used as a removal tool to buy you time, and in this case, actually build a board presence for Freeze Mage, which is not something you see every day.
No, and the Emperor getting double ticks off, starts to do silly, silly things. 0 mana Frostbolt, 0 mana Ice Lance, the second Frostbolt, 1 mana Torch. That's kind of crazy. And still the card draw as well from the Loot Hoarder is going to help out massively as X-Hope tries to you know, play the solitaire game and just pull all these pieces of the puzzle together to hopefully for him finish this game up very quickly.
Bran Babbling Book here looking pretty frantically for a way to deal with this Emperor Thaurissan, which is just not available to him right now. Are we going to see a Dirty Rat follow-up to this? Is B7 now feeling desperate enough to just try and hit a big threat from the Dirty Rat? No such thing. Just Blizzard to lock out damage. That is just more burn potentially getting discounted. Acolyte is Cycle, bringing more cards in his hand now to get discounted. If he can hit an Alexstrasza, an Evolved Kobold, if he can cycle these Forgotten Torches into his deck and then draw a Roaring Torch off this Acolyte, all of those things can be huge assets to get discounted.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Rage Thanos, not an Evolved Kobold, but pretty close. And this is kind of crazy because X-Hope's kind of getting to the stage where he can ignore what B787's doing to a certain extent. He probably just doesn't really care too much. Even with a Brand down, obviously you like to kill it off if you can, but there's so much damage in his hand. He could just kill him from 25 very soon.
I think it's time to start trading some of these Forgotten Torches for Reno, potentially, if it's in the hand. Just fire it at the face. He doesn't have a very efficient way, unless he wants to commit the Blood Mage to the board now to take care of the Bran. So he can put serious fear in the mind of B7 by just launching 1 burn spell at base here. Test the waters for that Reno. If it comes down, fine. We reset. We go from scratch again. If it doesn't, suddenly we're in Lethal Town.
And especially when the burn spell you have to use to do that is one that puts a 3 mana Fireball in your deck as well. You're pretty okay. There's still Alexstrasza available. So if the Reno does come down early, then there's the option to just drop them all the way back down to 15 again.
Okay, so here's the reasoning behind what X-Hope did in the end. Firstly, the brand's a huge threat because Kazakas can come down, pick up double armor gain potentially, and then once there's double armor on top of all of that madness, it's hard to push through that. But before I finish this thought, B7 is going to go for the Dirty Rat turn, get the sad news that the hand from his opponent is 100% burn or utility spells in this spot, and that will put the fear of God into B787 at this point. He's going to be really, really precious about his life total, and it looks like he's missed the Emperor. Wow.
So some of these cards like -1 mana effectively at this point. Oh my god. It looked hilarious as well because it looks like the Dirty Rat was played as to try and stop the minion pressure from the Freeze Mage, which is just funny in itself, and there is just so much damage available for X-Hope now.
Think about all the things that had to go wrong for B7 that turn for this Emperor to be alive. Dirty Rat came down. If it pulled a Doomsayer, the Emperor is dead. And then the Arcane Missiles, Greater Arcane Missiles coming out afterwards, all three missing the Emperor. On top of the fact that that Emperor has just been sat there the whole game. He hasn't drawn a Fireball. He hasn't drawn a Polymorph. He's drawn no way to deal with this. Forbidden Flame would have done the job. B7 rightly looking absolutely devastated by the way this game is going right now.
Those Arcane Missiles did not look so great to me. I think they need a rename for that card going forward. And yeah, B787 is just kind of like, okay, let's see what happens. And this Emperor just getting the work done. Even the Emperor hitting, what, twice?
Yeah.
It's just 10 damage that shouldn't exist.
And as I mentioned, both Fireballs now have been used as removal tools, but they protected this Emperor and allowed the Emperor to connect face on both occasions, which has rebought 10 of the missed 12 damage of the Fireballs straight away. Finally, B7 gets to say goodbye to that Emperor, but so much damage has been done already. B7 plays a secret. Hopefully, X-Hope is keeping track and knows that that is a babbling book secret. So his concerns, sure, it could be Ice Block, but he also has to think about Counterspell, Spellbender, and all the other potential options that have no impact on his game plan. Spellbender, of course, doesn't proc if you point a spell at face, so that is something that X-Hope can beat in most situations.
Yeah, and especially with this Roaring Torch draw, that is actually just the damage he needs to win this game.
If he commits.
But what yet? What is he going to do? This is at the point where, you know, everyone talks about just what is the best play, right? You tell me, so what is the best play if you are X-Hope here?
Okay, yes. Lead with Doomsayer. That checks for Mirror Entity. You have enough mana available to you to play the Frost Nova, which checks for Counterspell. Spellbender is irrelevant. So now we are in the situation where X-Hope has tested every single secret he can, and he is just going to commit. Great recognition from X-Hope. The hand tracking was on point here. You can see by his actions that turn. He knew he was playing around a babbling book secret, not a live Ice Block from the deck. X-Hope commits to the line, tests everything he can first. Masterful play from the Chinese player, and B7 is on the verge of going home. The shrug, I think, betrays everything here for B7.
Yeah, X-Hope goes 3-0 up versus B787 in a great game. He navigated that perfectly, and that is what makes these players so great. He even pinged before the Frostbolt, just in case it was an Ice Block, to put him as low as possible. It was just like, okay, you're covering all bases at this point.
Yeah, and this is just about keeping your play on point. You know, let's make no bones about it. X-Hope was fortunate that game. His Emperor sticking for as long as he did was a very unrealistic scenario. You will not see that happen too often, giving average luck for both players. The fact of the matter is, when it came down to it at the end, that was a very high skill play from X-Hope to be able to finish that game out, to have the fortitude to commit to that play, and then the technical skill to sequence everything perfectly to play around every possibility.
Yeah, absolutely great play, and I'm about to utter words that I didn't think I would say, at least for a long time, is we've got a treat for you, audience. We're going to see Pirate Warrior.
Oh, baby. This is coming down to the wire. This might look like 3-0. It might look like B7 is dead and buried. It is 3-0, but B7 is not dead and buried. His super control-heavy lineup and his decision to leave Pirate Warrior up, the first player that we have seen with this strategy all day, all tournament long, he is betting his World Championship qualification on leaving the best deck in the format alive and kicking. X-Hope now has 4 chances to punish him for that.
That's 4 too many chances for a Pirate Warrior as far as I'm concerned. This would scare me to no end if I was B787, but he is confident in his deck choices. This is the style he likes to play. So we're going to see if it pays off for him right now. X-Hope, not the craziest opening hand. He's going to keep the South Sea Captain, which is a huge power-up card. And now he has Nazos First Mate, Fire Warak, South Sea Captain. He does have a semblance of a curve. B787, you can already see, though, the way he thinks these decks will beat Pirate Warrior. There's Voidwalker on the board. He is running Pirate/Patches, as you can see in hand. Not where he wants it, but still he can use it to respond to any of the one-drop openings here.
Yeah, this is super low-curve Reno from B787. Fiery Warax can come down and take care of this 1-3, but B7 has so many early game tools in his deck to be able to counteract aggressive strategies. He has the Bloodsail Corsair weapon destruction alongside the Patches, which he has unfortunately drawn. He has the extra one-drops with Voidwalker, Mistress of Mixtures in there as well, cutting out the clunky cards like Mountain Giant that you will never get to play against an aggro deck. This is as finely tuned a Reno Warlock as you can get in terms of defeating Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, and this opening hand and the Voidwalker has led to a potentially funny course of turns in coin Fire Warak swing, and then swing next turn into double Nazos First Mate, which just looks silly, but it actually just might be the play because your follow-up can be South Sea Captain, which makes the First Mates 2/2s and suddenly makes quite a scary board for B787 to deal with.
Yeah, definitely the play from where I stand. The life tap is going to come down. We'll see if X-Hope is going to pick up a 2-mana minion here or whether he just has to slam face just in order to get some board development this turn. I mean, sure, the War Axe to face, it's doing the job in terms of counting to 30 as quickly as you can, which is all Pirate Warrior is interested in a lot of the time. But it is a little bit wasteful, but the upside that you get from the 3 1/1s that you're summoning on board, Patches included, when you're curving into South Sea Captain the next turn, I think you just have to jam this guy face and play your 1/1s.
Yeah, especially because that course of turns builds a board, and then you follow up with the Frothing that was just drawn, which means you have multiple trades into, for example, a Taunt or a Doomsayer that comes down to help buff the Frothing going forward. So I like this. I think anything else would just feel too slow.
Agreed, yeah.
And this is just the way you've got to play a lot of the time. You put as much on the board as possible, not going for the second First
So
Mate.
that indicates to me that he wants to go Frothing next turn and not the Captain, potentially. He's potentially also considering the threat of a Mind Control tech coming up against him, which actually, no, he's not. That's not a card that is featured in B7's list, so he's not even preemptively planning around having 4 minions on the board. He is just thinking about that Frothing turn follow-up.
Yeah, and another kind of a nod to Pirate Warrior. If they've ever got a wide board, you probably lost anyway at that point, and Pirate Warrior can deal plenty of damage with just 1 to 2 minions with the size of the weapons they can get as well. So Doomsayer is going to come down though, and it is going to go off with the help of Patches trade into some of the minions there.
Yeah, it may have also just been a nod to the threat of Demon Wrath on curve there, not wanting to put the additional card into it, but I don't think that's too huge of a deal in that spot. But now X-Hope has a little bit of a dilemma here. He can get himself a decent board presence with that Nazos First Mate that he did hold on to alongside the Bloodsail Cultist and get a pretty solid 2/4 weapon alongside that, or he can follow through the plan it looked like he was going with, which is getting that Frothing down as early as possible. And Frothing is one of the huge cards when you come up against these resilient decks that B7's entire lineup is made up of, because it's the one card that if it sticks, it's infinite damage. Pirate Warrior just essentially has a limited amount of tools in their deck for dealing damage. When they stick minions like South Sea Captain, like Frothing Berserker, that's when your damage grows exponentially.
Yeah, and I personally, I think the Nazos first mate into Cultist is really nice here because you kind of just fish for a Shadow Bolt, right? You know, just in case, because that Shadow Bolt just will be used. You know, you can't just be like, well, what if he plays Frothing next turn? Well, this 3/4 just lives and punches you in the face then. So I do like that ordering, and then you have 2 minions on the board for them to play Frothing and start trading away. And it looks like X-Hope agrees. I do love this play. I think this is the correct way to go about it.
Yeah, not the end of the decisions there, because he was wondering whether to get the full value out of the weapon, or he could have swung for 1 first to get 1 more damage in, essentially, or whether to just push 2 right now and potentially set up a faster lethal. And with the Leroy in hand, it might be the case that just that 1 extra damage this turn can increase his clock by 1 turn by pushing it. So definitely a consideration. Just small factors of 1 single point of damage can make all the difference.
Yeah, and we see the order of priority here as well for B787. He's dropped Kazakus, which means he can't play the Ooze he has just drawn because, he's just seen the weapon get buffed, but the weapon's only a 2 attack. So I'll just wait a turn. I'll play Ooze next turn if I really want to. So he's just going to wait that out a little bit and whip it into a turn a little bit later on if he can. And now with the Corruption on the 3/4, that's only going to get 1 attack off. Probably going to be the trade.
So now there is a Kazakus potion in hand. So Frothing Berserker on the face of it looks really appealing here just because of the size you can build it to while taking care of this Kazakus. But he does have to consider the options of that potential deal 4 damage from the 4 damage AoE from the potion, which we just saw is available. The other question for X-Hope is, can he just go face here and set up a realistic 2-turn lethal that would demand B7 to have that perfect potion we talked about? You don't play around the combination of 4 damage AoE plus the life gain.
Okay, so he is going to go for the Frothing play. Going to set that up and ask B787 the question, can you kill this Frothing? If not, you are in some very, very serious trouble.
So he could have pushed the 3 extra damage to face there, which would have set his opponent to 12. He's then representing just 8 on the follow-up turn, so he didn't have a 2-turn lethal setup, which kind of mandates that he does play for the board, which is what he tries to do. The round 50%er of the 4 damage AoE was there for B787, but X-Hope now has all the damage to spare, and even with that additional Arcane Intellect, if you like, from the Kazakus potion, still has not picked up that game-winning Reno Jackson.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very close, as B787 pretty much has like 1 turn to draw Reno or some kind of, additional answer, but I don't quite know what that is in the deck, maybe a taunt, because this setup with these pirates is pretty huge. There's an Arcanite Reaper in the hand, there's a Leroy Jenkins in the hand. That is a lot of damage.
There's a Dirty Rat in the hand now for B7. Is this a viable setup? If he plays the Rat here and pulls an important minion like a Leroy, like a Corcoran, does have the Shadow Bolt available, but the Shadow Bolt kind of feels like it's reserved for some of the board state right now. That South Sea Captain is a huge deal as well to take care of.
Yeah, it's probably frustrating actually, because one of the benefits here is you can Shadow Bolt and Ooze, right? So you remove the weapon, but the problem is because X-Hope has the Mage Hero power, the 5/4 plus ping still goes into the Rat, which leaves an attack open for the South Sea Captain, which must be very frustrating for B7 here.
Yeah, but it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't in this situation. If you Shadow Bolt the Captain to reduce the power of that trade from the 5/4, the Leroy is just still sticking around. That's a perfect trade into your Dirty Rat either way. So B7 would have hoped, best case scenario, there were no minions or potentially just a small minion coming out in hand. And yep, Leroy is going to be taken down. As you said, the Mage Hero power is going to help a much more efficient trade go through here. Reaper and Corcoran represents comfortable lethal over the next 2 turns. This could come down, as many a game of Hearthstone has done in the past several months, to whether or not B7 can pick up a Reno here. And I'm glad, personally, that card's rotating out. I don't know about you, but me as a caster, I've run out of ways to say, oh, he drew Reno quite a long time ago.
Yeah, couldn't agree more on that one. And the Arcanite Reaper is going to be played first because it means you unlock both swings, especially after seeing the use. You unlock both swings over 2 turns, and then the Corcoran is the plan to follow up for X-Hope here. B787, what is this draw going to be? It's pretty much tournament life is on this draw, and it's Reno Jackson! That's all I've got!
Raven, he drew Reno.
I've never heard it put like that before, Saul. Reno Jackson going all the way up to 30, and suddenly X-Hope is now kind of on the back foot, still has a lot of damage available. But the benefit of Reno as well, other than the going back up to full health, is the minion itself can trade very, very well. We might even see the Arcanite Reaper and the ping into Reno to guard the minions on board for repeat damage. Yeah, and he has a Fiery War Axe as well to back up anyway, so...
I think with so much damage used already, Leroy has been used, the Reaper is equipped, that's another huge source of damage as well. A Korkron is on the board as well. These are draws that you are not getting from the remainder of your deck. So just trying to go face again from this position and hoping you get there with top decks doesn't seem like a likely plan. You need this 3-3 and 4-3 to stick around for another turn at least and connect again to make up in your lost damage.
Yeah, and if we start to just piece together the damage available for X-Hope and how quickly that's going to come, next turn B7 can just twist in to clear the board if minions continue to flood.
It's true. I mean,
and then he has Draxus.
Going face actually plays around Twisting Nether. That's an argument for actually just jamming it in the face. If you put your opponent on that being the only big removal option available to them, hitting them in the face will get the job done. Bran Farseer now picked up alongside all these tools. It is going to be the Nether. So essentially, X-Hope actually did miss some damage there by trading into the board. But if he had have gone face, we might have seen B7 not be forced to Nether. He could have had a more flexible turn. So.
I mean, a second Arcanite Reaper is kind of what you're looking for X-Hope here to start piling on the damage. Unfortunate that his other card is Fiery War Axe. You can't dual wield yet, maybe in Hearthstone. I don't know if that's going to come at some point in the future. But yeah, the Arcanite Reaper going to provide a huge amount of damage. But B787 can provide a pretty huge wall as well in the form of the Bran Twilight Drake, and this is going to be nigh impossible as we can see the Farseer and the Draxus and the Siphon Soul in hand for B7. It looks like on the back of Reno Jackson as shock horror, he might win this Pyro matchup.
Yeah, and I like, we've had a joke about it, but I don't want to polarize the whole game about that draw. We'd have to go back and look at every single turn from X-Hope. Is there a few points of damage that he missed somewhere along the line? Those early turn sequences where he chose to hold back on the 1-1s, for example, was met with the Doomsayer. Probably didn't make too big of a difference, but there may have been an opportunity where X-Hope could have raced faster in the spot that he was in. The turn where I suggested ignoring the Kazakus, for example, did that get him over the line if he went back and looked at it? But right now, if you're X-Hope, it's important that you just block this game out of your psyche. You still have plenty of opportunities to get the job done.
And I think that is, we were talking earlier, leaving Pirate Warrior up, even if you build decks to stop them, is dangerous. Look how close X-Hope got.
Yeah.
And B787's decks are built to deal with this. And, he does take the win. This could be the beginning of a comeback for him. We said it. There is a chance that he can just sweep Pirate Warrior. And that would be pretty crazy, to be honest.
Yeah, this is the deck he does want to play against. But, let's set it in context yet again. That was a game where he had Voidwalker on 1. He had Doomsayer early on. He had all these potential defensive tools. And he still needed that Reno Jackson draw to stop X-Hope having that guaranteed lethal setup the next turn. So, if that's potentially his best deck in the matchup even, arguable between that and the Reno Mage probably, then, how much are the rest of them going to struggle if X-Hope puts together a solid draw with the Pirate Warrior?
Hey, I am loving that hat. You guys have been in the audience all day, so thank you for that, and I might try and steal that hat later on.
The single most dedicated fan we have in the entire audience by far. Shout-outs to you, enjoying the Hearthstone action.
Give him a clap, guys.
Enjoying the Bahamas, I'm sure, but X-Hope and B787 are probably feeling the stress and strain of this high-stakes situation to be enjoying the action themselves right now. It is still X-Hope in the comfortable spot, but as we've said, this is where B7's lineup can potentially get a spot to shine.
Actually praying, I don't know to potentially what god, Yogg maybe?
He's praying to X-Hope's hat is what he's doing. Right now.
Okay. This one time. So I'm thinking of how he can bribe it or something. Okay, so we are going to get into it. The deck of choice this time for B7 is his Mage. Of course, the Reno list. We have seen this before. X-Hope, as we've mentioned, Pirate Warrior. It's all he's got left to get a win with.
Yes, indeed. And that Fiery War Axe, it used to be just an objective keep in every single matchup, regardless of which warrior deck you're playing. But there is potential here when you're playing against a very, very greedy control deck to actually throw it away and push harder for 1-drops. When I say you push harder for 1-drops, that is not the 1-drop he's looking for. Patches drawn. this is by far the worst deck to have patches in your hand in. Rogue can get some use out of it. Shaman actually does just fine with it a lot of the time if they get Flame Tongue alongside it, but in Pirate Warrior, it is the absolute worst.
It's just a boar?
Yeah.
Oh, there's anything wrong with boars, by the way.
It's just a boar, but you don't even get boar control from it.
Exactly. Exactly. But it might have to just come out on turn 1 at this point. Is it even worth skipping? You don't get further benefits. I guess the only thing you can do is play Captain and patches on 4 and just like, yeah, +1 damage, in which you would have already made up with this play.
Yeah. Mistress going to come down. The War Axe is going to show its worth here to be able to protect this this 1-1 patches on the board, but Mage can tidy this up quite nicely just with the ping on turn 2. No significant damage done just yet from X-Hope as the Pirate Warrior, but starting to curve into some power turns now with the Frothing Berserker, the Naga Corsair, all fantastic tools moving forward.
Yeah, and we start to see with B787's hand now is that all the previous games with this Mage where we're like, oh, the Mage just isn't built to deal with these more mid-range or control decks. Well, look at that now. It's looking pretty reasonable to deal with almost anything X-Hope brings out. He's pretty much just looking for one weapon removal tool, and then it looks like he's got the starter kit to win this match.
Yeah. And Naga Corsair now likely the play for X-Hope, and B7 has a very, very resilient hand, has some removal, has some board freezes, but X-Hope now starting to piece together just straight damage, and this hand from B7 with all the utility that it has does not play well against straight damage. His only real truly defensive option against that is picking up some armor here from Kazakus, but these minions do need to continue to be dealt with from B7. 5-4 Naga Corsair, such an intimidating threat on the board for someone to be facing down against Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, very difficult, and the Fireball was just the easy answer there. No need to, if you risk the Kazakus, miss the potion you need, and then you have to Fireball anyway, you're potentially taking 10 damage, which is kind of scary in itself. South Sea Captain coming down now with the weapon swing. It means Fire War Axe plus 2 heroic strikes is a lot of damage that you do not expect from hand, even in Pirate Warrior a lot of the time.
Deal 4 has been hit again by B7, so he does have the AoE option. Ooh. No armor gain, no card draw, only resummon and deal 5.
But resummon will get him in the Mistress,
correct,
which is a heal 4, so that wouldn't be too bad
Not guaranteed now that he's played the Babbling Book, though.
He'll B7. I mean, I like Babbling Book as much as the next guy.
Yeah, it's actually a serious consideration. He could, if he did not play the Babbling Book this turn, he could have jammed the Kazakus potion for a guaranteed Mistress heal on the next turn.
And he would have got the Kazakus back as well after the trade, so you get a guaranteed +4 heal that kind of has to be dealt with as well. You can use it to trade, and the 3-3, which lines up against a lot of pirates pretty well.
So now X-Hope actually chose to forego playing the Fiery War Axe on the previous turn. There's 2 considerations that go into that. One, you don't want to activate your opponent's hand if their turn is ooze plus something. You don't have to necessarily give them that target. Secondly, you can just draw a better weapon, a more efficient weapon to play on the next turn and be, chewing up weapon charges by having to overwrite them. So the Arcanite Reaper pickup has rewarded that to an extent, but now the question reverses, and it's like, do I want to play the Fiery War Axe to test for Acidic Swamp Ooze? I know he didn't have it 2 or 3 turns ago when I developed this War Axe in the first place. He has had time to draw it since then.
Yeah, I do like this play. Because one of the problems as well is you kind of want to defend the Captain.
Yep.
Because it's a very high value card. And it also means later on X-Hope can try and play the game of how much damage can I do in a single swing with my hero, which is definitely a fun game to play as Pirate Warrior. But something that removes the fun from the Pirate Warrior's side is Reno Jackson.
Acidic Swamp Ooze does shut down the weapon. This would, in most worlds, be a huge punish with the Arcanite Reaper coming down, but in terms of huge punishes, X-Hope has just no other way to play this hand. More and more as time has gone on, we're seeing Pirate Warrior being played more like a zoo deck, where they try and develop a board, protect that board, get big buffs out of South Sea Captain, out of Frothing Berserker. But with the hand that X-Hope drew, every single early minion got answered, and then he just drew damage into damage into damage. So he has to commit to face here. He has no choice to do otherwise. The straight-up face plan is going to be locked out of the game on the spot by Mr. Reno Jackson.
Yeah, Reno combined with still look at all the removal tools, all the stall tools that B787 has in hand. He's just gonna, tempo the Twilight Flamecaller, I'll just drop a 2-2, feeling pretty confident. The Frostbolt is going to lock out the swing for X-Hope this turn as well, and B787 is now beginning his push to get X-Hope out of this game and continue his life in this tournament.
So he doesn't actually need to load out any damage this turn. He can play Leroy, Heroic Strike next turn, which from his perspective represents lethal. And this is actually a big enough number that B7 is at that there might just be a moment where he feels safe. It would be suicidally greedy to not Reno next turn, but some players do just have that greedy streak in their bones.
Please no. A deck you do not be greedy against is Pirate Warrior.
100%.
Because you get punished every single time.
I've seen it happen, though. I've never seen someone get punished as heavily as this would be right now, but I've seen players in situations where it's like, yeah, I'm 99% sure not to die here. I'm not going to play my Reno.
He's going to tempo Antonidas.
Get
it on the board. There we go. Okay,
right.
B787. I was worried for just a split second, just in case. You do drop the Reno, and he's feeling very, very comfortable, no doubt, in this game.
Just trying to create some drama in a game where he drew Reno. I don't know. What else do you want me to do?
I mean, look, I said how much damage can you do with the weapon. It's a fun game, and sometimes it catches people off guard, but considering the whole point of B787's lineup is to beat this kind of deck, I'm pretty sure he's not going to be greedy because his decks aren't greedy.
All right, serious time now. The Reno has come down, and this isn't just for the sake of creating drama. There is still Leroy plus Heroic Strike plus Arcanite Reaper plus South Sea Deckhand. That is 21 damage going in. He can't play it all this turn, but it's 21 out of 30 that he's able to do already. How does he survive the requisite number of turns to be able to pick up those extra 9 points of damage he needs to end the game?
It's going to be really difficult because I genuinely think if you try to survive and trade, say, one minion off, well, you're going to fall short.
That's probably an entire extra turn that you need to draw.
You effectively lose the damage, which gains them a turn anyway. So I just think you just go all in. He has the N'Zoth's First Mate to proc a weapon for the deckhand as well. So this swing can be free without much drawback. So now he can play all of his cards next turn. We'll see what he draws, of course. See if he can squeeze that in as well. But X-Hope pretty much committed to this one plan now. It's all he's got left. B787 is doing what he can. And yeah, tempo Antonidas.
Yep, love it. Needs to set himself up a clean lethal for the next turn. Can't allow X-Hope any additional turns. That Antonidas does the job just fine. That upgrade still only represents 10 damage in total that gets to go face. And with that Antonidas in play, any spell can activate a free fireball draw for B7. Looks like he has locked up the second game in his epic quest to 4-0 reverse sweep the Pirate Warrior of X-Hope.
I mean, if he does it, fair play to the guy.
Sure.
Can't argue with that. It would be absolutely incredible. X-Hope doing what he can, but he's probably not got much hope for this game.
Yeah, and he has to commit. He can't trade here for the exact reasons that you've talked about. He's going to need entire extra turns if he does that. So he's just saying to the opponent, hey, if you have any spell in your hand that costs less than 6, I lose. Any source of damage, any cheap spell that can get you a fireball is going to do the job, but this is my majority out.
He's just going to rub it in and use the ice block.
Yeah,
I was even more safe.
Why not?
Oh, you see there, B7, just take a relax back in the chair. Okay, there's two more against this Pirate Warrior deck from X-Hope.
He's suddenly perked up. If you can't see what he's doing right now, looking down at his keyboard, he is already in business mode. He's messaging the admins what his next deck is going to be, potentially. We saw him, stressed out, big signs of emotion after every game in the past. Now he's in the comfort zone. He's farming Pirate Warriors. This is what he loves to do, and now he is on the road to victory. Potentially still a long way to go, though, because this mid-range Shaman doesn't have all the effective tools that potentially the Reno decks have, and still huge question marks about the efficacy of that Reno Priest in general.
Yeah, and B787 just whacking some eye drops in there, making sure he can see the board clearly. He can see his health total, because that's what he needs to keep his eye on when he's playing against Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, and it's just all going to come down to this now. This Pirate Warrior has to find a way. The Pirate Warrior from his side, from X-Hope's side, generally does the same things every game. That's what the deck is built to do. It's the sign of a good aggro deck. It's built to be consistent, to do the same thing over and over again. Repetitive damage, building a board, sticking minions, gaining the tempo, pushing aggression early on. These slower, greedier builds from B7 are more inconsistent. But if they are able to line up the right tools, they have everything they need to shut down that linear game plan of the Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, and we see B787 doing the exact same motions he did before his last game, and it worked. So I'm not even going to blame him for that one. Seems to be working so far. It's going to be the Shaman as the pick from B787 here, which will leave him with his Priest.
The Reno
to get the win
Priest
later.
will be the decider if it gets that far. But let's talk about B7's list here. His Shaman deck has only one Feral Spirit, which is a little bit concerning coming up against Pirate Warrior. Feral Spirit is an enormous card. Not early in the game so much, but as a late game wall. When there's an Arcanite Reaper staring you down, that's when Feral Spirit can really pick up enormous amounts of value. He does also have, predictably, double Jinyu Water Speaker in his deck. No copies of Healing Wave or anything crazy like that. The rest of his deck, just pure mid-range Bloodlust Shaman with the Alakir that you see. Only the sprinkling of the Jade package in there, not the full commitment with the Chieftains and the Jade Spirits that we saw from X-Hope.
Yeah, and we saw B787 at the start of the game just praying to the gods of Hearthstone to help him out on this one. And X-Hope is just talking to his good friend, his hat, to see if he can get some luck here, because it's not going well already. There's a Mana Worm from the Maelstrom portal. The Maelstrom just clearing up the first turn from the Pirate Warrior is pretty horrible for X-Hope here. And even the Jade Claws coming out is a great tool to continue to trade away with minions as well.
Yeah, if you missed the game earlier, X-Hope's opening round game, and are wondering what this hat is all about, we thought it was just a nervous tick at first, just, you know, something he does with his hands, with his mouth, just chewing on his hat a little bit. When we got a chance to interview him, it actually turns out there's some kind of special relationship. He feels like he can communicate with the game itself, with the cards in his deck, through the medium of his hat somehow. It's one of the most bizarre stories I've ever heard in Hearthstone, but you can see not too much of it going on early. Now as the pressure is heating up, that hat is firmly locked next to his mouth.
Yeah, he's very, very focused, and these are the situations you're so far ahead in a series, and then your opponent starts to come back, and then doubt starts creeping into your mind. So I don't blame him for taking any route that makes him feel more comfortable and more confident, because that is exactly what you need when you feel like you were so close, and now it feels like you might be getting so far away. And just to remind everyone, this is the elimination match. You lose this, and you are out.
Yep. The winner gets to fight another day and come potentially up in the lower bracket finals of the group, if you like, and have a chance to join our one qualified player so far, who is Shitanu Dachi. But this frothing has had no answer, and guess what? There is another frothing in your future coming right up. If there was no answer to the first one, there's probably no answer to the second. Jade Lightning is a card that comes into play on the next turn that wouldn't have been available there, but still, you're going to have two frothings consolidated. Jade Lightning would only take care of one.
Yeah, a lot of the time, if even with one health at this point, already seen Maelstrom come out early on. So the odds are, very much in X-Hope's favor that at least one of the frothings will live, and everything else doesn't look quite good enough. The captain doesn't get any inherent initial benefit, other than he wants to go into the Corsair next turn and build from there.
Right. Yeah, it has to be second frothing here, and I like holding on to this 1-2 weapon as well, because it allows you to get 2 additional damage next turn out of the Naga Corsair by holding on to both charges, which, Naga Corsair doesn't actually necessarily have to go onto a bigger weapon, because it essentially does the same effect either way. It doesn't add 1 durability, it only adds 1 damage. Yeah. So the size of the weapon you put it on doesn't matter too much. He's actually just going to choose to send it into the Flame Tongue preemptively, though, to get that initial buff on his frothing.
You called the Lightning.
I did.
Good work. Jade Lightning's going to clear up the smaller frothing. This always feels like a weird decision. It's like, so I can kill the one on full health or not, as we can see B787 has just changed his mind. So I can kill the one on full health, but that makes the frothing that's on 1 do at least 7 the turn after. There's still the weapon to proc even more damage as well. So has gone for developing some more minions and clearing up this smaller one. But now there's just so many answers. This deckhand is going to get some work done.
Yeah, captain into deckhand there is huge. And B7 there went for the totem into Flame Tongue play, which reduces more damage over 2 turns because he gets to kill the bigger frothing first. But it does make his plays less flexible. He now 100% has to Jade Lightning the other frothing the next turn. So has he limited himself too much by getting greedy there in terms of which frothing he removes? Because now there's just these other huge additional threats on the board. The Fiery War Axe is going to get buffed up to additional durability. There's still the Naga Corsair to represent more damage off this, and there's still a heroic strike to back this up. Is B7's plan going to fall flat just a little bit too short?
X-Hope is just saying go at this point, and because of the way the cards have lined up for B787, he can't really squeeze much into a turn. Until the Hex came out, it was either Azure Drake or Jade Claw's Totem. Both of those plays are not good enough. Even the Hex is not good enough at this point, and B787 looked like there was just a little clap there saying, okay, this is it. After a very, very close couple of games there, B787 could have been on the verge of coming back. X-Hope does finish up this series with the Pirate Warrior.
Yeah, a valiant effort in the end for B787. Once we got the right information that the Pirate Warrior was left up, his strategy started to make more sense, his tech decisions make sense, but my big question to someone that brings a strategy like this is, does the maths add up? Can you beat the best deck in the format, even with the optimal choices, with a high enough consistency to make it a viable strategy? But I think throw all that stuff out the window. I think B7 will have gained a lot of fans at home just because of the mentality of, hey, I'm a control player. These are the decks I play. These are the decks I love. My inspiration was to follow Mattson, who was a control warrior player. This is what I'm going to do. Come hell or high water, I'm playing control.
Yeah, and we can see the Group A bracket and how it is shaping up as we move on through day one. B787 has been knocked out of the tournament, and he now, he isn't going home yet. He can hang out with us. He can watch the rest of the matches. Just so you all know, we're not going to ship him home. But X-Hope does move on to face Frozen later on in the tournament. And Stanu Dashi, obviously the current winner of that group. So everything's starting to shape up as we move further through day one. But we do have X-Hope now standing by with Rachel for some words on that very close victory.
Thank you so much, guys. X-Hope, you had a really tough match against Stanu Dashi before. Now you recovered, came back in a huge fashion here against B787. What did you do to reset yourself after your match earlier today?
你之前的话和你之前的对手那场比赛其实结果很不理想。那么但是在这场比赛当中你表现很好，你是怎样去调整你自己，或者做了哪些准备？
其实因为我觉得在打第一个对手的时候，卡组上本身就有劣势，特别是在第一局输掉之后，我觉得可能我的希望已经不大了。从那个时候我就已经开始调整我的心态了。然后打第二个对手的时候，然后应该是我觉得卡组有优势，所以可以拿得下来这场比赛的胜利。
Actually, I have some disadvantage on the first round of the match, and after that, I realized I need to adjust myself. So step by step, I recover my confidence, and in this round of the match, actually, I have the advantage on the deck. So now I can win the match.
And when you did, but tell me a little bit about the pressure of playing in an elimination match on this. Your tournament life was on the line.
因为其实这相当于是一场淘汰赛嘛，那么就告诉我们一下，你有什么比较好的办法去缓解压力？
其实我本身是一个不太会缓解压力的选手，然后我能做的只是让自己没有压力吧，如果一旦有压力在我身上的时候，我是缓解不掉的，然后只能通过朋友们陪我聊一会儿天，然后在这里还要多谢我的艾乐。
Actually, during the match, I will not going to care the pressure anymore because if I care it, it will be double. Yeah, so if I have the pressure, I have to talk with my friends, so I don't care it anymore. So, and lastly, I would like to thank my translator. Yeah.
Hey, shout out to you. Thank you so much. And to your hat as well for the information it was giving you. More on that later, but for now, we'll go back to the casters.
Thanks a lot, Rachel. Interested to know if that's what he really said.
Yeah, translator just making it up. Yeah, he said his success is all down to me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But no, that was an absolutely amazing series. X-Hope is going to be moving on. And unfortunately, B787 is knocked out the tournament. He was a great player, at least for me to watch. It was a joy. And he's going to be hanging around for the rest of the tournament as well. So we're going to check in with TJ and Admirable over at the analyst desk.
Yeah, it was an emotional finish for B787 as his tournament life here at the Winter Championship has come to an end. But I think he made a splash not only in the tournament, but on our hearts, Admirable.
That's right. It's been one of my favorite players to watch because his emotion has just been outwardly shown at every step of the way. Whether it was triumph, whether it was defeat, every single moment, you knew how B787 felt.
Yeah, he said he would rather lose than not bring Control Warrior to the tournament. The only player to do so. And lose he did, but he can be proud of himself for going a little bit against the grain and you know, sticking to his guns as far as what decks he likes to play. If he had won the group, he would have been a legend. And
that's the kind of risk you gotta take to become a legend.
It is, yeah, it is. Took a risk, but he'll be eliminated. X-Hope will move on to face Frozen in that decider match, which will happen a little bit later this week on Saturday. That'll also be the quarterfinals that day. But let's go ahead and take a look at the matchup to come. This is going to be the winner's matchup for Group B. One of these players is going through to the quarterfinals right now. Taking a look at their deck list, Pirate Warrior banned out for both of them. We won't be seeing that probably for a while, Admirable. But give me the scoop.
Yeah, Pirate Warrior's been a pretty beastly deck for quite a while now. You saw what it did last series, even in the face of Rito Jackson, was oftentimes still able to win games if they got the right sequence of draws. But for me, the big story is that Europe is doing extremely well in this tournament versus what the other regions are doing.
Yeah, Stanudachi is already waiting in the quarterfinal. If Nairia were to make it 2, that would be a pretty good thing for Europe. A lot of bragging rights for them. All of them said that Europe was the strongest region coming in. Well, the casters said it. Even some of the other players in the other regions said it, you know, despite them having pride in their own.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing it too. 3-0 so far in their matches. Can't wait to see what's next.
But it's time to introduce the players for the next match. The winner's match for Group B. First player from Korea, one of the most successful players in domestic Korean competition. It's Pomblad. And his opponent from the Ukraine, he's the European veteran, it's Nairia.
It's go time! Nairia versus Pomblad.
Match against Dr. Jinkininki was hard. I made one crucial misplay that cost me the game.
There's Frostbolt. Oh my! That's a lot of damage Nairia just lost.
That's a pretty big oversight.
It was kind of a punish for my misplay.
In my match against Lovely Chuk, after I won the first game, I got a lot of confidence and became more relaxed, which I think helped me win.
Against Pomblad, I have slightly favorable lineup. I think the only difference, he has Priest and I have Druid.
My next match is against Nairia, and his decks are very strong against my Priest. So if I can win with my Priest, I think I have a very good chance of winning the match.
I'm just playing my game. I don't really care who is on the other side of the table.
Nairia versus Pomblad. Ready, set, go!
Greetings from the tavern and welcome everybody to the winner's match of Group B, Nairia from Ukraine up against Pomblad from Korea. My name is Frodan. I'm joined by Brian Kibler. And we are going to bring you guys this epic best of 7. The train doesn't stop, Brian.
Yeah, and this has been a long day already, but still some Hearthstone left to play. These two players are duking it out for a shot in the quarterfinals. So big match for the both of them.
That's right. The winner of this goes to the top 8. And remember, the top 4 goes to the World Championship. Now, of course, they play for a lot more than just the championship, too. There's $250,000 on the line for this entire tournament, so there's a lot of money to be had as well. Let's go to the first game. We have Mage versus Dragon Priest. Now, we have seen both these players really tackle Freeze Mage and really use it effectively against their opponents.
Palmblatt, of course, we saw him play some really epic matches up against his opponent in the previous series. But, you know, Nairia, he also has a little bit of implied pressure because Europe has yet to lose. So we'll see if he's able to keep up the streak that Stanu Dachi has been able to set as a precedent.
Yeah, Palmblatt, we heard him say in his interview earlier that he felt like this was the weak link of his lineup. He felt like Nairia's decks were very strong against his Dragon Priest deck. He's bringing it out here in the very first game, trying to find a win, like he said. He said if he can find a win with this deck, he thinks that he has a good chance of winning the matchup. And you and I actually ran into Nairia, and he said the exact same thing. He said, I think that any of my decks have the ability to beat his Priest deck, so he thinks that's going to be the weak link for Palmblatt.
All right, well, Palmblatt's on Dragon Priest. Now, this matchup, you know what? This matchup can get a little bit silly, Brian. You know, you see Shadow Word Pain, that is one of the most useful cards, and that ends up having a little dance back and forth. You know, Shadow Word Pain, the Acolyte, or the Doomsayer. Do you save it for the or do you use it on Doomsayer and not deny the Acolyte draws? And, you know, there's also the possibility of Jackknight Operative discovering Ice Block or Extra Burn, almost to the point where a lot of Freeze Mage players say, I even keep Ice Block in the opening hand to avoid them discovering it, similar to Anything Can Happen.
Yeah, and, you know, Palmblatt does have that Operative in his hand, and as you mentioned, that's going to be one of the very key cards in the matchup to give him access to the tools from Nairia's deck that can save him from Nairia's deck.
Yeah.
One of the problems with Dragon Priest, we saw this earlier as well playing against Reno Warlock, he doesn't really have much reach, doesn't have much ability to end the game outside of minion damage, and Freeze Mage, of course, very good at stopping minion damage from coming in.
Yeah, it's completely okay to concede the board eventually, but you want to reduce as much damage as possible. You're not going to win the board or control the state of the board for too long against a deck like Dragon Priest.
And I think this is a really interesting play from Palmblatt. He actually just snaps off playing the Defender of Argus to get down the most stats on the board. A lot of players may think, okay, I want to get both minions buffed by Defender of Argus and play, say, a Netherspite Historian there to discover another dragon, but Palmblatt just recognizes I need to get as much pressure as I can, and this is what does that right here.
All right, well, you know, I wonder if Palmblatt feels like the earlier Draconoid Operative is better. It is the better stat line as well. At the same time, you know, the earlier you discover, the more variety of range of cards you can hit, you know, versus later on. It's very interesting to think about what timing Operative can go. But I do like the idea of putting on as much pressure as possible, just like what Palmblatt did the previous turn.
Yeah, definitely slowing down from his previous turn here, debating how he wants to navigate this. A couple of options. He can play the Operative, as you mentioned, sort of the most powerful on-board play immediately. He could play the Historian and Talon Priest and possibly buff up more of his minions, a little bit of a wider board, and does choose to go with the Historian. Finds another Operative, which is pretty crucial. Able to buff up his board, protect everything from Loot Hoarder attacks. So now, you know, these minions are going to be very difficult for an area to actually kill since they're defended by that 2/7.
Yep. You can see Nairia also has some pretty crucial cards too. The Triple Freeze, which might give extended range or extended turns for Nairia to help assemble the big combo damage. First going to draw out the Loot Hoarder, picks up Ice Block #1. Very valuable indeed. I might even see double Secret this turn just because he wants to get it out of the way, be mana efficient.
Yeah, Ice Barrier is so powerful against these mid-range decks. In the early turns, you're essentially just negating your opponent's entire turn. And Operative finds... kind of awkward. Does just take the Alexstrasza, which is not generally that effective in the matchup. You usually are going to die if your opponent can get you to 15. That's you. They tend to Alexstrasza you, and you're putting enough pressure on them that they're rarely going to be taking damage effectively from Alexstrasza's ability that late in the game.
Well, hey, if Nairia ends
just keeps freezing,
chain freezes, you might actually get to do some damage. Not to mention, Alexstrasza's a dragon, so you might need that dragon synergy. We'll see. I mean, Palmblatt has 4 dragons in hand, so probably not, but you never know. Nairia picks up more burst. You know, Forgotten Torch, Roaring Torch, cool, but for now, Dragon Priest put on a lot of pressure. There's 10, 13 damage on the board.
And Nairia does have the ability to freeze the board many times over, but he doesn't have the critical mass of burn just yet. He hasn't had a chance to draw quite enough cards in order to assemble that. Because he has so many freezes, he's lacking those other critical pieces of the puzzle.
He does have one turn that he can absorb damage. He might be scared of the Operative Discover, right? We already know that it's an Alexstrasza, but Nairia doesn't, so he's calculating ranges. And if he feels like he's safe, he could end up just drawing cards instead, saying, Novice Engineer maybe to split the difference in case he needs to start removing or stalling. He chooses to Roaring Torch the Draconet Operative. This is interesting. You know, I was kind of expecting either a draw or a freeze, but he's saving his freezes. He's saying these are the most valuable cards in my hand right now, and I'd rather part ways with my one-turn kill burst.
Yeah. Pomblad picks up a card from healing his Cleric. Ragnaros, that's a big one.
Yeah, that is one of those MVP cards that helped him in the previous matches. He's Alexstrasza again.
How many dragons do you want?
Yeah, probably 2 Alexstrasza's never really going to see play. He might use Arcane Intellect if he's tough. If he's caught in a tough spot, needs to draw a specific removal spell.
But Ragnaros is the sort of anti-freeze mage card of choice. It gives him the ability to clock quite readily here, and that damage is not prevented by freeze effects. So he doesn't have to worry about that ability to Frost Nova, it. Ragnaros can end the game, or at least break the ice block just over the course of a couple of turns.
Blood, not even being afraid of his opponent at all. Just gonna
senses that makes a lot of sense because you don't really care about your opponent's minions when you have a big taunt in play. But he has Ragnaros, and his opponent having a Novice Engineer could absorb 8 damage from Ragnaros' ability on a future turn.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Assuming that he wants to, but at the same time, your hand doesn't really have the clock that you can put on your opponent. You draw a card with Acolyte, you're still very far away from killing your opponent.
The Ice Barrier right now does absorb a significant element of the board, but not quite all of it. But Emperor plus Nova, this is frankly a little bit of a desperation Emperor here. Nyria recognizing that he's a bit of a tough spot against so many minions in play. And now Shadowed Pain sent at that Novice Engineer. That has to broadcast to Nyria that there is a Ragnaros in Pomblad's hand.
Yeah, Pomblad drawing last, but I don't think any of those cards would have changed the play here. And another freeze. Okay, so that actually fits really well with the mana. You can ping the Acolyte, and you can Blizzard. And what's actually important is your opponent just used Bookworm and Shadowed Pain, so maybe you can get another card off.
Right, yeah. And there's also the fact that Nyria, I believe... Ooh, all right, there is... Actually, is he torching his own Acolyte?
This is so creative. I actually haven't seen this before. Torching your own Acolyte to improve your draw for the OTK. Wow.
Well, he's pretty
really
far
creative.
from being able to kill his opponent in one turn. Has actually 0 burn in hand right now.
Okay, so how much damage is on the board? 16 plus Ragnaros is 24. So if he Ice Barriers, and Nyria will have his Ice Block popped. But if he Ice Barriers and Frost Novas, he's guaranteed to be safe 100%. You know, because again, he has to be mindful of Pomblad has Discover cards. You know, he saw Arcane Intellect as one of them, but it still could be burned.
It could very easily be a Fireball, very easily be something that can give him additional reach here. 15 damage on the board. Yeah, he would go to effectively 22 with the barrier alone. And does fire off the Frost Nova, so...
Yep. He's trying to figure out how many turns he can get after the post-Alexstrasza. And it's not many. It's not many turns. Ragnar's going to come down, threaten to pop Nyria's block, even through the Ice Barrier. Even if Nyria freezes again for one more turn, that Ice block's getting popped. Unless you play the Acolyte of Pain. And even then, he's got the removal with the Shadowed Pain.
All right. Nyria picking up an Arcane Intellect can dig for a little bit more.
It's pretty important. Just needs to draw more cards after his Alexstrasza. This is the only turn he can do it because he doesn't have the guarantee of Ice Block. But he's going to need a lot of runners to hit back-to-back Kibler.
This is an opportunity that Pomblad has to break this Ice Block and clear off the Alexstrasza. He can just throw minions into it. Ragnaros will do the dirty work of taking out the Ice Block.
There's not many combo set of cards with just 3 that can kill you if you're healing back up to 17, but you got to be a little bit scared if you're Pomblad. However, if he's also hand tracking, he knows there's no more discounted Emperor cards. So he should also know that his opponent's range is slightly limited in the upcoming turns if he's paying attention.
He's deciding exactly how he wants to trade into this Alexstrasza as well.
I actually kind of like freeing up the board space in case you need to have some Hail Mary plays, although I don't think there's any dragons you can discover, for example, with the Historian to heal yourself.
You can discover, like, Nefarian and get secrets that can keep you alive.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, there are these fairly obscure things that can happen.
You're right. You're right. You can also just mega buff.
Kind of running out of time for this. He doesn't have. The rope is burning.
He's got to heal himself too.
He does.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Play something. All right. I thought the plan was to mega buff the Ragnar's health, like just in case, like Talon Priest. But I think he just played a card because he realized he had 10 cards and had to do something. Didn't really matter. Either way, Neria is potentially on his last turn here and needs to draw something helpful. Ice Lance. He basically needs a second ice block at this point. He needs a second ice block and he needs every single combo card possible.
Yeah, this is not going to do it here. He's going to ping his Blood Mage.
Last chance. No, chooses the Roaring Torch himself. Exact lethal. And Dragon Priest gets there. Sometimes just too much board pressure, too much tempo.
We heard in the pre-match interview with the players, Pomblad saying that he felt like the key was getting his Dragon Priest through. He felt like if he could get a win with that, he has an advantage in the matchup. He got that win in the very first game.
Well, Priest has had a pretty subpar win rate in the event so far. We've had 13 games, and Priest only won 5 of them. So it's prior to this series, it was at a 33% win rate for the entire tournament. So Pomblad up to a good start so far, 1-0. Let's go ahead and get to know him a little bit better with a little well-met segment, and then when we come back, game number 2.
Well met.
안녕하세요. 저는 팜블라드.
Hello, my name is Pomblad from Korea, and I'm 32 years old.
저는 하루에 하스스톤 한
I play Hearthstone about 5 hours a day, and I can't play Hearthstone without having coffee.
제가 가장 좋아하는 덱은
My favorite deck is Control Priest, because patience is key with this deck. You have to set a trap and let the player fall into it, and then destroy them all at once.
It's a trap card. That's kind of what Pomblad's style is. He likes being able to get into the mind of the players a little bit, and just being able to hear him talk about the game when we had a chance to sit down with him for a little bit of time prior to this tournament starting. You can really see that this guy understands the game a lot. He's been playing since the very beginning. He actually recently got a job as a game designer and was thinking about taking some time off from competitive Hearthstone, but he said his last tournament will be the World Championship, which is a really bold statement, and so far, so good.
Yeah, working out for him so far, but still only one game down in this series, has still a long road ahead of him to take down Nyria, who is no stranger to this level of competition at all.
This has to be something that Nyria is slightly concerned about, but not necessarily this matchup. It's the fact that Pomblad actually won with the Dragon Priest. You mentioned, Brian, that you talked to Nyria, and he said Dragon Priest is a deck that Nyria can sweep potentially, and Jade Druid is a deck that Pomblad cannot. Dragon Priest is already gone, so the deck that he was feeling really confident, the difference between their lineups, already out the window.
Yeah, it looks like Nyria is going with a Coin Jade Blossom here, ramping up, getting his Jades going right away. Pomblad, his hand is pretty awkward. He had card draw with that Novice Engineer, but does not have anything to follow it up with. Pair of Blizzards, Ice Barrier, Ice Block. He has a lot of reactive cards to bridge to the late game, but he has none of the tools he needs to build up the resources he needs to win.
We saw this matchup, I believe, earlier today where the Jade Druid just was trying to pressure the Freeze Mage, but Freeze Mage just got enough damage right off the top. I think actually that was Pomblad that was able to close it out against Lovely Chug. And we'll see if he's able to kind of weather the storm again. Ice Barrier, okay to stall for early game, and right now the hand of Pomblad is looking pretty weak. You're looking to cycle a lot. Just get a bunch of card draw. You don't want to be hero passing or hero power passing, or even just using your turn to develop secrets if you don't have to.
Yeah, taking all this time to figure out exactly what he wants to do here. He has both those secrets, which would be the most mana-efficient thing to do. He could trade into the 1-1, but that does leave the 2-2 left on the board. And if he were to just attack the 1-1 in and ping, that would be less efficient use. He's going to sort of split the difference here. He wants to ensure that his hero power can take out either of these minions, and I like this. He ensures that he's using all of his mana, and also makes the biggest threat vulnerable to his hero power the following turn.
All right, well, Nyria just trying to go for as much board pressure. Doing the exact same thing that Palmblatt did to him, but with a Jade Druid. Pressure. Now, the Doomsayer pickup is useful in combination with Blizzard, but that's late game. Right now, Palmblatt, if he plays that Doomsayer, it's just going to give him 7 health. Is that what he's looking for right now?
He's pretty far from being able to effectively use that Doomsayer to clear. He has a lot of life to work with. He's at 34, so he's a lot of time here. Just going to go ahead and Frostbolt off the 3-3. I think he may, thinking again about it, I think he may be considering the possibility of even playing Doomsayer plus Ice Lance on a future turn to try and buy a little bit of time here to clear things off. But Nyria has a very strong hand to continue applying pressure here as well.
You're losing a lot of damage, though, because Ice Lances is what makes that combo really powerful. This Druid of the Claw charging is also even more tempo in Druid's favor, which is largely what Nyria's deck list has favored for the most part. He's got 2 Druid of the Claws, he's got an Ancient of War, and that's just very minion-driven as opposed to Auctioneer-driven.
Well, there's Frost Nova picked up to go with the Doomsayer. Nyria, he has the ability to clear it off, but it would demand he use Feral Rages, which is a really scary use of your resources in a matchup where your opponent is trying to burn you to death.
Yeah, it's interesting. He didn't even think about it. He said, these are so critical for winning the game late stages. I'm not going to even bother to save my board.
He does end up with a 4-4 on the board afterwards, so he doesn't want to expend all of that to effectively protect a 5-3, because he would obviously save in terms of the immediate board presence.
Well, there's the Druid Claw, too.
It's true. Well,
you actually would have 9
well, I'm saying he would have a 4-4 and a 5-3 compared to just a 4-4, which is what he has afterwards. Gotcha. Obviously, from a resource perspective, it's more than that. But from a tempo perspective, which is really what he's looking at, it ends up working out a bit like that. So,
yeah, I think what makes the decision a lot easier for Nyria is the fact that Palmblatt has so few cards.
Right.
Freeze Mage would have to spend so much time drawing and cycling to be a real threat. And if Feral Rages can be used to gain armor and your opponent doesn't have a lot of card draw, maybe just outlast them and just, you don't really need that much more. Just have a minion stick on the board and start whacking away.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nyria, in a very strong situation here, not only with 8 power on the board, but also a pair of Feral Rages, including Fandral in his hand. He could even Fandral Feral Rage here and gain life and ensure that that Palmblatt does not gain additional cards from the Acolyte. And if you even wanted to, send in the Living Roots, get more minions.
I like it. It translates to more damage. Your opponent does not run Flame Strikes. It's a pretty standard list these days. Most Freeze Mage lists don't have Flame Strikes because they don't really need to remove it. Plus, you really actually need the stall more than anything. So Double Blizzard is the way to go.
Yeah, exactly what Nyria does, just pushing that damage to the face. And will the Living Roots go as well to take out the Acolyte here? Build a little bit bigger board?
I mean, he probably wants to just maximize his damage, so I like it. Forcing your opponent to have the AoE removal or stall. Palmblatt does have Blizzard. Ooh. Yeah, it doesn't have much of a choice, though. He can layer the Blizzards over 2 turns to guarantee a clear. You can ping the Fandral next turn with the Blizzard.
Yeah, he does need to keep pinging to get rid of that armor, though. That's
true.
A lot he needs to burn through here.
And Nyria can pop the Ice Block this turn, which has to be something pretty appealing. You pop him at 2 life, which is a little bit annoying if your opponent stalls one more time because you only have your hero power.
Yeah, but you're also gaining 8 armor here, and you don't really have a ton of value from the swipe. He's sitting at 45, 46 once he shapeshifts against an opponent who is at 2.
Yeah.
And he has a board. Nyria is just in an absolutely commanding position here.
All right, so Palmblatt has the second Ice Block. And so he's got an Ice Block and Blizzard here. Or could he be greedy?
Man, he's facing down a lot on that board. And there's still a swipe and another Living Roots that would just kill him if he were to just Blizzard plus Barrier, I believe.
Well, he's got 1 Living Root.
Oh, he only has 1 Living Root, so yeah, it's only just the swipe. So yeah, it does set up the Ice Block, though.
I mean, it's sometimes tempting to see if he can be greedy, but Palmblatt's not going to play with fire. Nyria's going to draw because he's running a little bit short on resources after this turn. He can play a 5-5 and a 6-6 Jade. But Palmblatt's also used almost all of his stall. He's used 1 Frost Nova, 2 Blizzards. There's not much left here.
Oh, there's another swipe, too. So that means that even if Pamblad is able to sort of defend from this this minion-based damage, there's a swipe that can break through and ensure that he can break through the barrier when it comes down afterwards.
Yeah, this is just back-to-back games of Freeze Mage getting beat down. You know?
I like it.
Yeah, somewhere in the world, George C is crying right now, or laughing. There's a bunch of Freeze Mage specialists who, of course, are watching alongside with us in HCT, helping us prepare. Big shout out to Laughing, who's helped the casters prepare for specific Freeze Mage matchups. But at the same time, there's not really much going on for them. It seems like Nyria has everything. He can even swipe, remove, and pop the ice block and get everything going. Popping him at 1-2, very nice. Just making sure to squeeze in every bit of damage and put his opponent on a situation where they need Alexstrasza in order to survive.
And even then, he's playing a Jade Spirit, and he has a charging Druid of the Claw next turn.
You're right.
So Alexstrasza would not leave him alive.
Yeah. It would have to be Alexstrasza's secret, or Alexstrasza removal.
Yeah, there's Alexstrasza.
Yeah, but he didn't discount it with the Emperor.
Not yet, not enough here. Pamblad, he is in a... in quite the situation here. He's going to try to stay alive. He's using the resources he has to clear off what he knows. He can leave exactly 8, but there is that Druid of the Claw waiting in the wings.
Yeah, Nyria got there. I mean, if without that Druid of the Claw, maybe there was a chance for Pamblad to maybe clean up and have Alexstrasza hard carry this game, but not going to be the case. And that is an even series. Nyria being able to strike back.
And yeah, we saw, just the power of the Jade Druid deck there in this matchup. It wasn't even close in terms of life total. Nyria's at 47. He was just absolutely in the driver's seat the entire time.
Yeah, as you can see that Mage has actually had, actually the most games today. We've had 22 games of Mage. They've dropped 2 in a row, but prior to that, they were about 10 and 10, so 50-50, depending on if you played the Reno Mage or the Freeze Mage. And we'll see what happens. The differences in their lineups have actually been removed. We talked about Jade Druid versus Dragon Priest, but outside of that, they both have Miracle Rogue, they both have Freeze Mage, they both have Reno Warlock. Now we come down to see who is favored. There are slight differences, but in the end, they're about the same decks.
Yeah, and both these players have frankly performed very well so far today. We did see the little blunder that Nyria talked about in the pregame, but overall, very, very solid performance from these players. So we'll see if they can continue that in these potentially mirror matches.
That's right. He's got a long-standing pedigree in competitive Hearthstone, making it to BlizzCon in 2015. Nyria has a lot to prove to see that he is not just a player to be forgotten. We got a chance to sit down and talk to him and get to know him better.
I'm a pretty calm person. I don't really get nervous. If you get nervous a lot during the tournament, just, I don't know, drink a coffee or something. Last year, I had not any success. There was no tournaments like for me. I played only in prelims for 1 year, probably. I was really unsure about everything. About the preparation, deck preparation, about my plays.
Nyria has bitten the dust! That's elimination for Nyria. Unbelievable.
Right now I'm more realistic about stuff, and I think it helps me a bit. I just come into the tournament knowing that I will lose. That's how I come to the tournament. And then I try to do my best to not lose. If you think you'll win, you'll get overconfident. I think it's might be a weakness of a player.
Nyria made the brave plays. It's going to be Nyria booking his spot at the Bahamas.
It feels amazing to be back on track for the biggest events.
Yeah, absolutely huge congratulations to our winner there, Nyria.
With good preparation, good playing skills, you can get some achievements. But I'm pretty confident that I can lose every series, so trying to do my best to not lose.
I like it. He's a man that prepares. He says, I am ready to lose, but I'm going to do my best to stop it. And I think that is actually surprisingly humble. I think so many players walk through that door, through the tavern, and say, you know what, I'm the best player in this room. There's no way I can lose. And I think Nyria, as a result of his ability to stay grounded, he actually is rather open-minded about stuff.
Yeah, I've talked to a number of players who've been involved in competitive gaming for a long time, and they say one of the things you need to get used to is losing, because you're going to do it a lot. And being able to accept those losses and bounce back from those losses is the hallmark of a player who will have longevity in the scene.
All right, well, let's go to game 3 and see if Nyria can lose a little less than his opponent this series. It's Freeze Mage Mirrors. Now, this matchup can definitely, if you're new to Hearthstone and you haven't seen or played much of this deck, the mirror matchup can definitely get a little weird. Sometimes you just are trying to avoid overdrawing because you're not really actually removing threats. And there's also the dance of who can get their Emperors and Alexstraszas out and pressure their opponent. And we'll see what ends up transpiring. Right now, Palmblatt, he's got the draw, he's got the Emperor. If he can line up his cards correctly, he might be the one in driver's seat, but Neria also has the Alexstrasza. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, both players looking to do the same thing here. Definitely a very intricate dance. Freeze Mage Mirror was what was one of the most hyped matches in sort of Hearthstone history, the Osaka versus Tice semi-final game back at BlizzCon a couple of years ago, which, the calculations from each player every turn that resulted in a ping self being a game-defining moment. We'll see if this lives up to that kind of hype.
Well, it is a matchup where every single point of incremental damage does matter. For example, this trade. Is that something that Neria feels like because he has to be defensive, or if he wants to be offensive? His opponent's coming up on 3 mana. If you can disrupt their Acolyte of Pain turn or other things, gain that 2 damage might matter.
It's also very interesting that Neria chose not to play his Acolyte of Pain that turn. He chose to play the Novice Engineer. And yeah, now he's going to kill his own Novice Engineer to prevent the damage from the Acolyte of Pain, and now try to deny additional cards with the Doomsayer, also freeing up room in his hand by removing a weak card in the Doomsayer.
There is, a lot of card draw in Palmblatt's hand. And one thing to consider too is if your hand doesn't show an ability to go aggressive, there actually is possibility of just using Alexstrasza defensively, which almost effectively feels like the same thing. And you also have to be very careful once your opponent has Ice Block, not to overextend too far, because if they're able to play Alexstrasza afterwards and use all your burn, you commit all your Ice Lances and all your Frost Bolts, you might run out of damage immediately and your opponent counter swings you and you're in trouble. This matchup gets very complicated if it ends up being very even. Sometimes it just has one-sided games. You see this Emperor landing on Alexstrasza, being able to land on a few other cards too, which might be impactful. Ice Barriers, maybe not so much, but some other key cards.
2 Ice Barriers and a Frost Nova here, which are among the weaker cards in the matchup. While Neria has a fistful of some of the more powerful cards, he's a mana off from being able to use Torch and ping his own guy. He could actually play Blood Mage, ping my Acolyte, Frostbolt your Emperor, and attack into it. So he gets 2 cards from the Acolyte, which is very key. This is a matchup which is largely about assembling a critical mass of resources and sort of the jockeying for position in the mid to late game with those burn spells.
Yeah, I don't mind that too much. Torch is probably the card you think about parting ways with the most, but it looks like you do have to forego an extra card, so I do like what you're suggesting, Brian. And it looks like Neri's going to draw first, just in case he picks up a different play. Doesn't seem like it. And double Ice Lands. Well, I mean, that's one way to make you feel better about losing the Frostbolt. And he does have Alexstrasza with a lot of damage, and he has Emperor Thaurissan himself, so Neri is assembling quite a bit of damage. Palmblatt picks up his second Fireball. Not necessarily what he needs right now, just looking for more card draw. Ice Block a huge pickup too. You definitely want to get that set up sometime soon.
I hope you like my invention.
Yeah, Palmblatt drawing away with quite a few reduced burn spells.
Okay, so he's at 10 cards.
Is he really?
Yeah. Palmblatt's at 10 cards, and he says, I'm okay with losing my next card, even if it's Evolved Cobalt? I'd be very scared if I was Palmblatt. I mean, it's unlikely. It's one of 13 cards. Okay. It's unlikely, but, a lot of times we panic because we've all been in that scenario where it's like, well, it's unlikely something gets burned. Not a big deal. In fact, I know Osaka was actually one of those players saying, I think he said a lot of people in Freeze Mage Mirrors actually care way too much about burning cards. And ever since he said that, I definitely thought about it, but I panic a little bit, Brian, because this is a big stage where it's on the line.
Yeah, I think a lot of Hearthstone players in general worry too much about burning cards or are too excited to burn their opponent's cards.
Yeah.
But this Alexstrasza coming down to burn Palmblatt's face. And now, not only is Palmblatt, suddenly in a position where he needs to worry about, okay, how can I maneuver around this damage that Neria is representing, but also there's an 8 in the board.
Yeah, well, he does get uses off of things like Frost Nova, and remember, Alexstrasza yourself sometimes can be pretty effective as well. And you can remove it over a couple turns. I think the really big thing is that Palmblatt has picked up his second Ice Block, which meant that he has as many turns as Nyria might have burn to be able to use Alexstrasza once Nyria has overcommitted. But he's in a defensive posture. You know, he's going to have to Fireball and remove over turns with Frost Nova, or maybe he just uses Ice Barrier to stall for an extra turn as well. These are all things that he can consider, but he has to also think about, does he have the hand that allows him to win the game? Because does he have an opportunity to go aggressive? On turn 10, if he stays Frost Nova, he can Alexstrasza Frost Nova his opponent's board, and then maybe start pushing damage that way. Or maybe he's planning for whatever he draws because he... Oh my goodness.
One good dragon deserves another.
Okay, I wasn't expecting this play, Brian.
I was not either. He is giving Nyria an Alexstrasza attack. This gives Nyria value from Frost Nova as well.
And Nyria sees no Ice Barrier. He says maybe it's Ice Barrier, but I mean, that's kind of crazy.
I mean,
okay. Nyria didn't have Ice Block up yet.
Right.
So that explains it. He thinks maybe Nyria's not holding an Ice Block, and he might have the extra turn to burn. Makes a lot of sense. Apologize, or like not covering it, and of course we saw the 2 Ice Blocks from Nyria's hand, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and now Nyria has to make a decision here. He can Fireball Ping. He could to insist essentially that Pomblad has an additional Ice Block this turn, and he has his second Ice Block here too. And now he's going to just use an Ice Lance, breaking up some of his burn, but he doesn't need additional burn now. There's no more life gain available for Pomblad. That Alexstrasza, which he used offensively, was his defensive tool to survive burn.
And he needs to pop the block while developing his own Ice Block, and I think he can't do both. I think he has too much mana investment. He has to play Ice Block this turn no matter what. That leaves him 6 mana, and yes, he has the cards, he just can't do it all in this turn.
Yep.
So Pomblad got really aggressive in a matchup that sometimes ends up becoming down to the fatigue stages, and he tried to end this game early, but he's the one being ended. He just concedes.
And I think that may have been sort of a recognition from Pomblad that he was in just a really tight spot. He was facing down this Alexstrasza. If he tried to use his burn to stay in the game, that he was just going to be losing to an average hand, and maybe he's just hoping, okay, maybe you just don't have Ice Block. Maybe I can just kill you here with this Ice Block to protect me. Unfortunately for him, Nyria had it, and that was the game.
This is the point where I think people got to bust out calculators. Your opponent's 17 cards deep into their deck, and they have 2 Ice Blocks, with a possibility of drawing a lot more because they still have other things like Acolytes and Arcane Intellects. I do feel like it's kind of likely that your opponent has the Ice Block to follow it up. And plus, you're giving up your 8 damage for your opponent. So if they have a single Ice Block, pop your Ice Block, you need to be able to have that Ice Block and pop theirs. So it just felt like a situation where Pomblad felt like his chances were so low with his hand when he did have an answer with Frost Nova over 2 turns.
I mean, I think that might have been it. I think he may have felt that his best chance to win was just to hope there wasn't an Ice Block there. He felt like, I'm already massively behind here against this Alexstrasza. There was a big hand that was Emperor reduced on Nyria's side of the table as well, and that he felt like maybe he didn't have exactly what he needed, but unfortunately for him, he did.
All right, well, the winner of this will move on to the top 8, which will be joined by 4 other players tomorrow. We're going to continue Group C and D, 7 a.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Central European time. Make sure to join us. Also, Brian, you're revealing some cards tomorrow.
It's true. Yeah, at 6 a.m. Pacific time, 9 a.m. here in the Bahamas. I'll be joined by Dean Ayala, or rather, I suppose I'll be joining him since he's the designer on the game.
You'll be joining each other.
It's true.
Did you peek at the cards,
We'll hug it
Brian?
out. We'll hug it out. No, I have not seen the cards yet, so I am just as excited as the rest of you to see what we will be revealing tomorrow morning. But before that, we've got a lot more Hearthstone action as we get into Game 4 of Nyria versus Pomblad.
All right, so Reno Warlock up against Freeze Mage, and Pomblad's going to go back to it. We've had Freeze Mage every single game of this series so far, and it seems to be the focal point. That's 3 losses in a row for Freeze Mage in this series, with potential for more. I've seen Reno Warlocks be able to sneak away wins from Freeze Mages despite being in tough situations. And you look at Nyria's deck list, yeah, he's got cards like Mountain Giant, and he's got the Twilight Drakes. Could end up hitting them. He does have the 1 Mountain Giant, and if Pomblad doesn't have the right response, this game could also still go towards the way of the Reno Warlock.
Yeah, the popularity of Freeze Mage is very interesting in this tournament. Reno Mage was, for a very long time, the go-to mage deck. But with the changes to Small Time Buccaneer as well as Spirit Claws, we have seen Freeze Mage sort of creep back into the competitive metagame here. It's a very interesting decision because it hasn't not performed super well so far in this tournament.
Yeah, well,
certainly not in this match.
Maybe this match is a little bit biased towards it, against it, because both players have such similar lineups. So it feels like there could be ways it falls. Like in the mirror match, it actually won a game and lost a game. Yeah. But one thing that is interesting is the fact that Shamans have largely gravitated away from aggressive strategies. And with only Pirate Warrior as one of the primary problematic matchups, then maybe, Freeze Mage can take advantage of mid-range Shaman, can take advantage of Reno decks, can take advantage of some of the other matches that people don't necessarily know how to play as well, like the Rogue or the Druid matchups. And also the fact that people don't necessarily always expect Freeze Mage. I think Reno Mage, even Tempo Mage has gotten popular. It is an interesting choice, and I think it's a very viable one.
Yeah, and definitely kind of a send-off for Freeze Mage, which, this is the last major event that will be in the Year of the Kraken when Icelands will be moving to the Hall of Fame and be relegated to Wild.
Too soon.
Not soon enough. But anyway, we'll see quite a few more Icelands, I'm sure, over the course of this Winter Championship. Seems appropriate.
I was having a moment of silence for Icelands. I like this. Being able to hero power down the Reno Warlock is super critical. You just ignore this Imp Gang boss no matter how you cut it. It's very inefficient to remove. Just try to get that damage and sneak in. If you can force your opponent to Reno Jackson prior to your Alex Straza, or even just get him down within threatening ranges now that you have Evolved Cobalt in your hand, there is wiggle room to sneak out a win. Well, cheese your opponent, so to speak.
Yeah, though that Mountain Giant will make things a little bit more difficult because it's much harder to spend your turn pinging when you're taking 8 damage every attack starting on turn 4.
Yeah, certainly hard, but Palmblad does have options to stall and weave in removal over turns as well. But the problem is, like we always mention, Freeze Mage, they care so much about their freeze cards. Outside of Ice Block and, of course, game-ending damage, I think Frost Nova and Blizzard are their highest priority cards that you want to utilize to the maximum potential. Almost to the point where people just say, yeah, Ice Barrier is sometimes as good as stall because I can absorb a Mountain Giant hit. I don't have to use Frost Nova.
Palmblad with a lot of options here. It can go digging a bit. He already has a very full hand, so I wouldn't expect him to fire off Arcane Intellect by itself.
Well, if he Arcane Intellects, what ends up happening is he has too many cards, so he would have to...
He could play Frostbolt, for instance, but that's very crucial to his ability to burn down Nyria. Ooh, Reno Jackson picked up by Nyria here, though.
Yeah. Well, you kind of expect Reno Jackson or some kind of healing to disrupt your plans. Also, Nyria, interesting to note, he runs Alex Straza instead of Jiraxis. He's actually a huge proponent of that. Whenever I hang out with Nyria, he keeps telling me, why would people play Jiraxis? Alex Straza is just better, and it's very interesting to hear him go against other players conventional.
Using his heal here to keep the Giant alive. Already absorbed a Fireball, and now 5 more health the Palmblad will have to work through. Ice Barrier, as we mentioned, can buy some time, but there is 13 points on Nyria's side of the board.
Yeah, he might have to part ways with the stall here, but the good news is that he can draw behind it. A lot of times when you stall as Freeze Mage, you're just stuck not doing much else. You might just Blizzard and pass, but in this case, you can Frost Nova and draw, or you can set up removal over the wave of 2 turns. Chooses to use Blizzard. Could be because of the fact that his hand is just so heavy. He wants to figure out ways to use Emperor and Frost Nova maybe in combination, or save Frost Nova with other things over the next couple turns.
Yeah, quite often you would much rather expend the more expensive card simply because it gives you more options with the cheaper card. As you mentioned, being able to pair the Frost Nova with, say, Emperor, or being able to weave in hero powers with it alongside a secret perhaps later on can be a pretty big deal.
I was looking at Nyria's hand, I was thinking, you know what? This hand's pretty awkward, but Nyria doesn't even want to tap because he recognizes that he puts himself within semi-critical ranges at around, 21 or less, because you do put yourself vulnerable to Thalnos combos as well as Cobalt combos. So he's being very cautious. I like it.
Even with Reno in his hand, choosing not to life tap, and he does have, I believe he would have overdrawn if he had just life tap there. He'd have to play something too.
Could have coined.
Yeah.
But man, Nyria has no threats. He has Leroy Jenkins, but that's not really a threat to play immediately onto the board.
Right, Doomsayer here could potentially block Emperor Thaurissan from Pomblad, which we see is in his hand, so just going to go ahead and use the turn to draw and establish a secret, I imagine, as well as get a ping in on Nyria's face. So, as you mentioned, every bit of incremental damage is pretty important here.
Yeah, but without an Emperor activating on a bunch of cards, Nyria still has to feel safe. You know, Evolve Cobalt ranges are definitely hard to hit, and Nyria's going to get aggressive. This is one instance where he says, you know what, Alexstrasza is better. It puts out an 8/8 on the body. Your offensive potential is so much better for the 9 mana spent. And Pomblad has to deal with it.
It's specifically a lot safer against decks with a lot of burn like Freeze Mage.
Yeah.
If this was Jiraxxus, it would just be in his hand the entire game. He simply would not be able to play it because he just put himself in lethal range against the Freeze Mage deck. But here, he's able to actually get a little bit of damage in as well as generate a non-trivial threat.
Yeah, this has to be frightening for Nyria. You see Emperor go down and he hit 8 cards. Now we know that Pomblad only has Fireball and Frostbolt. That's relatively weak for a burst combo, but you know, Nyria might have to start counting. Is there a way for me to die here? Is he gonna even life tap? Probably not. Just wants to avoid dying at all possibilities.
He's still got an 8/8 in play, and he has Leroy plus Power Overwhelming, which in a lot of worlds is pretty threatening. But he's playing against a deck with a bunch of above secrets like Ice Barrier and Ice Block, so much less likely to give him lethal damage just from his hand. And I see Dan doing math over here in his fingers. He's trying to figure out, okay, exactly what's going on with this burn.
Well, first, he most likely wants to deal with his Alexstrasza, or at least stall for it of some kind, because if he plays Alexstrasza and his opponent plays Reno and pops a block, he's done for. So I think he has to be careful about his opponent's Alexstrasza. And also, he has to set up Ice Block. I actually didn't even count for
Barrier in play.
Ice Barrier in play, so he needs a little bit more. He needs to pick up either both of his Ice Lances or that Roaring Torch that he invested very early, or the Forgotten Torch that he invested early on, in order to assemble damage post Alexstrasza, which is something that he can account for if he's able to get there. Looks like Pomblad's just going to try and put the Accolade onto the board. I wonder if he's tempted to even throw out a second Accolade, but I think he might not have enough turns for that.
I think he may even be thinking about Doomsayer here.
That's interesting.
Because it does prevent the development of... It's just going to play one Doomsayer? Interesting, because the second Doomsayer would have basically induced Nyria to go face, but would have guaranteed him a clear board to just play his Alexstrasza on.
Oh!
Speaking of Alexstrasza.
Big time pickups. That could have been disastrous. Although, I think Evolve Cobalt would have been even more devastating. Yeah. Pulling that out would have just potentially ended the game.
And actually, that may have been part of Pomblad's reasoning to not play Doomsayer, to give him more protection on his key minions against Dirty Rat.
Yeah, very interesting. And maybe Nyria just lets this go then. Just attacks with Alexstrasza. Knows that his opponent only has a few more cards that got hit by Emperor compared to the 8 that started off with. And if he got the ideal discount, he would have Fireball, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, which equates to 17 damage. Oh, he's going to Leroy. Oh, he's going to top.
He's actually one damage away from popping with the Soulfire.
Okay.
He can put him down to 1 health here.
Oh, interesting.
Choose to just get the 10 in here while the Whelps will die.
Yeah, it makes sense. Your opponent has no healing abilities because he just used Ice Barrier and he used Alexstrasza.
Absolutely. Very heads-up play from Nyria, getting that in when there would not be a drawback. Roaring Torch, we see a little bit of a nod from Pomblad there, recognizing that was a very important draw.
So 21 damage with the Cobalt. If you squeeze in, you can't squeeze in Blood Mage, use that. That's 10 mana already by itself. And this is exactly why it's key to have those Ice Lances, because Pomblad might have to part ways with one of these Fireballs preemptively to try to get a Reno out of his opponent. If he senses Nyria has it. I mean, granted, Naria's only halfway through his deck, and Reno's a one-of. It's not as likely. But if he wants to start playing around those ranges, he has to consider, do I toss a Fireball and start thinking about Ice Lances? Because if you draw an Ice Lance, you have 13 plus the Cobalt, so that's 19. I mean, you're putting him down to 19. So maybe there's that possibility. He doesn't have Reno, you get Ice Lance. And he clears the board, assuming that he does that.
The Hellfire does allow him to get a little bit more damage on Pomblad. That makes any hit or the Soulfire into an ability to break the Ice Block. Pomblad does find the second Ice Block, though, and now will need to work through the full 30 life from Nyria.
You know what? Ice Barrier is actually
it's pretty good.
In Pomblad's mind, not the worst thing in the world because it hypothetically protects his Ice Block. Well, Nyria has direct damage. not only through Soulfire, but also through Fellfire Potion, an interesting tech choice that he put into his deck list. But right now, like we said, he has 19 damage through Evolve Cobalt, Roaring Torch, Frostbolt, and Ice Lance. I guess 20 with the hero power. If he gets another Ice Lance, he can extend that range to 26, but still a little bit far off, which means he has to hero power for a few turns to get himself closer.
Yeah, he has 5 cards left in his deck. One of those is Ice Lance. I believe he still has a Forgotten Torch that has not yet turned into a Roaring Torch. So that does take some time. And how much time he has, he's sitting here at 2. It's worth noting that there's not much burst remaining in Nyria's deck. You said the Fellfire Potion, there was the Soulfire in hand. Lots of kind of dead cards in Nyria's hand as well. And
well, the interesting thing about Fellfire Potion is that if Nyria needed to use it to pop the block, he would actually put himself potentially within range.
It's true.
Dying. Oh, Refreshment Vendor. That's a card that we kind of started forgetting about, but every single point of health that can be healed matters in this matchup.
It's kind of an interesting spot because Nyria, yes, he can pop block, but he knows there's an ice barrier up. So popping block doesn't really necessarily accomplish anything unless he also has another way to do direct damage. He has Kazakus in his deck that could potentially find burn. Also could get him armor. And there's also a Mistress of Mixtures remaining in his deck that could potentially continue to extend sort of the range that he has against Palmblad's burn over turns. So there's ice block number 1, and he loses Demon Wrath. No big loss.
Yeah, it looks like Nyria might end up passing, but the problem is he doesn't actually have a way to follow up on this, so he's giving up tempo to his opponent. That said, Palmblad doesn't exactly have many things that give him good tempo. Oh, wow. Okay, so he's discounting his hand. He can squeeze in Refreshment Vendor and Twisting Nether hypothetically in the same turn. Frostbolt, so he's got 13, 16, plus 8, 24, plus the hero power 25. And so he's getting closer. He's getting closer. If he picks up the other Ice Lance, though, can he actually play everything in one turn? I think he's off in mana.
I believe he's actually he has 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, he's actually his hand right now is the most mana he can spend in a turn.
Right.
Casting everything he has here. So he needs to fire Burn off here, and he recognizes it and does just that. Roaring Torch goes to the face.
Now, if Nyria picks up Brand Bronzebeard, I think that's probably the best draw in his deck right now. Kazakus! Kazakus!
Ooh, that is a very good draw here. Kazakus, I wonder what he's going to get. So a 1-mana potion is the most likely to get armor if he strictly wants armor or if he wants card draw. 1 mana gets him the highest probability, but the lowest quantity. If he goes for 5, you add the Polymorph Potion into the mix, so you no longer have the but there it is right away. Stone Scale Oil and card draw or a 5/5. I don't think he's likely to match. Maybe he has not played Doomsayer, right? Or did it come from his hand at some point? I'm trying to recall.
He has. He played Doomsayer, I think, on turn 8 or something. So the 5/5 Demon might be important. Maybe he needs to draw cards. His hand's looking a little feeble.
That's true. And the thing is, like, how many of his cards really matter at this point? He's used Leroy. He's used his Power of Roaming, his Soulfire. In terms of burst, he can find Fellfire Potion, but that does damage him as well. So yeah, it's definitely going to be armor and summon 2. Oh, but there's the Doomsayer! And we shake the head from Nyria. He went for the risky play. He was trying to get the high-value double resummon. He could have taken the 5/5, but got punished.
Yeah, he said on average, I don't
There's Ice Lance.
Okay, Ice Lance. So now we have 6, 10, 14, plus 8, 22, 23, if you can hero power, which doesn't look like you can.
But there's still 28 and a Refreshment Vendor.
Oh, you can. So it is. So the Refreshment Vendor is actually really big, and the armor comes into play as well. But the problem is, Nyria can't pop the Ice Block with just his board.
Yeah.
He needed to have like a 5/5 minion board. Fatigue, actually something we didn't consider about too. Freeze Mage is almost out of cards. It might even go past the Ice Block here, Brian.
His last card is the Forgotten Torch. There's only that card remaining in his deck. He'll be able to Forgotten Torch and then be guaranteed to draw a Roaring Torch. Will that be enough damage over turns? There's 31 for Nyria here. Faceless Manipulator and Second Rate Bruiser. He's just getting in here, getting as much as he can on the board.
Yeah. And Palmblad, I think he just can't get there. Oh, it's a Forgotten Torch
right,
itself.
It's going to put a card in his
I thought it was a Roaring Torch.
Yeah, no, it's Forgotten Torch. So he gets Forgotten Torch ping this turn. Next turn, he unloads with everything plus the Roaring Torch he puts into his deck.
Okay, so he's got an extra 9 damage from Forgotten Torch. That should be able to help him get over the distance because he's got hero power over 2 turns.
And he actually has more time than this because of the Nova, so there's even the Ice Block remaining as well. Although, if Nyria gets to attack, he can attack to an increment that actually allow him to just fatigue out.
Right. He's trying to use the Frostbolt here to maximize his damage. Shadow Bolt is not it. Nyria is just going to pass. And with the Roaring Torch, I think he might be able to just get there.
It is, I believe,
17, 25, 26 damage. You can't hero power, so 25, good enough. Wow, really close nail biter, and Nyria didn't really have much to do. Couldn't even pop the ice block.
And that was such an intense game for both these players. Lots of complicated decision making on both sides. And ultimately, Freeze Mage takes its first non-mirror match win of the series after being featured in every single game.
I did actually think that Nyria had an out there. If he got the Mistress of Mixtures, he could have Mistress of Mixtures and Twisting Nether his own board to survive, but I think he would have lost the long-term game because his pure opponent would have been hero powering. Really fascinating game. So now we're tied 2-2. Nyria definitely feeling like he had that opportunity to go 3-1. Taking a look back at game number 4, had the ability to go for a 5/5 demon, chose summon 2 friendly minions, saying it's not as likely to get the Doomsayer, or is it? I mean, I don't recall how many minions have died, but you have 2 chances to land it.
And how does this play out? So let's say he takes the 5/5 instead. He would have 8 damage available on the board that would at least get through the ice barrier, not into the block the next turn. But it would have definitely changed the dynamic a little bit in that game, and that was a game that was very, very close.
Yeah, maybe forced a Frost Nova a turn earlier. Maybe forced him to pop the ice block. But at the same time, even if his ice block got popped, he still had an ability to burn.
We'd really have to go back and look at all those final turns in the game to see what would have happened if he'd just taken the 5/5 instead.
Well, let's go into game 5. The best of 7 has now turned to a best of 3. First to 4 wins will move on to the top 8. And of course, Nyria trying to hold serve for Europe. Europe is undefeated so far in the Winter Championships. Let's go into Rogue Mirrors. All right, so Rogue Mirrors kind of the opposite of Freeze Mage Mirrors. While Freeze Mage might end up hero powering a lot, passing. It's your turn. It's your turn. Relatively safe. Rogue can get crazy fast openings, depending on how things look. Sometimes you get a fast Van Cleave, sometimes you get a questing adventure that gets out of control. And there's one of those cards, Edwin Van Cleave. Palmbot actually threw away a questing adventure because he just wants to have better plays. Maybe doesn't necessarily have that luxury.
Yeah, looking to deckhand to just get his patches out of his deck to keep him on the board, at least. He's going to lose this deckhand to the hero power, the dagger next turn, but at least won't be falling behind multiple minions over multiple turns.
Well, Nyria's got layers of threats. Not only does he have the ability to put out a big Van Cleave, but Tomb Pillager over the next couple turns. One of the biggest things about all-inning as the Rogue is that you're always scared of not having anything to do the following turn. You just hero power and attack. But Nyria's got some stuff coming up here.
Ooh, Counterfeit Coin. So he could make a gigantic Edwin if he wants, or just take the safer route, put out a Tomb Pillager.
You get the coin back through the Tomb Pillager. Unless your opponent saps, which would be devastating. If your opponent, oh man, if he had prep sap, that would have been just crazy for Palmbot. He would have gotten so far ahead in tempo. Actually, no, because then his opponent would have just prepped Visceray Van Cleave. So that's true. That's pretty hilarious.
He does have double coin Azure Drake backstab, which looks like what he's going to do. Take out the Tomb Pillager, get himself on the board. But yeah, as you mentioned, there's prep Eviscerate Van Cleave still available.
Oh, you can even use coin and save your preparation.
Yeah, it's true.
So, interesting for both this matchup specifically that neither player has gotten the upper hand. Usually by now, one player is clearly, almost all in, and you get like one person that's really pushing tempo and the other person trying just to remove. And then, one person maybe hoping to top deck the right answer. Palmbot has double Tomb Pillager, but he has to also kind of weigh how much damage he can take from Edwin Van Cleave. He's had 21 already.
Yeah, and picks up a questing adventure. If he had one more mana, that would be really, really nice being able to get that down. And also sap. But yeah, he's really been thrown off his curve here. Both Tomb Pillagers are just in his hand past turn 4. Usually you want to coin one out in turn 3, then play the next in turn 4. Whew. That is an Auctioneer for Nyria. So he's got to sort of evaluate how he wants to manage this, because he could, say, go big in on a Van Cleef this turn, or he could save things for the Auctioneer. Kind of have a dead turn here, though.
Oh, man, it's such a tough position, but Gadstand Prep Conceal is the dream. Your opponent can't do anything in this matchup, barring a Swashbuckler card that you're not expecting.
The big problem is, unless you are concealing, unless you're just prep conceal into Van Cleef, you're just making a 4/4 anyway. So it's not really that exciting. He could potentially prep conceal Van Cleef for a 6/6, but yeah, it looks like he may just be going for the dagger, U, and pass. So finally an opportunity for Pomblad to get a foothold on this board.
Okay, well, Tomb Pillager seems pretty promising here. He's choosing the Questing Adventurer, and one of the interesting things about this decision is that he doesn't actually have too much to back it up. He's got a Backstab and a Tomb Pillager, so he can buff it to a 5/5. And he's got Tomb Pillagers, which you want to have coins for the Questing Adventurer, but he's valuing the fact that he's going to go for pressure. I think he's recognizing that he needs to all-in and get a little bit fortunate here.
Yeah, but now there's not even a target for Backstab. His opponent has concealed that Auctioneer. Now, Pomblad has used his conceal, so he's not going to be able to do the same, even if he gets a window here.
Yeah, and no Backstab target, so this lines up perfectly for another Eviscerate, or I guess a lot of other cards like that Gadatan could trade in the worst case scenario. And Nyria's got a lot.
Sap! Ooh, Sap is fantastic. Actually, just has Sap Eviscerate Edwin here, which is a absolutely monstrous swing, able to draw a couple of cards, get rid of Pomblad's entire board, and develop a 6/6 minion.
Yeah, there is also a value in just going 12 to the face.
True. not a bad option either. Ooh,
hey.
Prep picked up, so he can get that extra damage in. He can prep out a Cold Blood here.
You know what? There's this little GIF on the internet of a small girl that turns her head and says, "Why not both?"
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get all 12 damage, picks up another preparation, and this Van Cleef is going to be enormous. I can't even count that high.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's like a 14-14 or 18-8 or 16-16. It's super big, and
math checks out.
Yeah, it's Nyria actually was just going to play a 6/6 and maybe attack with Auctioneer. But that escalated really quickly. And now Pomblad needs Vanish. Oh, he didn't even try. He's probably low enough health, he thought he was dead. But he did have this 1 in, 27 chance to maybe stay alive.
Yeah, to not die that turn. But yeah, I mean, he is maybe showing that he is a little bit dispirited by that sequence there. He was feeling pretty good after getting the Priest out in the very first game, the deck that he felt like was kind of the linchpin of this match. But now he's behind despite that Priest getting a win.
Nyria only has to win one more game with the Reno Warlock. And his Reno Warlock actually is pretty well fitted against other rogue decks. He does have Fellfire Potion. That does help him against a Concealed Auctioneer, against 5 health or lower Questing Adventurers. So, I'm feeling like Nyria has a slight edge, but we'll see. I mean, cards like Alexstrasza are always interesting to me because I don't know how good they can be in matchups like Rogue or the Mirror, for example. We'll end up seeing what happens. Looks like Pomblad is sticking on the Rogue, though, and it seems to be that Pomblad has a tendency to jam decks. If he loses, he says, "I'm going to queue it again and try to see if I can get that win."
Yeah, and generally speaking, Rogue can tend to have explosive draws that can really punish kind of the inconsistency of Reno Warlock. If he's able to get down an early Questing Adventurer, it's possible it gets out of range of any of the damage-based removal from the Warlock early on in the early game when maybe they don't have Blast Crystal Potions. So can definitely run away with the game and also has the tools to finish things off with Auctioneer and Card Draw of its own.
All right, well, Nyria 1 game away from going to the top 8. and being able to be yet another Ukrainian in the top 8 of a championship. We'll see if Nairia can keep up the precedent that Dr. Hippie and, of course, prior to him, Kolento has set, as well as many other Eastern Europeans. Palmblatt, of course, trying to represent Korea. We mentioned several times of how he's had an accomplished OGN record, always getting very close to the championship and never having the ability to get to that final round to prove himself. And he's really close, just have to win 2 more games. And if you lose, then you fall to the lower bracket and face whatever, you have to go to another day, face whatever happens there.
Yeah, and so far, 100% of our quarterfinalists speak Russian. So Nairia would be continuing that. Yeah, it's 100% of 1 so far. Just Stanadachi, who's through. So yeah, it's kind of just math checks out, I think. But
all right, well, Palmblatt has a promising opening hand. He's on the coin. He has Van Cleef and Questing Adventure with preps. So he's got the ability to explode at the gate. Even Sap, that card can be very useful if your opponent plays the 4-mana threat you're accustomed to. Nairia, pretty relieved to see no early game Pirates. You don't want to get chipped down too much by patches, especially if you don't have Coil.
All right, and the 2/2 Questing Adventurer.
Yep. You actually do see this fairly often, and the primary reason is to disrupt your opponent's turn 4 play. You don't really expect Questing Adventure to get too much value. So it's okay. This is also an interesting scenario. Is patches something that you want to play with Van Cleef? You can coin out the Cold Blood, or okay, Cold Blood coin Van Cleef. Same difference. And put some pressure on your opponent. I kind of like that.
Yeah, this is splitting his board across 2 meaningful threats, and it's an 8/8 Van Cleef. So Nairia really under a lot of pressure very quickly. Does not have Blast Crystal Potion in his hand to deal with it right away.
Huh.
And there's no Mortal Coil either.
Yeah, and in Nairia's mind, if he lets this through and kind of takes it easy, he could just die. So has to be kind of careful with that. I wonder if he feels tempted to Dirty Rat, because this move is semi-all-in. You know, it's fairly aggressive. Your opponent just played patches from the hand, for crying out loud, with Cold Blood.
He does have Shadow Bolt plus Soulfire, which could at least remove the Van Cleef. He does run the risk of potentially discarding a crucial card like Reno Jackson from his hand. But if he doesn't use those removal spells, like you said, it's very threatening that he may just die next turn.
I think Nairia is calculating odds of if Dirty Rat can actually help him for a little bit, but I don't know. It's super risky if your opponent has an Auctioneer. He's going for it. Oh man, pulls out the Azure Drake, but you know, that Dirty Rat, it can get sapped, and if Palmblatt picks up a little bit extra damage, Eviscerate or Cold Blood.
Backstab's not it though, and now his hand is pretty much air. He can sap and get in 13. Nairia, though, as you mentioned, has the Reno Jackson that could get him all the way back up. Even Siphon Soul, if he feels like he's not under a ton of pressure, if he doesn't die this turn, okay, well, you don't have Burst in hand.
Yeah, and Nairia, of course, nods saying, yep, kind of expected his opponent to have something. And it makes sense. You know, your opponent played very aggressive. His hand doesn't seem like it's very strong after an Azure Drake got pulled. It makes sense. And now Nairia's going to have to heal back up to full. He's trying to look at his hand after the fact. His opponent still has 13 damage, so it's not exactly... Nairia's not out of the woods just yet.
Thank you.
Yeah, he does have quite a bit of effective removal in his hand now, though. He has Blast Crystal Potion, he has Siphon Soul, so he is able to do quite a bit to take threats off this board. Palmblatt here looks like debating, okay, do I go face, do I just trade into this Reno? And Nairia with a little bit of a arch of his eyebrow there as that trade happens. He's got to be happy about that, considering he can just siphon off the biggest threat here.
Yeah, well, I think this is very telling of what Palmblatt's hand is. Right. He saw that Palmblatt passed essentially on 5 mana, he just sapped the Dirty Rat and then hero powered. He saw that he played the Tomb Pillager from the top, and right now, not a lot's going on.
Ooh, Soulfire loses Blast Crystal. That's the last removal spell in Nairia's hand here. Palmblatt finds Cold Blood. That would have been great a turn ago. Well, 2 turns ago. But now it is just another spell sitting in his hand doing nothing. He really needs Auctioneer.
Yeah, he's running out of turns. This Mountain Giant hits the board or Emperor hits the board. Palmblatt's in trouble. Nairia even has wiggle room to life tap. And that's, after a big all-in push like that, Palmblatt's got two turns maybe to draw Auctioneer, and this turn is the most important one.
Oh God, counterfeit
Swing and a
coin.
miss.
That is as air gets. Finding nothing useful. 1 damage to their face, that's not going to add up fast enough.
Yeah, at this point, your hand's just speaking binary to you, saying, haha, this is a rogue hand. Like, this is something that you should be expecting half the time, but this is always this is the dangers of playing rogue. Just, you can get all these cheap cards. You can play your entire hand and concede.
Oh,
You can actually prep coin, and then concede. You have to see that true combo.
And now Nyria filling his board with absolute monsters. The Sunfury Protector coming down and 2 8/8 taunts on the board. That's yesteryear, but
Wow.
Nyria, he's got the monsters, he's got the giants, he's got the win.
Yep, Nyria is going to top 8. A little bit of an anticlimactic finish to this series, but, you know, job well done. And he was able to weather the storm, able to strike down the Miracle Rogue and the Freeze Mage twice. And you know, kind of important to note is that these guys had similar strategies. The only difference is Jade Druid and Dragon Priest. And Nyria said that he felt very favored, even if the Dragon Priest got through. He had some tech choices that really helped him get across.
Yeah, definitely worked out for him. And we see Nyria moves on as a group winner. He will be in the quarterfinals, while Pomblad moves down to the cider match.
All right, so Rachel is waiting with Nyria for a couple of words on his victory.
Thank you so much, guys. Nyria, another impressive match from you. And I want to know, did you expect that hard of a matchup from Pomblad?
Yeah, I expected that if Priest gets a win early, that will be hard for me. And since we both kind of traded the wins with decks that are different, we had a mirror match after 1-1 score. And after that, it was basically 50-50, depends on draws and the plays.
And was that your biggest concern coming into this matchup, or was there anything else you were worried about from Pomblad?
I don't think so. Like, lineup was almost like 2 decks are literally card by card, the Rogue and the Freeze Mage. So, I don't know. I didn't see much of a Pomblad before in a tournament scene, so I can't tell much if like I was scared about some matchups or not.
Well, we have 2 Europeans now who have qualified all the way into the quarterfinals. What do you think that has to say about the region?
I mean, you already said it.
All right, we'll let that speak for you. Thank you so much, Nyria. Guys, back to you on the desk.
Yeah, actually, Nyria is completely right. 2 decks are card for card identical. 2 decks, excuse me, are card for card identical. So, you know, a lot of players actually kind of prefer that sometimes, Brian. They feel like playing the mirrors, they get to showcase their skill and their matchup knowledge.
Yeah, and, you know, Nyria definitely showcased his. He piloted those games very, very well. Pomblad, I don't feel like Pomblad did really anything wrong necessarily. That last game, clearly, he needed an Auctioneer. He needed a little bit of damage earlier, but Nyria was the one who got the best of it.
You can see that Pomblad at least likes being aggressive, but that wraps up the first match of the winners portion of this group. Let's head down to the lower bracket with Lovely Chuka going to take on Dr. Jinkaniki, which will be the final match of day number 1. So don't go anywhere, guys. More Hearthstone action is coming up.
Welcome to the Bahamas! It's the 2017 Hearthstone Winter Championship. Let's welcome our worthy hosts, Raven and Soto.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We do have some more Hearthstone for you today. The day is not over yet, but as discussed, we do already have 2 quarterfinalists and 2 we are pretty happy with, being the 2 European casters here.
Yep, 100% win rate so far for Europe, 4-0 in match score. Americas and China just lagging a little bit behind that on 1 and 2, and it's APAC bringing up the rear with the 1 and 3 record. But those 2 names, Stan, Udachi, and Nyria, are making their way through into the top 8 elimination portion of the Winter Championship.
Yeah, this is really, really awesome for us, but just awesome matches in general. And we've got many, many more coming over the next few days. As you can see, Shiny Dachi, the winner from Group A, and Nyria, as we've just seen come off the back of his series, the winner from Group B. Sorry. So it's looking to be shaping up pretty good for our region. And we've got our next match coming up very, very soon. We've got Lovely Chuk versus Dr. Jikaninki. What do you think about this matchup? It's a huge difference in terms of experience, at least.
Yeah, and I think think the interesting thing is, what kind of personality are we going to see from Dr. J in this series? Because early on in his opening round, he was very, very energetic, giving signals to camera, smiling, full of life. Then it started to turn against him. Then the face turned sour. Then everything tightened up. Then it was business time. So interesting to see what kind of attitude he comes into this series with.
Yeah, let's not wait any longer. We do have the match and the players just about ready. So introducing from China, we have one of the highest earning Hearthstone players of all time. It's Lovely Chu. And his opponent from America, one of the new kids on the block, it is Dr. Jikaniki.
It's go time! Dr. Jikaniki versus Lovely Chu.
My match against Naria went kind of how I thought it was going to go. I knew it was going to be really close from the beginning, and I was expecting it to come down to Game 7. I think maybe there was one or two different things that I could have done, but I think I played well, and I think I'm ready for my next game.
我下场比赛的对手是 Dr. Jikaniki.
My next match is against Dr. Jikaniki, who is probably the strongest player in our group. So I will go back and look at his decks and do some preparation.
So Lovely Chuk's kind of a dark horse. I don't know much about Lovely Chuk. I do think I'm going in the match really confident because I feel like Nyria is the worst lineup I played against. And I think I have a good chance against Lovely Chuk.
Dr. Jikaniki versus Lovely Chu. Let's go!
It's been a long first day of the Winter Championship here at the Bahamas, but it's time for the last match of the day, and everything's on the line for these players. Their tournament life. This is an elimination match. One of these players will be done in the tournament after this match.
That's right, and it's always sad to see it happen, but that's the nature of tournaments. Someone's got to win, and someone's got to lose. We're trying to crown a champion after all, so we got 16 players here, and 15 of them are going to be going home at some point. But we will have a champion afterwards. These guys, I can't wait to see this match. I think that there was some great play that happened in some of their first games, but also some questionable situations. And as we take a look at their lineups, of course, Pirate Warrior has been being banned all day long, and not really much of a surprise. It is just an incredibly strong deck at the moment.
A lot of players came into this tournament expecting there to be lots of Pirate Warrior that they could just ban right away. The few players with different strategies haven't had much success. B787, one of them, he was the first player eliminated earlier. So we'll see. That's probably going to be a trend as we move forward. But it's time for game number one in the final set of the day. Thanks so much for everybody that's tuned in so far. If you've been here for all 10 hours of it, 11 hours of it, God
we
bless
got
you.
one more for you.
Hold in there, buddy.
Ooh. Reno Warlock versus Dragon Priest to start things off here. We saw Dr. J play some Reno Warlock earlier, and I was pretty happy with what happened there. But this is an interesting matchup for me because it comes down to a couple of different factors. Number one is that Lovely Chuk, despite playing a deck that typically wants to control the early game a little bit, is actually the aggressor in this matchup. If he's going to beat Dr. J, he's got to get some pressure online early and then really punish Dr. J for not having a strong start. And this is the kind of hand Lovely Chuk needs. This is almost exactly what he's looking for. Turn 1, 2, 3. Turn 2, 2-4 taunt. Turn 3, buff one of them up, get a 3-4, and then keep on trucking forward. Dr. J does have some key cards in this matchup, though. He's got Shadow Bolt to handle some of this early pressure. He's got Hellfire to clear out a board if it gets a bit weak, and he's got Twilight Drake, a card that Lovely Chuk won't be able to interact with very well due to the nature of his deck. So this is a really cool matchup, but this start may be too much for Dr. J.
Yeah, Dragon Priest is interesting because they play sort of overstatted minions on curve that need the dragon activation. So they take control of the board really easily in the early game, but it's about holding onto that board and getting value to that board for as long as they possibly can, because if they lose it, it's really hard for them to reload. So what the Warlock's trying to do here is they're trying to remove at all costs. They're trying to go 1 for 1. They're trying to just get to those later portions of the game. because in most situations they will be able to outvalue the Dragon Priest the longer the game goes on.
And here, Lovely Chook, this is the kind of turn he was hoping to avoid. Twilight Guardian would have been a fantastic pickup for him here. Bran would have been a great pickup. He's going to be very limited on this turn. But that's 2 Draconid operatives that are coming, Teach.
Yeah, a lot of times in this matchup as a Dragon Priest, you just have to not respect anything.
Oh, yeah. And that's where I've seen the most success is when this kind of situation is happening. I would love to see Lovely Chook, again, just push 2 more damage. Put Dr. J to the test every single turn. If you don't have a perfect way to answer, you're going to eat some more damage, buddy. That's the way you get this job done, because he is not winning if Dr. J gets past these 2 Draconid operatives.
Throw away the RES PUCT and go to the FACE.
That's right. A very popular song that I remember as a young man.
Me too.
Yeah, this attack and heal, it is clever. Like he's hedging his bets here quite a bit, but count that a couple turns down the road. If he's ever 2 damage or 1 damage off lethal, that's the attack I'm going to look at and go, well, that could have been different.
He is sort of hedging his bets around. No, around the Faceless Shambler. That's one thing that could punish him. 4 attack minions, of course, very tough for Priest to deal with. So I understand the attack, but as we mentioned earlier, no respect. You have to say, I'm going to hope you don't have it. This is a poor matchup. I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to hit you in the face, force you to have it.
If he hadn't traded or attacked into that Twilight Guardian, there's a good chance that 2-6 just would have lived. It'd be a 2-6 right now, and that 2-3 would be dead instead. That would take 2 attacks from Dr. J to kill it at that point. That's a lot of damage he'd buy over the course of the next couple of turns.
Now, we don't want to get hung up on that too much because we still have a lot of game left to play. But that's something to keep in mind as this game moves forward. So you got to have a game plan in mind. Sometimes you have to just say you don't have it. Call the bluff.
Hope is the key to that.
Sometimes it's not even hope. You just have to have confidence.
The more confidence you have, the less times that they will draw that card. That's I've heard that's true. Pretty poor discover from Lovely Chook, and he chooses to take Dirty Rat, which I find pretty interesting because Dirty Rat, not really a card that he can effectively utilize. The Twisting Nether, however, there are a few situations where Dr. J hasn't been life tapping that much. Maybe he continues to commit minions to the curve, and as Lovely Chook finds at turn 8, Twisting Nether can hit and really turn the game around. So when he takes this Dirty Rat, he's looking to find something he can couple it with, and just fairly poor discovers overall. Mountain Giant won't be getting the massive discounts, so it looks like Felfire Potion to me.
Felfire Potion gives Priest a little bit of extra reach that they don't have otherwise. He could be hoping to pull out Reno and then try and end the game with, extra burn that he picks up.
Dr. J has honestly exercised some good recognition in this matchup. Oftentimes, I've seen Reno Warlock players kind of take it slow, look for value, life tap maybe a little bit too much. He's been expending his resources with no expenses spared and just taking control of the board. And he's only at 15 after all this.
Whoa!
What? Wow. That's a bold call. Shadow Word Death, I think, is what's causing that.
He did have an available answer, and maybe that's what he was looking at. He's saying, no, a lot of things that I pull out from this Dirty Rat are going to either be answered by Shadow Word Death, or I don't really care about it.
Yeah.
Reno, he pulls that out. Yeah, it's a 4-6. Tough to deal with, but that's Reno out of his hand. He pulls out, like, Faceless Shambler. It's like, oh, it's a 1-1. Cool. Faceless Manipulator, 3-3. So a lot of the things, maybe the Dirty Rat's just a genius choice from Lovely Chook. Maybe he had this planned out all along.
I'm going to be perfectly honest. His hand. I thought that was a Shadow Word Pain.
Sometimes.
And then when I saw it cost 3 mana, I was like, ooh, never mind. Dirty Rat's great.
I'm going to point out a little something, give you guys a little bit of a preview of what's to come tomorrow. Tare, player from the Americas. If you've been following the competitive scene for a long time, you know who he is. He is a big advocator of just ripping Dirty Rat. Sometimes he'll even do it just turn 2 because he feels like it. He said he learned a lot of it from a player from Australia named Mage, who likes to play Dirty Rat as sort of like a disruption tool, and or like sort of a tempo disruption tool. And you know, I feel like a lot of players can learn from that. You know, learn to expand their Dirty Rat usage. And Lovely Juke, I sort of like it. It's weird, but I like it.
Sometimes weird stuff just works.
Sometimes. Dr. J still playing a mana behind because of that Blast Crystal Potion. So he's unable to play Ragnaros the Fire Lord this turn. And his hand is pretty much all reactive. He didn't fit in many life taps early on in the game because of the fact that he was trying to play for board. We talked about how if Dragon Priest was at the board, it's real hard for them to reload. And since a minion was pulled out of his deck and dealt with right away, that's just another tool that he didn't have. No value from that Emperor Thorsan. Rag is stranded. Now he's at 11 health. If he taps, he makes himself vulnerable, especially since he hasn't seen that card picked up, the second card picked up from the Draconid Operative. So this is a really awkward spot for Dr. J. Kind of a little bit different from what we normally see in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm glad he's following through on the way he's been playing too. If he'd have simply passed here, the shields have been down, and Lovely Juke would have capitalized on that immediately. So Dr. J continuing to take it a bit slow. And by slow, I mean continue to use all his removal spells in order just to try to get things stable. That's the position he needs to be in. Once things are stable, his cards are incredibly valuable. They will churn out constantly. They'll pay dividends, but he's got to stop the board first. Lovely Juke's still got gas in the tank.
He can start playing a little bit of the value game here. He does need to keep applying the pressure. But now that he knows he has more resources than Dr. Jinkininki, he's got a mana advantage for a few more turns. He can start, you know, hedging his bets against AoE. He doesn't necessarily have to throw away all respect. He can start throwing out a few minions here and there and play a little bit of that value game. He does need to have a lot of things in his mind.
Well, I look at this 3-5 that gets played, wondering if maybe it should have been the Blackwing Corruptor in this spot. One of the big goals for Lovely Juke is every turn he sets up, he's going to want to threaten lethal on Dr. J. This play didn't quite do that with his current hand, I don't believe. Looks like he's missing 1 point of damage in this facet. Wouldn't have been consequential here. Dr. J picks up Reno Jackson. That heal to full is likely to really sway things here. Lovely Juke now he's got to start pressuring. And that's when it starts playing into Dr. J's wheelhouse. Those big AoE spells all throughout his hand. He's turned all his AoE.
Dr. J showed a lot of intensity in his match against Nyria, constantly sort of staring over at the other side of that table. Looking Nyria right in the eye, trying to get a read. There it is again. He's looking for every bit of information he can. But now at this point, Lovely Juke, he knows that damage that he deals is going to stick. One thing that's missing from a few players' lineups in Reno Lock, as we pointed out a few times throughout the broadcast, is that Lord Jaraxxus. Lord Jaraxxus can be a tool in multiple facets against Dragon Priest. One, if you find an empty board, slam Jaraxxus, all of a sudden you're making 6/6s every turn. Priest can really struggle to deal with it. But it can also be a little bit of extra heal. But now Lovely Juke knows when he lands that face damage, it's going to stick. But it seems like he sort of changed paths a little bit. He smelled the weakness in the hand from Dr. J. Now he is going for more of a value battle.
I'm a little bit curious about the attack with Northshire Cleric in that spot. And again, this is where it starts to become difficult for Lovely Juke. So it's tough to say whether or not he should be loading up the board or hanging back. My instinct says to hang back a bit because he has to get Dr. J to use his AoE spells, clear out boards, and then reload them effectively. That's the big key, is reloading effectively. If he can't do that, he's never going to have a chance.
That's a great point. And now he puts Dr. Jinkininki in a weird spot where
he's eyeing that Dirty Rat.
Yeah.
Dirty Rat twisting others. It's pretty good.
It's still a turn away, though. I think what was going through his mind is, can I wait a turn? Can I wait a turn to try and play Dirty Rat plus Twisting Nether?
Yeah, that would typically require him to just play another minion here. Or otherwise, Lovely Juke would know what's going on at that point. If Dr. J just makes a super weak turn and passes, Lovely Juke is going to be 100% positive that there's either a big Shadow Flame or a Twisting Nether available.
So Lovely Chook has seen Siphon Soul, he's seen Twisting Nether, and he's seen Blast Crystal Potion. There's not much else in the deck besides Faceless Manipulator that can deal with Rag. So that's something to note.
Uh-oh. I wonder if that's a trap draw for Dr. J at this point. Shadow Word Death is a very legitimate fear at this point. It would set up a second 8/8 in play. So that's tough for Lovely Chook to effectively push past. But that looks like an okay Ragnaros turn to me. I don't know, though. I mean, at this stage, value is a real thing. You mentioned that there is no Jiraxis earlier, and that's super important because that's one of the ways that Dr. J seals this matchup up when it's all said and done. When all the resources are ground to nothing, you have a hero power that makes 6/6 minions afterwards. That's just not there. Yeah, just death and push. It's hard for Dr. J to use a Twisting Nether a big AoE spell in a spot like this. It's just going to cost him a lot. He's going to Shadow Flame away his own Mountain Giant. It's not bad, but it's not what he wants to do.
One thing that I was looking at, if Lovely Chook played Ragnaros that turn and went face, with 16 damage on board, he might have been under pressure. Nefarian a lot of times is a great choice, just because of the fact that if Jiraxis comes out, you have the option to get Sacrificial Pact.
He's going to go with Nefarian anyway. He just wants the stats.
Sure. I mean, if you get Sacrificial Pact, you can still deal with Abyssal Enforcer.
There's just a lot of good spells in Warlock. Blast Crystal, Siphon Soul. Just good stuff.
Soulfire, Power Overwhelming can give you extra reach. Well, here's the Kazakis. This potion needs to be big. He takes 5 mana, so he's going for a little bit more of a flexible option as far as the potion goes. Doesn't want to spend a whole turn. Doesn't feel like he has the luxury of being able to go spend a whole turn. And he wants to use it this turn, I believe. So it's deal 5 damage, deal 4 damage to all minions. So that's going to clear the board and leave his Mountain Giant intact.
How important is that pressure to Dr. J right now? He's starting to feel a bit of heat, clearly, with the way that potion ended up turning out. Got a big board sweep, but just a Mountain Giant. He hasn't been life-tapping that much. It's kind of scary. And now Dragonfire Potion. This is a tough card to use in this matchup.
Looking at the rest of the list here from Dr. J, I don't really see too many threats left in the deck. He has Abyssal Enforcer, a second-rate Bruiser. And that's effectively it outside
Leroy?
of this Ragnaros. Does have Leroy. Leroy's a threat in its own way.
The Ragnaros, there's a chance it's checked, but Lovely Chook can't guarantee that at the moment.
He can go for Fellfire Potion to get a guaranteed clear, but he's not reloading. And it also damages himself.
He's got to go for Rag. He needs the shot.
Oh, man. This is going to be a big one. Can he hit the Rag? He does.
Wow.
Faith in the Ragnaros.
You know, I'm actually curious if landing the Ragnaros or landing face is better there. He's got Fellfire Potion in hand. I mean, that would have set Dr. J to 6. There's not much healing left.
That's pretty low.
It's pretty gosh darn low. Like, I'm at 6 in real life. I feel like there's not much longer for me.
Brutal.
TJ just gave me a nod. He's like, yep, you don't have much longer.
Just waiting for your Reno Jackson draw. Second-rate Bruiser.
This is slim pickings.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the rest of his deck, he just has nothing left.
He just never found use out of Shadow Flame, out of Demon Wrath, out of Hellfire. Those cards have just been dead. Lovely Chook, I think, he's pretty close to having this in the bag right now. In fact, does that Fellfire Potion do it? It would set Dr. J to 7. He'd go to 11 from Mistress of Mixtures.
I don't think it quite does it yet.
Pushes 3. And then he can Shadow Word Pain the Doomsayer. That's 8 from Ragnaros. Looks like lethal to me.
Is it?
Yeah.
You're right. That's it. And Lovely Chuk finds it. The Felfire Potion picked up from the Draconid Operative. And Dr. J, despite his best efforts to control the board early on, is going to fall in game number 1.
Wow. Just a lot of that early curve that Lovely Chuk had was the catalyst to that game. That Dirty Rat dealt so much damage. It was such an important piece to that game. He spotted that with Shadow or Death. He didn't care what came out of it. He was going to be able to use the Dirty Rat. Brilliant play.
Yeah, Dr. J unable to get it done in that last match, but he said earlier on how he was pretty confident going to his next match. He felt he played pretty well. Dr. J, he's a pretty interesting guy. He's got a lot of hobbies outside. He also has a pretty interesting job on the side, so take a look.
At nights, my part-time job is calling bingo. There are so many different types of ways you can achieve bingo, however you want to put it, because there's your regular like straight line, there's 4 corners, they do one called the crazy kite, they do one the chevron, the letter X, postage stamps, honestly just like an infinite amount of combinations that you can think of that I've called. I get yelled at a lot. I don't typically make bad mistakes, but if I do make a mistake, everyone's looking at me with mean looks and they're all yelling at me, telling me to get down. I have nothing to do with you not winning money. That's all luck and RNG. That's what that is.
In a way, Twitch chat is like one big bingo room.
Yeah.
They're sitting there yelling at the players all day when they make mistakes.
Just got to get down, make a noble sacrifice.
Indeed.
It's the best way to do it.
Interesting job. Dr. J, we've come to get to know him a little bit over the course of the last week, you know, seeing him around the resort. We had a chance to sit down and talk with him like on Monday or Tuesday, and he just really loves being here. It's one of the coolest things about having new players to the scene who haven't gotten to experience sort of these live events, especially the first time we go on the road. This is probably the best time to qualify for a seasonal championship. Getting to experience the Bahamas. But it's just cool to see, you know, the joy that he has for the opportunity to be here. And he told us that he's going to try his best and not take it for granted.
I don't think he is so far. I think his focus in game has been very intense, and I think he understands the gravity of the situation. So these are some important these are the most important matches of Hearthstone he's played, period.
This one,
Rogue versus Rogue, and this matchup can get quite explosive.
It's really volatile, to be honest. You know, a big questing or a big Van Cleef early on can sometimes just seal the game right off the bat. We've seen Rogue Mirrors end as early as like turn 5. And we've also seen them become a huge grind fest where both players are drawn dead for a lot of it, trading removal back and forth. Nothing lines up, and we go to like turn 20.
Yeah, I think volatility is definitely the right word for it. Lovely Chuk, he's opened up, and he's got Questing Adventurer and just a ton of utility to back it up. Dr. J's got Tomb Pillager. And this is an interesting dynamic where if Lovely Chuk decides that he wants to make a big push, a sap is going to hurt him a ton if he invests in that Questing Adventurer. And that's exactly what Dr. J picks up this turn as a sap. Tomb Pillager, however, is a much harder minion to interact with profitably. Even if it gets eviscerated in a spot like this, still providing a coin back to Dr. J. Maybe allows him to coin out Azure Drake or save it for an auctioneer. And now Lovely Chuk picks up his own Tomb Pillager. This game, it's gonna boil down to threat count, I think, and who can stick the first one to the board, start landing some damage.
It's going to come down to who pillages tombs the best.
Right now, Lovely Chuk, a heavy investment into this Questing Adventurer. Not unwise. You need to check your opponent and make them have answers for it. Dr. J's passed that first test. How does he do it? Would he rather have the Swashbuckler? Would he rather get the Tomb Pillager? Expend the prep?
Thank you.
He wants Tomb Pillager bad. I don't blame him.
He's going for the tempo. The cool thing about Rogue is that at a lot of points in the game, every single draw can completely change the landscape of the board. You have a handful of spells, all of a sudden you draw a Van Cleef or a Questing Adventurer or a Gadgetzan Auctioneer. You go from an unfavorable position to an incredibly favorable position. There's not a lot of matchups that have that big of a swing potential, and Lovely Chook's like, you know what?
Round 2.
I'm throwing this bad boy out there again. Now, Dr. Jikininki still has patches left in his deck. So he can deal with this Questing Adventurer with Swashbuckler, Backstab, Dagger Hit, and Patches. Van of Knives also can be used to kill it.
He does have the option of Cold Blood as well. That will cut quite a bit into his damage, but again, I feel like it's the last threat that makes a big difference in this matchup. I think I'm in favor of the draw here.
Yeah,
I think he needs to find another threat.
Patient Assassin is a threat.
Not in a traditional sense.
No.
1/1 stealth minion that will kill anything it touches. Doesn't matter how big it is. It could be a mountain giant with 700,000 health. Patient Assassin takes him out in one blow.
Not bad.
This is not good for Dr. J. So the first minion connection looks like it's going to go over to Lovely Chook unless Dr. J wants to eviscerate here.
I doubt it. He's got Patient Assassin lined up. So he can use that to kill off Tomb Pillager next turn. Or he could, if a bigger threat is played, use the Eviscerate for Tomb Pillager and then Patient Assassin whatever played. So just holding on to a little bit of flex. When they're just sort of going threat for threat, everything's being removed off the board. A lot of resources are being spent towards taking hold of the board. Then all of a sudden we get into some interesting scenarios where nobody really has the lead. And we can see there, Lovely Chook raised his hand. Looks like we have a little bit of technical difficulties here. We'll try and get in as quick as possible. But it looks like the players are still playing. It looks like they weren't affected, or at least Lovely Chook was only affected momentarily. So Admirable, it's time once again.
The super exclusive over-the-shoulder look-in. Game 2 of our final match.
Right now, we're taking a look at the perspective of Lovely Chook over his shoulder.
Dr. J drew an Auctioneer. DJ, that is huge.
You can just watch as the fear is replicated from your games on ladder, where you see the rogue draw the Gadgetzan Auctioneer off the top, and you're just hoping that he doesn't have spells to keep following it up.
Dr. J Cold Blood on his Patient Assassin, pushed 5 damage onto Lovely Chook there, and just conceals it. He says, I'm not going to kill a minion with this thing. I'm going to get in there for 5. You deal with it.
Yeah, I really like this play from Dr. Jikininki. We do have word that one of the cards drawn from Dr. Jikininki that turn was a Leroy Jenkins. So it makes sense with this line of play to preserve that 5 damage, because 9 damage on the board, 10 from the dagger, 6 from the Leroy. All of a sudden he has 16 damage. If he can find just a little bit more burn, he's going to be able to close out the game pretty quickly. And we can see from Lovely Chook's perspective that he did not play a minion that turn. Another dead draw for him. And that's one of the scariest situations that you could be in. Taking a look, he's got Sousy, Deckhand, Cold Blood,
gosh.
Edwin.
That is game over.
Dramatic zoom!
There is no way that Lovely Chook lives through that turn. That is pure insanity. Brought it back. Dr. J ties it up 1 apiece. The Rogue Mirror is a big one to win.
Gadgetzan Auctioneer, one of the things I said before, every single draw at those stages of the game can completely change the landscape. It felt like Lovely Chook had the minion advantage, but then that Gadgetzan Auctioneer changed everything, and Dr. J ties up the series 1-1.
Yeah, you said volatility, and that's exactly what that was. That moment of patience where Dr. J played Patient Assassin, said, you know, I'll just take this 5 damage, I'll hang on to Eviscerate, get some more flexibility from it. Hits a jackpot draw. That's a bingo.
One thing to know for these players, too, I mean, are they starting to feel some fatigue? It's starting to get late in the day. These guys have been up for 14 hours at this point. They had a game earlier on in the day. They've been sitting around, waiting in the player area, prepping, watching the other matches. And these guys lost their first round, so they might have been sulking over their mistakes, trying to reset their mind. They could be getting tired.
It's a long day. Fatigue's a very real thing. You don't just fatigue when you have no more cards left to draw. Sitting around all day and thinking about the match, all that anticipation. You're in a different place. You're not at home, just being comfortable. It weighs on you.
It definitely does.
I will say, though, Dr. J looks about the same as he did in the first match of the day.
He's a pretty calm guy. He just seems calm, which is pretty crazy to think that this guy, this is his first sort of major tournament outside of the playoffs.
Yeah, for Lovely Chook. I mean, this is just another day at the office for him.
Yeah. One of the highest earning players in the history of Hearthstone to date. He's been around the block a few times. Not in his Ferrari, on foot.
Yeah, I mean, when he won the tournament for the Ferrari, he had the option, money or Ferrari. Give me the money.
Hard to drive a Ferrari in the Bahamas. You got to get it here first. He was just foreshadowing. It's like, I'm going to the Bahamas.
Now, he did say if he won the next one, he'd probably take the Ferrari.
How often is that opportunity going to come around? Who knows?
Game 3, getting ready. God, elimination matches are tough. You know that?
I didn't, but now I do.
I mean, day 1, you spent the whole season getting to this point. Drop your first match. Now what? You have to win. You don't have an option.
But the one thing, you keep winning, you make it out of your group, all of a sudden everything's reset, everybody is on even footing going into the quarterfinals. You just have to keep looking ahead, one game at a time. And that's how both these guys are taking it. It's going to be Rogue for Lovely Chook once again. Dr. Jikininki is going to be on the Shaman.
This matchup's got some interesting ticks to it, which is number 1, Dr. J has some opportunities to really get away with some shenanigans. Anytime he's able to stick a Manatide Totem for more than a turn, that's a panic sign for Lovely Chook. He's got some great removal options with Lightning Bolt, with Hex, but he's got a lot of stuff to worry about. Tomb Pillager, a prime target. Questing Adventurer, a prime target. Big Edwin Van Cleef, a prime target. His removal is working overtime in this matchup. Frankly, there's just not enough of it for him. So at every step of the way, he's got to find a way to get minions on board that can act in place of things like Lightning Bolt, of things like Hex. That starts with Manatide Totem here to try to pick up some extra answers. But I'm looking at these hands right now, TJ. Dr. J is going to have a tough time.
He really is.
Yeah, important to note, there's actually no patches in Lovely Chook's deck. He's actually opted to go with Beneath the Grounds as his major tech for Reno decks and Shaku the Collector. So not trying to get those that little bit of extra damage with patches and instead trying to hard focus on the control builds.
It sort of opens up 2 spots for him as well, because we've seen most of the players that bring patches in Rogue in this tournament, which a lot of players that brought Rogue also bring a South Sea deckhand, which sort of gives you that extra chance on turn 1 to draw a Pirate that's not patches to pull it out of your deck. So it sort of opens up 2 slots for him in that regard. Swashbuckler is sort of a necessary choice nowadays to get that 1-drop on board. Otherwise, Rogue just misses 1 and they dagger up on 2 every game.
Yeah. Really important facet. Well, the Overload's a bit painful here for Dr. J. So the Lightning Bolt definitely is in order if that's the case. Now he's got 2 different forests he's got option for. He's got Hex in case something crazy happened. But that Auctioneer could be awfully painful for Dr. J.
Yeah, he's already got the counterfeit coin in hand. If he can pick up a Conceal!
Oh my. That is also a bingo.
Dr. J, even though he's probably not called that at his bingo job, he's probably called it in Hearthstone quite a bit.
Yeah.
Sitting at home, sees the Gadgetzan on 6 into the counterfeit coin conceal, and he slowly whimpers to himself, bingo.
It's a beautiful piece of writing. I saw TJ working on something backstage. I wasn't sure what it was, and now I know exactly what it was. It's poetry.
Bingo poetry.
Now, stealth minions with taunt don't get attacked. That is something interesting to note.
It's too bad we don't have the over-the-shoulder look, or else we'd see the warning pop up on screen. Unfortunate. We know you guys love it, but we can't have it all the time.
Rep drawn for Lovely Chook. This is insane. Dr. J, he's in trouble, and that's an understatement.
Yeah, even though putting Aya back in the hand gives him the battle cry once again, which can keep those Jades rolling, Dr. J just doesn't have enough time, it feels, to get to the point where playing Aya is going to allow him to survive.
It's kind of sounded like Arnold there for a minute.
Aya.
He doesn't have enough time. He really doesn't. I mean, the cards keep coming and they don't stop coming.
Edwin Van Cleef.
And this is the two-pronged attack that really overloads Dr. J and puts him on that back foot. Edwin Van Cleef's land, 8-4 Auctioneers on board. He has to deal with both of these this turn. And if he deals with both, that just gives Lovely Chook initiative, and he just drew so many cards.
Two-pronged attack with Leroy following it up on the rear flank. You can't lose.
And Mistcaller actually is pretty savage of a pickup from Swashbuckler. It gives every minion in your hand and in your deck +1/+1. And it's a 4/4.
Sort of an interesting card that a lot of players, when they saw it revealed, were like, wow, that card is insane. Hasn't seen much play in Shaman. But when you get it by accident for free,
it still stays in hand, and Azure Drakes take precedent.
Oh, man. Oh, there's a Beneath the Ground. So even though this is not a Reno deck, and Beneath the Ground's, you know, it's not gonna disrupt things like Kazakus and Reno, it's still, if you just have the mana to expend anyway, those Nerubians, they can feel good.
Now there's no more removal left. This is getting close to the Lightning Storm or Bust moment for Dr. J. Now, his Shaman deck is built a lot differently than some of the other mid-range decks that we've observed. He's got 2 Maelstrom Portals. He's got 2 Lightning Storms. So that gives him that little bit extra, but Maelstrom Portal wasn't what he was looking for. This is going to have to be gas.
It will allow him to fight back a little bit on this board. It's not quite as impactful as Lightning Storm.
It's taunting.
Shaku the Collector, one of the cards we mentioned as sort of a replacement for a few cards of the Pirate package. Shaku didn't see much play early on in the mean streets of Gadgetzan meta, but it's definitely picked up steam as the tournament scene has gone on. Seeing a lot of play in playoffs in the aggro rogue, which sort of had a brief moment of popularity and now has sort of toned back down a little bit. We're going to see a lot of aggro-ish rogues tomorrow in Group C and D. A lot of water rogues. Those of you out there who are big Murloc fans.
3-4 Shaku. This card just provides a really tough objective for your opponent sometimes. If you can land it early on and you're able to offset the minions they play, your opponent looks at Shaku and goes, man, can I afford to just give him an extra card every turn? It often forces their hand, and that's one of the reasons it was so popular in the aggro decks is leading into your following turn. If your opponent just had to kill one of your minions, sometimes you're open for Cold Blood. Maybe it made your Tomb Pillager stick. And it replaced itself on the attack. Just a honestly really underrated card, and when it found its home, it was just brilliant.
Definitely an exciting card to watch as well, because it can provide crazy moments as early as turn 3. And now, no removal for Dr. J. He's got to find the best combination of minions that's going to help him fight back on the board.
Now, keep in mind, Mistcaller gives all minions in hand and deck +1/+1. So that's a 7/3 Leroy. It means that Questing Adventures are base 3/3. And Southsea Deckhand is base 3/2. Dr. J is going to have a tough time fighting back if this is in fact a value battle for him.
He finds sort of the most amount of power he can put out with minions on this turn. Also gets the heal from the Junior Water Speaker. But is that enough?
Well, that's a dead draw for Lovely Chook.
So he's got 7 on board, 7 from Leroy. That's
Count 14.
15 with a dagger hit.
I'm sapping. I'm going to start with Sap. Face with Shaku. If he picks up the right card, game over.
So many options.
He's going for it.
Needs some burn. Lava Burst.
Jade Lightning.
What does he get? Lotus Illusionist.
4 mana, 3/5. Whenever it attacks, or is it after it attacks? There we go.
After it attacks the hero.
Turns into a random 6-cost minion. That's an exciting card to watch. Very first time I played it, it immediately turned into big-time Racketeer. I just had a 1/1 all of a sudden.
That's the risk you take. So there's the Beneath the Ground. It's going to be a big deal if these Nerubians come out on the board, because Dr. J's already been struggling to come back on the board. And if he has to deal with another 4/4, he's going to be hard-pressed to find a way out of this game. So we'll see beginning of the turn. Is it an ambush? There it is!
Wow. First card drawn. But he does pick up a second thing from below, so Dr. J's turn here is actually pretty massive. Able to get another totem out, 10 power and 10 health worth of taunts.
You can also brand plus Jinyu Water Speaker.
We could play just the Aya too. I mean,
yeah,
he didn't die last turn, and he was at a relatively safe life total. This turn he gets to cut into the damage just a tiny bit. He has an extra taunt in play. I like the Mana Tide totem.
Yeah, there's no saps left. The first sap was on the Aya, the second sap was on the thing from below that was played last turn. So he can be pretty confident that these thing from belows are going to stick.
Yeah.
If this Aya can start getting in damage, he doesn't have Bloodlust in the deck. Keep that in mind. But if this Aya starts getting in damage, and Lovely Chook draws dead another turn.
You know, I like the Aya a lot too. Oh gosh, just so much board presence. This is that massive swing turn this deck can provide, and this is where its strength shines, is in the development turns like this. They're not the easiest to get to, but if you get there, it's very difficult to lose.
The Great Wall of Blue.
What gets Lovely Chook out of this?
Well, it's going to
X,
have to
maybe?
come from the Shaku. Or this Lotus Illusionist.
You know, there is actually some very minuscule chances of lethal here. Backstab, Shaku runs in, takes out a thing below. So he gets Lava Burst in that instance. Lava Burst the other 5/5. Lotus goes face. Drops him to 12. Reckless Rocketeer. 5 power charge in that instance. It's very minuscule. But it's Leroy with no drawback right now.
Nice sequencing. This sort of has to be a miracle play. What's Shaku going to pick up? Halazeel of the Ascended. Not what he was looking for, but let's see what the 6-drop is.
It's not charged. Wind up Burglebot. If it attacks a minion, kills it, and lives, Lovely Chook's going to draw a card. That's what that one does. But I got a feeling none of these things are living.
Admirable, our arena prowess is really getting tested today. So far, we're 4 for 4.
High five.
So there's 9, 12 damage being represented on board. Still no spells from Dr. Jikaninki.
It's a heal for 12, though. I mean, that's basically a Reno in this spot.
He will be able to clear much, but not all of it.
I don't think he's caring much about Halazeel right now. He's at 17.
Yeah,
Lovely Chook's got one card. He's got a full board of minions. Dr. J, I think, got this one locked up.
Yeah.
Lovely Chook needed some heat. Dr. J had enough early removal. That Questing Adventurer that Lovely Chook went for early on ran directly into Lightning Bolt. Now there's just nothing left.
He just really doesn't have much damage left in his deck, period. He can heal for 4. Goes up to 18. There's 5 plus 9 damage on the board.
He's got 10 mana, and he can't spend any of it.
Well, he could spend 2 of it for the dagger. He could also spend 2 of it for the eviscerate. It does not heal. Or he can concede, and that's what he does. Dr. J takes game number 3, and that's a lead for him in the series. Picking up a win with the Shaman.
What a colossal win this would be for Dr. J. Taking out Lovely Chuk, one of the most winning players of all time.
Be a tough blow to China as well to have one of the players, one of their most successful players, get eliminated this early on in the tournament. A player that a lot of the other Chinese players sort of look up to. I mean, talking to all the Chinese players this week was kind of funny because each one individually sort of respected a different player. It's sort of like the circle of trust that the Chinese players have with each other. Lovely Chuk, like, favored Omega Zero favored LVGE. LVGE was like, well, X-Hope's the player to beat, and then X-Hope's like, Lovely Chuk, he's got it. Who do we root for? Who knows?
All of them.
But yeah, one thing's for certain is they're probably all watching right now, hoping Lovely Chuk takes the series, just to sort of, give a little proof to their region. And Dr. J, he's grooving. He's getting in the zone.
Just trying to relax a bit. Remind yourself to stay calm. We saw some incredibly fast play today, namely in the Stanudachi versus Frozen match. They were at a blistering pace. It was almost like they weren't even thinking about their turns. They just knew what to do already. Dr. J, I think when he speeds up a little bit, he's going to overlook some stuff. I don't think he has quite the same number of reps of practice that some of these other guys have. But he's been playing well. I like what he's been doing so far. That is not a good hand for the Priest versus Rogue matchup, though, TJ. He needs to get some presence online.
Whereas Lovely Chuk has got Swashbucklers early on. He's got Azure Drake, which may seem like it's a little bit far off, but it's one of the cards that can really help get things.
Twilight, what? He's got a dragon in hand. Dragon Rogue.
Kibler's probably tried it.
I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Last game, there was Shaman cards on the board. This game's going to be Priest cards on the board.
Second coin. Oh my.
Shadow Fiend could actually have a pretty big impact.
That's an interesting card. Every time you draw a card, its cost is reduced by 1.
5 for 5.
But Lovely Chuk's got to face down this Technician first. This is honestly such a strong minion versus Rogue. Just not really effectively dealt with.
Yeah,
Cold Blood expended.
5 health on turn 3. You usually have to expend a little bit more resources than you're comfortable with. In this case, it's a Cold Blood. Sometimes it's a card plus an Eviscerate and a dagger hit.
Dr. J is so close to turning the corner. And this is why Azure Drake is such a big deal. Shadow Word Pain on this Shadow Fiend to take it out. The damage on board fairly nominal, but he doesn't have a strong way to interact with Azure Drake. And that means Lovely Chuk's going to head into his turn with that active. The spell damage matters a ton when you're talking about Dr. J and just having very health-efficient minions. Suddenly, they're not nearly as health-efficient. But Lovely Chuk's hand is fairly weak. It can keep the board clean for a while, but the rest of these minions have to deliver the rest of that damage. And I'll tell you what, Draconid Operative, not really the kind of minion you want to sap that badly. However, it might just be enough to get the job done.
Keep the cleave.
He's got a lot of great spells in hand to combo it with.
Say it with me, Chad. Keep the cleave. Keep the... All right. He did it!
Second Azure Drake.
Prep Eviscerate is a clean kill.
Dragonfire Potion is the card in Dr. J's deck that normally is used to sweep out positions. Azure Drake is immune to Dragonfire Potion, and Dr. J has no other ways to interact with that card. He is going to die to these Azure Drakes.
Lovely Chuk does have the spells to sort of back up these Azure Drakes to protect them for as long as he can. This turn with Eviscerate, with Prep Eviscerate, he's got a clean kill onto the Draconid Operative. Maybe he's thinking about whether or not could use Backstab and trade in
the Whelp, but the Whelp hasn't been dealt with, and he's keep clocking away. That investment of the Eviscerate is likely to pay dividends.
So he's got 11 damage on board. 12 with Dagger up next turn. If he can keep these guys rolling, Dr. J is in serious trouble.
Yep.
These backstabs are 4 damage each, which means Blackwing Corruptor is just going to get killed outright. He's going to throw a powered shield in it, but Lovely Chuk's happy to throw in a dagger hit and a 1-1 into this.
Oh, and just in time to mock him, the Dragonfire Potions shows up.
Just not going to get anything done in this game.
Azure Drake has been such a powerful card throughout all of Standard. This tournament is basically its last hurrah. Afterwards, Hall of Fame. Well deserved.
Azure Drake, we salute you.
No way to interact with these Azure Drakes. Lovely Chuk's going to get 8 more damage out of these with Dr. J at 10.
You wish to live forever.
210 Brand's pretty scary. A point of damage ends the game there for Lovely Chuk. Doesn't find it.
But he's got Conceal.
He's got Conceal. He's got Sap. He can just go face, set Dr. J to 1, Conceal, and say, go.
Yeah. I'm curious if there's a combination of Priest cards at this point that, for 8 mana, that would actually kill Lovely Chuk. Like, if he had 2 Mind Blasts, he's still not on lethal. Embrace the Shadows. And, okay, yeah. That would be the one. It's not happening, is the long story short. Lovely Chuk sealed this game. And this is the way that Dragon Priest versus Rogue often goes. It's hard for Dr. J to really get a bunch of development and punish what Lovely Chuk is doing. Azure Drake, one of the most effective cards, and Dr. J's hand opened up with double Shadow Word Death. Never even saw a target.
Dr. J taking his time. A lot of things going through his head right now. You know, he's thinking of, what could I have done better? What am I going to play the next match? Trying to reset his mind. Not let that affect him too much, because that was incredibly one-sided. If you don't get off to a blistering start as Priest, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a way to win that matchup, especially with 2 Azure Drakes on the board. And Lovely Chuk ties up the series 2-2. It's down to a best of 3, essentially, for these players' tournament life.
That's one of the reasons Rogue has been so popular over this tournament. You look at Dragon Priest, it picked up a lot of steam with the aggressive decks dying down a tad. It punishes decks like Dragon Priest. It punishes decks like Druid. It's just such a good deck right now, and Auctioneer always gives you that power to, if you make it to that turn and have a lot of spells to go with it, give you almost an insurmountable advantage if you're at all stable.
Yeah, Miracle Rogue is tied for the 3rd most represented archetype here, tied with Dragon Priest, with 10 out of the 16 players bringing it. If you can expect a lot of Pyro Warrior and you're expecting to ban Pyro Warrior, all of a sudden Rogue's value goes up tremendously in these best of 7 Conquest matches. So no surprise that they're having a lot of success with it, and that we're seeing a lot of Rogue games. As you can see, the players, we're just getting something fixed up a little here, so we'll get into game number 5 in just a few moments. But talking about Lovely Chuk a little bit more, just won game number 4 in that series, tied it up 2-2. Lovely Chuk, of course, turned down a Ferrari to get money. A little bit of swag there. Also one of the most earningest players in the history of Hearthstone. Let's go ahead and get to know Lovely Chuk just a little bit more.
I won the 2016 China vs. EU tournament, and the top prize was a Ferrari. I'm sorry I can't share the experience of what it's like to drive it, because I chose the prize money. I don't have a driver's license.
就直接选择钱了，因为我听说那个法拉利的
I chose the prize money in 1 second because I heard the maintenance fee was really expensive.
没有，我准备今年
I don't have any regrets, but if this year they have a Ferrari as well, I will choose the Ferrari.
有的。
But at least I have a picture to remember it by.
And there's lovely Chuk. You got to respect that decision. It took him 1 second to make the decision.
About the amount of time it takes him to play Miracle Rogue.
It seems like it. But let's go ahead and take a look as we're waiting to get into game number 5 at the bracket for Group B. Nyria joins Stanu Dachi in the quarterfinals as the winner in Group B. Pomblad is waiting for the winner of this elimination match. That decider will be played on Saturday immediately before the quarterfinal matchups. Both China and America still looking to get a player into the quarterfinals, as well as Asia Pacific. While Europe, they're sitting pretty. Won both groups so far, 100%.
They continue to dominate in their matches. There, you can see it, Stanu Dachi versus Frozen. Probably one of the quickest sets that I've seen ever take place with their pace of play. And Frozen, he's waiting to battle X-Hope for that next spot there. And as you mentioned, America's, China, Asia Pacific still hunting for a player in the top 8. That's tough.
Well,
we got to put some through. Someone's got to get them through. There's only 4 Europeans
in the whole thing.
They can't just take the whole top 8. Now, top 4, different
Luckily
story.
for us. Yeah.
Different story.
Again, you know, for those of you who may not have tuned in at the beginning of the broadcast or when we've brought it up, there is a chance with how the brackets play out that we could see 4 European players make it through to the Hearthstone World Championship, through the Winter Championship here.
That's one of the most exciting facets to me, is which region is going to dominate throughout the year. There's 2 more championships that happen. Still spring, still summer. If they put Thraders through, I mean, can they continue to dominate all year?
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and take a look now at when we'll be seeing those quarterfinals. There's the Group A, Group B winners, Stanu Dachi and Nyria, 4-0 for Europe so far in the tournament. Tomorrow we'll get to see world champion Pavel fight up in his group to see if he can continue the crazy amount of success that he's had, not only at the World Championship, but even since then. Pavel has been on fire. He's been traveling the world, enjoying himself, and winning some Hearthstone.
Just a cool guy.
As a world champion should do.
Indeed.
We've yet to see a world champion really like follow it up in the year after they win and have a lot of success. You know,
Firebat had an amazing year the year after he won the World Championship. He was the first player to defend back-to-back offline series titles. He had a strong run through Americas where he was 1 match off of making it to the championship that year, where his friend and practice partner Purple won the Americas Championship.
But he didn't make it back.
He didn't. We haven't seen the world champion return to the World Championships yet. I think it's crazy that Pavel has an opportunity after his first championship event leading into the season.
Yeah, even Artosis, the champion of 2013, wasn't able to replicate his success at all.
That exhibition championships. That's beautiful. Hey, that's 2 for North America in the Americas.
We'll take it.
Yeah, we're tied with Europe.
We'll take it.
And you're seeing a very different side of him during the competition, completely composed, 100% focused. But you get this guy on the dance floor, and suddenly he's a beast.
Yeah. He'll come to you with his famous pickup line. You ever play bingo?
He's yet to say that to me.
Surprised. I'm real surprised.
Same.
Well, we should be moments away from jumping into game number 5 here as the players set up. Everything seems to be okay on our end, and I can see the players queued up. Let's get into it. Who's going to pull ahead in this series? Is it Dr. J, or is it going to be Lovely Chuk? Dragon Priest versus Druid is going to be the matchup. Let's get into it.
I've been a big proponent of Druid in this matchup, and I'll continue to say it. In the hands of a very skilled player, they know the matchup, and I think they've got the edge. The idea here is that Dr. J is using such health-efficient early minions that he's able to take the board and push a lot of damage early on. The presence that Lovely Chuk's Druid is going to put on board early on is typically going to be fairly small, negligible a lot of times. That just gives Dr. J free reign to push damage. The Defender of Argus is a big facet of that as well. Getting those extra buffs on a wide board is going to make it harder for Lovely Chuk to actually clear what's going on, because his removal is fairly light on damage. It's Wrath for 3, it's Swipe for 4, it's Feral Rage for 4. Nothing really hits that 6 mark very well. So if Dr. J is able to establish a strong board position, that's where he can run away with it. Lovely Chuk typically is looking for ramp spells in the beginning. Wild Growth, Jade Blossom. Innervate certainly helps, but that's a one-shot mana ramp. He's got to find the right moment to use that, and it looks like he's going for it right away.
And if that hits a Shadow Word Pain, that is so many resources used trying to get this Fandral out and run it on the board.
Wrong one. That's a Shadow Word Death. That's only 5 or more. And this has got to make Dr. J nervous. Anytime Fandral sticks to the board, you have that moment of panic. Please don't have Wrath. Please don't have Nourish.
Must consider.
He has no way to deal with this. And it doesn't look like one's showing up for quite a while.
One thing he can do is play Blackwing Technician at 3-5. It's going to be hard for Lovely Chuk, even with those minions, to deal with it. But it looks like Dr. J Kaneki is going for Nether Spite Historian here.
This is an interesting spot. I never blame someone going for the Operative. But it looks like he's going to lose the early board. So what is the game plan if he loses the early board? How does he reestablish himself and take the lead? Is it just strictly minion pressure at this point? Just start playing guys and hope they get there?
Well, Shadow Word Pain's picked up now. Dr. J, he was like calling Lovely Chuk's bluff. He's like, you don't have any Fandral cards. I'm calling you out. I'm going to play this game slow. I'm going to play my game. He picks up Shadow Word Pain, so I guess it doesn't matter in the end anyway. But he doesn't have the board at the moment.
Yeah, he does have Coin Draken at Operative or Blackwing Corruptor. I imagine Operative is the take here. Just getting the extra health on board is so much more important than the tempo at this point. Again, Lovely Chuk's damage in the early game is often negligible. It doesn't really matter that much. What starts to matter is when he's taking over the board. Dr. J has to set up proactively against that.
Picking up more Jade cards, which means she's going to get those Jades rolling. Going to be a 2-2 Jade Spirit's going to be a 3-3.
Super important to get those rolling. If Lovely Chuk doesn't have the early Jade, it means that when you start hitting the mid-late stages, they're just not impactful. They'll continue to be ignored. They're starting to get a little bit big, though.
Just a little bit. Holy Nova an option here to clean up much of the board and keep this Draconid Operative healthy.
I'm looking at that Defender of Argus.
Defender of Argus, also an option with Northshire Cleric. And it provides a clean trade. How much does he value that Northshire Cleric, though? Does he feel like he needs that for draw? He's got a pretty wide hand at the moment. He's got a lot of value already sitting in there.
I think I would tend to go for the 2-4 in this position. Just try to occupy as many resources as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Your opponent is going to have to make a decision on where they split this damage.
And Defender of Argus, if you lose control of the board, it can be a dead card in your hand. So any opportunity that you have to use that bad boy.
Yeah. It's pretty solid. Boulder Fist Operative. And there's no gas with that Auctioneer right now. That Auctioneer, it could be a long way off from finding value. This is another thing that's important to Lovely Chuk's deck. He's got to find card draw at some point. If he just simply runs out of options, well, then what?
He can clear the board here, with the only resources being spent, the swipe and a 2-2 on the board. But he's actually going to continue to ramp up these Jades and play the mana-efficient game, hold on to the swipe.
Wow, this is interesting. He chooses to pay the life here to preserve the 2-1 body. I think that's smart because Dr. J doesn't really have a super strong way to interact with 1 health minions unless there's a great attack on board. And in this spot, Dr. J it's hard for him to take advantage of either the damage that Lovely Chuke's taking or the weak minions that are out there. This is where it's going to start to turn into tempo play for him. And he's going to hope that he can drag this game out to a safe position and then rely on the value that he gets from Draken and Operative, from the Azure Drakes he'll draw, the health buffs on Cabal Talon Priest. That's the position he's moving in on.
He needs more cards to combo with this Gadgetzan Auctioneer.
Well, you know, something else to know is there's actually no Dragon in hand yet for Dr. J. So that Operative is, it's stranded until he picks up another Dragon. So that does hurt his hand quite a bit, but right away. This is a great turn for Operative, I think.
5-6 on the board. You talked about how that 6 health threshold is pretty tough for the Druid to get to, especially without any resources in hand.
Yeah, swipe. I mean, there's a swipe down now. There's a Feral Rage down.
He could go wide a little bit and go with Blackwing Technician plus Cabal Talon Priest. I don't mind that at all.
It's actually more stats on board than the Draken Operative would be.
Yeah, and next turn he has flexibility with Draconid Operative plus a 3-drop. Aya Blackpaw is pretty good. Other than, you know, a Nourish, something to get deeper into his deck.
It's ramping the Jades, but Lovely Chuke is right now living at the mercy of his deck. Dr. J can actually clear out most of this board position on the following turn and get himself some good development. And that's why Lovely Chuke's trading here. He's trying to cut into that potential right away. He feels if he buys enough time and he gets the right spells that the Auctioneer can carry him through this. But Dr. J's hand is gas.
Picks up another Cabal Talon Priest.
Bran. Ooh. There's swipe as well, though. This is a really interesting moment for Dr. J right here. Bran is a card that couples with almost every single minion in the deck. But swipe gives Dr. J access to something that he just doesn't have. Direct, immediate damage.
Next turn he can make a 2-10 Bran if he wants to.
Oh my.
Well, it's time to go. No real other option here. Another Living Roots, but most likely going to see Jade Blossom here plus a trade on the 4-4. I can't imagine wow, he is.
Oh.
He's really foregoing board development to try and pick up another spell.
This is really interesting to me. I actually like this from Lovely Chuke because
he's protecting the gadget.
Yeah, because either Blackwing Corruptor or Holy Nova would clear out this Gadgetzan Auctioneer at this point, and it's a tough thing for him to deal with. I love this setup a lot. This is brilliant.
Yeah, Dr. J is going to have a tough time dealing with this Gadgetzan Auctioneer. Oh, nope, Feral Rage. He would have had a tough time. But Feral Rage coming out. Dr. J looks like he might be pulling ahead unless Lovely Chuke can pick up a bunch of resources. Dr. J knows that he's in a tough group. Lovely Chuke's just an opponent that he has to get over. We talked to him a little bit about it. Let's take a look.
I think the biggest weakness right now is the group I got put in. I think the group is extremely talented. I think the group is extremely strong. And I think if I can get out of this group and then make it to top 8, it may actually be easier for my lineup to do well in top 8 than to do in this group stage.
I agree with his sentiment there. But this game is looking also really tough. That's a lot of power Lovely Chuke just added to the board. And Gadgetzan Auctioneer requires attention. Is this push going to be enough from Dr. J? I don't think it is. There's more card draw. There's more ways to kill. But again, the health-efficient minions are a little bit annoying here for Lovely Chook. That brand is sticking around for another turn or so.
But with how much cards in his hand, you know, is it really that big of a deal?
I'm just assuming Dr. J is going to draw a dragon, because if he doesn't do that, he doesn't have a chance. He's going to have to get through the behemoth somehow.
Yeah, Lovely Chook just using these Wraths as a way to get a little bit deeper into his deck. Jades are now at 8-8.
Yeah, I think this is too much. Lovely Chook has just been safe the entire game. His 7 damage is going to be largely inconsequential, and you know he's threatening to crack back for 21. So board's got to get attention. Yeah, that's it. Whew. Jade Druid, am I right?
Am I right? You're right.
If you do not pressure Jade Druid, they are so strong. You have to keep this deck under heat.
They'll beat you every time, and Lovely Chook does just that. Wins the game, goes on a match point, which means Dr. Jinkininki is fighting for his life. Needs to win 2 in a row if he wants to take down Lovely Chook and move on to the decider match of Group B.
His first Hearthstone Championship Tour performance. Wins America's Championship. Now in the Bahamas. Is this where it ends? I mean, is this? I don't think that this is what he envisioned.
No.
At all.
No.
He's got to win 2 straight, or that's it.
But he can't really think about that. He's got to take it one match or one game at a time in this match. He's got to have his sights set on winning this next game. He gets over that hump, he's got to have his sights set on winning the game after that. And Lovely Chook can't get ahead of himself. He can't say, you know what, I have the lead. I'm just going to coast to a victory. I'm already thinking about the decider match. No, 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 no. Slow down, buddy. But we're going to get into it. Game number 6. Will Lovely Chook close it out and eliminate Dr. J from the tournament? Or can the Dragon Priest prevail? It's Reno Mage versus Dragon Priest.
And a couple of interesting cards in Lovely Chook's Reno Mage that you don't always see, and frankly, sometimes are fairly rare. And the big one that stands out to me is Kabbalist Tome. If you ever talk to Sottle about this card, it's one of his favorites. He loves to talk about Kabbalist Tome. In this matchup, if Lovely Chook is at all in a safe position, that is so many extra cards he gets.
But how often is he going to be in a safe position against a deck that gets the ball rolling?
That's a good question, because one of the weaknesses of Reno Mage just happens to be Dragon Priest. The health-efficient minions line up so well versus the kinds of removal Mage has. You look at Frostbolt, 2 mana 3 damage. You look at Firebolt, 4 mana 6 damage. These do not operate well with what Dr. Jikiniki is doing. Every single minion operates above that health curve, which means they stick around through AoE. The spells, they're on a 1-for-1 basis, and sometimes require more attention than that as well. A minion attack and hero power just occupies a lot of Lovely Chook's resources. And if he can't get control of that, he gets chipped away turn after turn.
That's exactly what we're seeing. Takes Alex Straza from the Netherspite Historian choice.
Yeah, that's a nod to Reno Jackson. One of the ways that you can follow up on Reno Jackson is simply to have Alex Straza. They set themselves to 30, you immediately set them to 15. If you have board presence after that, they're usually in a heap of trouble. However, we're a long ways off of that happening. So this is an insurance plan from Dr. Jikiniki. He felt the other ones just weren't going to provide, and Lovely Chook, still no development, but he finds Kazakus.
Kazakus, one of the ways that you can gain back tempo in this matchup. If you can get the 5-mana potion, deal 4 damage AoE, and the board is still under that health threshold, he might be able to claw back. And
turn 4.
That is a dead turn. Oh, man.
Oh, Lovely Chook's got 10 cards in hand. So if he plays Kazakus, he's got to burn the coin.
Yeah. Is that... I mean, that could be a big deal. That coin can really interrupt his turns. I mean, maybe he just plays Water Elemental this turn, tries to roll into Emperor Thorsan, and go from there.
But now Dr. J's got Draconid Operative. And look at how much damage has just been dealt with these little guys. 6 more coming through. And
Plus
the board's
secret
not
agent.
checked. And look at that, a tempo pick from Dr. J. Picks up the Arcane Blast to couple with Azure Drake. Lovely Chook's hand is great. I just don't think he's got time to unlock all of this. Emperor Thorson is a big start, but look at how much damage he's under. He could die if he plays Emperor Thorson.
12 damage on board. He could freeze 2 of it to bring it down to 10.
What if Dr. J picked up Fireball? You can't have in this instance because you got Fireball in your hand, but
what if?
But what if?
What if he did anyway? Sometimes you got to ask yourself tough questions.
But sometimes Dr. J's got tough answers. Utilizing the blast right away. This is a multi-turn setup, and Lovely Chook is in a lot of trouble.
Again, Emperor Thorsan. If he plays it, he dies to Blackwing Corruptor.
There's not a winning combination of cards in Lovely Chook's hand right now. There is so much value from these early drops from Dr. J.
He has to, like, Ice Block and then hope he draws Reno.
It's like a Hunter deck. Just beating him up.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Mage. It's like a Hunter deck.
Too soon. Those don't help.
No. He is really going to have to rely on Reno. Or maybe in a crazy world, he can buy enough time to get to turn 9, clear the board, and then bring himself back up to 15. But that isn't looking very likely. Most certainly going to see a block pop here.
Well, the pop at 2 and the pop at 1 don't really serve as much difference, but Dr. J did have a way to pop at 1. Tad of a miss sequence in that instance, but it's Reno or bust for Lovely Chook at this point. I guess a freeze would actually keep him alive.
Flame Strike could as well. If Dr. J Kaniki were to have no extra damage in hand. I mean, looking at the list, he's got, what, Holy Nova and a second Blackwing Corruptor to be able to draw. Also, his Draconid Operative can pick up a little piece of burn, maybe a Frostbolt. There's Holy Nova, if I read that correctly. That is it, and Dr. J puts up the 3. See what I did there?
I did.
Thank you very much. And he's going to tie up the series 3-3.
7. All the marbles now on the line. The season spent getting to the playoffs. The playoffs, getting through, qualifying for this event. Traveling to the event, everything on the line, $250,000 in prizes. One of these two ends it right here.
How fitting for Dr. J to come back.
Watch him when he wins here.
Let's go. He's pumped.
I'd be pumped too.
I'm pumped right now just watching
You're
it.
bringing it back. You were down in the set. One more to go.
And how fitting for him. Last game comes down to his Reno lock. By far his favorite deck. As we've seen throughout the broadcast today, as me and you saw earlier in the week, getting to talk to him a little bit.
Hey, this is a tough matchup for Lovely Chook. You know, we saw Shtanu Dachi play this matchup earlier, but he had Pyroblast in his version. He had Inkmaster Solia to get those big burst turns. Here, Lovely Chook's burst is very limited. He's got Ragnaros the Fire Lord, whatever he finds from Kabbalah's Tome, and however many fireballs he can get from Archmage Antonidas. Outside of that, it is minion technology. He does have an Alex Straza, so that's a key one to follow up on Reno Jackson with. But can he get the pressure going to test Dr. J in that spot? For Dr. J, it is a lot about the strong early threats. Mountain Giant, Twilight Drake. Once again, health-efficient threats that really put Lovely Chook to the test. Polymorph's one of the key cards in the matchup, so he's got the first one checked. But can he keep up with the card draw from Dr. J?
That's going to be the question. Now, Dr. J, one of the things that a lot of players respected about him was his Reno Warlock play throughout the playoffs. We saw a lot of matches from Dr. J on stream. The players even that had never heard of him before said, wow, this guy's pretty good at Reno Lock. Said he's got good tech choices. He read the meta well. Did he do it here too? A win in Game 7 with Reno Lock right here would be huge for not only that image of him being that Reno Lock player, but also for just getting further in the tournament.
This is a really weird spot.
Don't pick that!
Museum Curator's not bad. It certainly can provide some very strong death rattle effects, but I mean, I can't deny Fireball. That card's just too good.
No comment on my impression, though.
Just leave you hanging out. I'm sorry, TJ. That was mean. I won't do that again. I'll issue a public apology.
Appreciate it. Well, the Mountain Giant eats a bitter end. But he'll live to see another damage.
No major threat here from Dr. J, and so Lovely Chook has now passed that second test. Can you not die to a giant threat early on? That's the big one. Once he's past that, he has a lot of tools to work with. This is where Lovely Chook starts to enter the phase of the game where his removal is starting to unlock. Firelands Portal, a giant tempo swing, strong value card. He's got Forbidden Flame to handle another big threat. He's got a second Fireball potentially lined up. He's got Alexstrasza. Card draw is the missing piece of this puzzle right now.
Like how you've created in your head a checklist for defeating Reno Lock.
I have played against it so many times.
Checklist. Step 1, don't die.
That's a tough one.
Step 2, don't die again. Step 3, get rich. Step 4, kill him.
Yeah, profit comes before the rest of the parts in that.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, thanks, Reno. He's changed the game. There's no more question marks in the middle of that. You just step 3 is get rich.
Dr. J, it seems like he's Kazakus picked up, but in this matchup, a lot of times you want that value.
I think his hand's strong enough. He's got Shambler, he's got Rag.
Yeah, but
he's got Life Tap, he's got damage.
His Mountain Giant got polymorphed, so it got transformed. So that does not go into the pool of minions that died to be brought back by Acre of Undeath.
That's true. Well, the Mountain Giant doesn't anyway. The Sheep, however. It's a very good point. The res is really just not that strong for Dr. J right now. The Resurrect, one of the most valuable options from Kazakus in these slow matchups. You can typically create a much stronger pool of minions to ride on. But I don't think that's available. And now here's the next step. Is it 5 or is it 10?
5 it is. Have we seen a single 10-mana potion today?
You know, I'm not sure I have, actually.
I'm not sure I have either.
2 random demons? This seems like a really bad Kazakus card.
To be honest, though, his hand is pretty low on minions. This would be one of the rare instances where I might say, you know what? I want some demons, but it's deal 4 damage to all minions and deal 5 damage.
Yeah, going to be tough for Lovely Chook to actually stick a lot of threats to the board in that instance. Dr. J is putting together a lot of removal. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing versus Lovely Chook. His damage is a lot more limited aside from Kabbalah's Tome, but now he's got Brand Kazakus. So now the card draw has been found for Lovely Chook.
It's effectively card draw because you're getting potions.
Extra resources are a big facet for Lovely Chook. If he doesn't find them, Dr. J's got a natural engine for extra resources, and he's going to slam the Rag. There was no thought to this.
If this doesn't hit Azure Drake, there's a clean removal from Lovely Chook with Fireball plus Ping.
But is that what he wants to do? I mean, look at his hand.
Can he take it slow? That's the question. Does he want to ignore this Rag for a turn and say, you know what, I'm just going to build a board, get some potions?
Looks like a Fireball to me.
Yeah.
That takes Lovely Chook's entire turn, though.
But Dr. Jikaninki, his Reno Warlock is light on threats. Mountain Giant's been dealt with. Ragnaros, the Fire Lord's been dealt with. What other big stuff does he have?
Bissell Enforcer's gone. Kazakus is gone. He's got combo.
Reno's like his biggest minion.
Reno, Twilight Drake, and Emperor Thorson are basically his largest minions left. So this is a bit of a problem. Dr. J has cut Jiraxis from his deck. He anticipated these games ending via attrition to a certain degree. As soon as he finds the window of opportunity, Leroy Jenkins, Power Overwhelming, Faceless Manipulators meant to deliver the final points of damage. He's cut these giant, valuable threats in favor of getting to a safe position to stabilize again. Is Lovely Chook just going to simply outvalue him from this stage? Because that's an excellent point you make. There are just no large threats left in Dr. J's deck.
And Lovely Chook has the means to go for a value game. Manic Soulcaster was a choice in his deck that we talked about earlier. Archmage Antonitis is another one. Ragnaros the Fire Lord, Alex Straza. He's got threats for days. If he just removes everything off the board,
he's got 2 potions,
stays healthy, finds Ice Block, 2 Kazakus potions.
Well, he's got about 15 seconds left to decide this next potion. So
summon 2 friendly minions, gauge 7 armor is the 5-mana potion. We'll get a look at the 10-mana potion here in just a few moments. But Dr. J, is he watching his tournament life slip away? There's the 5-mana.
Well, that potion is a pretty big payoff at this point now.
Mystic Wool.
TJ's favorite.
Mystic Wool, summon an 8/8 demon.
Dr. J's potion is big here. He's got to think about how to set up the rest of the game, though. His hand is all responsive right now. How does he get the ball rolling?
Looks like he's going to try and put on some pressure. Dirty Rat is found, so maybe Dirty Rat could be a way out for him. If he rips the Dirty Rat, pulls out Reno Jackson, has a way to answer it, finds a little bit more burn damage.
Yeah, no risk here from Lovely Chook.
Yeah, he's just going to say, you know what? That play spooked me. I'm playing it safe.
He's so far ahead on resources at this point. The fact that the players have access to the other's deck list, that they're public at this stage, means that they can craft more specific game plans. Given what Lovely Chook's seen so far, he is fairly safe to just continue to kill everything Dr. J plays.
And Dr. J's checklist becomes longer.
A lot longer. Still hasn't found Emperor. No Leroy, no Faceless. He's going to use Power Overwhelming. I don't think he can. I don't think he can afford to.
Yeah, you can see he's really agonizing over this decision. That's a big resource to give up.
His plan here is to use Power Overwhelming and then use Faceless Shambler, but that's a lot of weight that Shambler's going to have to pull.
Had to go for the PO first to empty out his hand a little bit to go for the tap.
I don't know, TJ. With the PO gone, his from-hand burst is now more realistically limited to about 16 in one turn. Leroy, Faceless, Soulfire.
And that's post Emperor Thorsan, which he has not picked up yet. Let's look at Lovely Chook's options here. The 10-mana potion, of course, is the infamous Mystic Wool. And summon an 8/8 demon. Mystic Wool, of course, transform all enemy minions into sheep. Or all minions into sheep, rather. In this case, it would be enemy minions. He's just going to go and play Emperor Thorsan. He's okay with leaving that 6 damage minion up for a turn because he understands that he's got a lot of answers remaining.
It is dangerous for Lovely Chook to be taking a lot of damage in these instances. But Dr. J, he's not going to get there with threats. He's going to get there with the window of opportunity.
Well, that's going to pull out an Alistraza.
That helps Dr. J a lot, too. The window now for Reno Jackson is open whenever he wants to take it. Yeah, that's going to be just a direct attack.
Got to respect the Emperor Thorsan as well. Can't really give that 2 ticks.
Dr. J's got to find a way to start getting some damage through. And frankly, with Lovely Chook's hand, I don't know when that's happening.
Lovely Chook has not picked up an ice block yet.
Was that Dirty Rat too soon? Like, he saw Reno Jackson. That's one of the biggest ones he's worried about. Kazakus Brand already took place.
What else are you going to pull out?
Well, if he just Emperor Thorsan's there, he gets to Blast Crystal and push 6 damage. He's got to find damage. He's not going to win this way.
That's a good point.
What to do?
It's a good point. Lovely Chook.
The Mystic Wool is just right. So now he's relying on this Faceless Manipulator to pull more than 6 points of damage. This is another risk that Dr. J is electing to take here.
He's hoping that Lovely Chook is just out of stuff. That this idiot's going to stick on the board and keep rolling. He's seen Siphon Soul. He's seen Blast Crystal Potion.
Twisting Nether's the last one. And if Dr. J wants to Twisting Nether away 10 power and 10 health on his own board, I think Lovely Chook's totally okay with that.
Yeah. And that resets everything. So that way Lovely Chook's free to just play whatever he wants.
Does Dr. J even have another option other than to Twisting Nether this? If he lets this live, that's it.
He could Hellfire Soulfire?
Oh, that's really bad.
Yeah, because then the Fireball that Lovely Chook just picked up from the Archmage Antonidas.
Fireland's Portal, for that matter. It's
sure.
Lovely Chook's he's had the edge at every single stage. I think Dr. J has... It feels to me like he's floundered a bit this game. Like the plan felt really unrefined, and ever since the Mountain Giant got polymorphed, it's felt like an unplanned sequence of events that's happened.
When I said that, I don't even know if I was serious.
And the Fellfire Potion's gone now too. That's 5 less damage that Dr. J has long term.
This game just got real.
He's not even going to life tap. He's starting to be concerned with fatigue.
I don't see a way that Dr. J Kaneki wins this. Lovely Chook's at 25. Dr. J is pretty much out of threats. He's got nothing left. And he's tearing down a Tundra Rhino. And he could put another one in his deck.
That's the one for TJ. And now he's got to stare down Tundra Rhino. I love it. 2 friendly minions die this game, 7 armor. Looks like a great development turn to me.
He's had a lot of good stuff die this game.
Yeah, and
a
Doomsayer's
lot of
still
good
in the grip.
stuff. Let's take a look. Emperor Thorsan is one of that good stuff.
Oh, no. Well, the good news is that Twisting Nether looks okay here. But I just don't think he's got the gas.
The bad news is that if he taps Twisting Nethers, he's dead. So he's not going to tap.
14 available from hand for Lovely Chook this turn.
I mean, you've seen
everything.
Every piece of hard removal possible.
There's actually no way left in Dr. J's deck to kill this.
Leroy Demon Wrath is the only way. And if he Leroy Demon Wrath your Ragnaros, you're like, go ahead. I got another one in my deck because of this Manic Soulcaster.
So Reno going to try to buy some time Twilight Drake shows up too late. At this stage, Dr. J, he needs some miracles to happen. He's going to need Lovely Chook to decide to save burn to try to kill him in one blast. And he's going to need Ragnaros to just hit him in the face a couple times and get a ton of damage from these. But right away, Lovely Chook draws his other Ragnaros.
I mean, Dr. Jikaniki has to know that this is a lights-out board that Lovely Chook has built for himself. His deck just does not have enough to get it done, and Lovely Chook has continued to just be patient this game, remove every single threat possible, not get ahead of himself. I love his patience. You talked about how you're looking at the deck list. Lovely Chook can count the threats on one hand now, and he's been able to do that for quite a long time.
And I can't find a way to slice this where Dr. J comes out alive. It's not there. Lovely Chook is going to kill the remaining minions, isolate Dr. J, and get through for the final points of damage. Lovely Chook takes it in a 7-game set to keep his tournament hopes alive.
And that means Dr. Jinkaninki is the second player of the day to be eliminated. His tournament life has come to an end, but there he is. Lovely Chook moves on to live another day in the Winter Championship here in the Bahamas. One last walkout for Dr. J. Couldn't get it done with his favorite deck, but I think he's gained some fans.
It's been a strong ride, though. I mean, it's tough to say you're too down on yourself when you go first HCT event, America's champion, show up to the Bahamas, fall short to one of the most winning players of all time in Hearthstone. I'd still say he's got to be proud of it, but my hat's off to Lovely Chook. That was a fantastic set for him.
He does have a tough couple days ahead of him if he wants to keep this going, but standing by on stage, Rachel is joined by Lovely Chook.
Thanks so much, guys. Lovely Chook, this has been a long, long day. How do you keep your focus through a whole day of Hearthstone like this?
今天比赛时间比较长，然后你是怎样在这么长的一段时间内一直保持着你的注意力和你的竞技水平的？
因为就是比完之后第一场比赛之后，然后还有很长一段时间嘛，然后我就回去就躺了一会儿，然后就是后面的比赛就有精神了。
I just slept a while after the first round of the match, then I feel I'm fully recovered.
Oh, those are those pro strats, taking a nap in between. Very smart. Well, I do want to ask you, too, when you play on this stage, especially considering the fact that 2 Europeans have already made it on in the tournament, do you feel now that you're just playing for yourself, or are you playing for China's representation in this tournament?
在今天比赛当中，已经有2位欧洲选手已经出现了，所以说你在这个舞台上，就是当你在玩的时候，你是觉得你是代表着你自己在打比赛，还是代表着国家在打比赛？中国。
我觉得我是代表自己嘛，因为就是还是放平心态嘛，就太大压力也不好。但是我认为，就其他3位中国选手都是代表中国去准备拿冠军的。
Actually, mainly I will focus on myself because I don't want to give a lot of pressure to myself. But to be honest, I think other 3 China players, they will perform for China.
Absolutely. There is still hope out there. That's a great point, Lovely Chook. I'm going to give it back to our casters. Let's see what they have to say about the rest of the day.
It's been a long but a fun day of Hearthstone action here on day 1 of the Winter Championship Admirable. We've got to cast some great match today. It's been fun. Any highlights for you from the day?
Just the fact that we're an international play for the first championship of the year. To me, it's such a spectacle to see all the different regions, the different tech that comes out of it. You can really see the influence from the circles that they're playing in versus what the other regions are doing. And to me, that's something that I'm glad that we have more of this year.
And so far, we're seeing exactly what a lot of people predicted, was that Europe seems to be standing on the top of it all with 2 players moving out of the groups today, Stanudachi and Nyria. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. World champion Pavel is going to be fighting, as well as a few players from the Americas. Tare, another name that we all have come to know and love. But to cap off the day, give their final thoughts. Send over the boys on the analyst desk. Got all 3 of you up there, Raven, Sottle, and Kibler. What'd you guys think of that one?
Yeah, that was an awesome series overall. You know, a crazy way. I mean, I've kind of lost count of how many matches today have gone all the way to the 7th game. So it's been absolutely crazy, but definitely a lot of fun for us. So we can just give you a summary on the day. As the guys mentioned, it's been a long one, but it's been a great one. So starting off with Group A that really kicked off the day. What really stuck out and went on for you there, Sottle?
Yeah, I think that showdown between Frozen and Stanudachi there is Stanudachi coming out victorious, eventually going through in the winner's bracket, but those were two of the names I was hoping would clash, you know, right from the start of this tournament. That is, you know, one of the peak players from Europe going up against one of North America's best. The matchup lived up to the hype, and of course, it was Europe that came out on top eventually.
Of course, indeed. And yeah, you can see the decided match coming up later as well. And Group B, Kibler, what went on there earlier today?
I mean, we saw a lot of great matches. Nyrita really impressed with his play, maneuvering a lot of different, fairly complicated decks. He had a little bit of stumble, but it did not stop him from advancing in that group. So looking forward to see who will join him between Pomblad and Lovely Chook as well.
Yeah, and that was just today. You know, we've got plenty more matches coming up over the next few days. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing Group C and D in the same format that we did for today for A and B. So we can check out Group C and what we've got coming up tomorrow. I am looking forward to this one. It's going to be World Champion Pavel versus LVGE, and then Dokpon versus Yulsik. Two great matches, Sol.
Yeah, for sure. Pavel, world champion, of course, entering the fray, but his opponent, LVG, no slouch whatsoever. And then, you know, one of last year's dark horses in Yulsik coming up against one of this year's dark horses in Dokpon.
Yeah, definitely a lot of great stories to be told tomorrow. In Group D, what do you make of this one, Kibler?
Well, I think here, Omega Zero, clearly a major contender from China, coming back from BlizzCon last year in the first match against Seminole Sao. And then Green Sheep versus Starray, two players with BlizzCon experience, both of them kind of flown under the radar despite that experience, given that it was back in 2014.
Yeah, it's definitely some great matches, and, you know, it's going to be good to see two more European players qualified through to the quarterfinals tomorrow. I mean, I'm looking forward. Are you confident there's going to be some America's players going to make it, Kibler?
I'm confident there'll be some players who are not from Europe, at least.
Taking the odds, I see.
What I will add is that let's just be a little bit careful, because rewind to the World Championship at BlizzCon last year. Day one ended. NA was piping up big on Twitter about how successful it was going for North America. Eventually, roles reversed and Europe came out on top. So let's not lay everything on the line yet. There is a long way to go. These European players have only made it to single a limb so far, and everything can flip when you get there.
Yeah, and then we can check out some of the stuff that's going to be coming up tomorrow as well. So there's going to be a Journey to Un'Goro card reveal. You can see the times there, 6 a.m. PT and 3 p.m. CEST. That is going to be awesome. I cannot wait. And then we're going to move on and get the rest of the Winter Championships on the way. And we're going to start off with Pavel versus LVGE. That's going to be the first match of the day. I cannot wait. World Champion's going to be playing and see if he can repeat the performance.
Yeah, huge amount to prove. As TJ and Admirable were saying earlier, Firebat had a great year to follow up, but we haven't had that back-to-back big push at the World Championships itself. Pavel can definitely do that.
Yeah, so it's been an absolutely fantastic day, and we can see some cool clips from today. Any very quick last highlights for you, Kibler?
Man, I just think it was great to see not only the players playing Hearthstone at the highest level, but really emotion in all their faces.
Yeah, so thanks a lot for watching, everyone. We will see you tomorrow to continue the Winter Championship.